be fine. Then remember to seek God and trust him with all your concerns, which include give him control over every type of outcome. This morning, there are almost about 4 million agent of peace campaigners around, members of the Church of Pentecost. If we are 4 million and we are all agents of peace, I believe that we can influence this election to ensure that it goes peaceful by our character and our lifestyle. So if you're watching me this morning as well, you're a member of the Church of Pentecost, you're a Christian for that matter, you are an agent of peace, and it's very important for you to take note of that and let that reflect in your behavior this morning. Again, like I said, very, very soon we'll be connecting with our correspondents and our reps and bring you updates. We really want to find out, as at this point, what is happening at the various centers. We have about 28 minutes and then voting begins. So quickly we'll be doing that, but let me go to you. Nana started with some statistics from 1992 when we started multi-party, democracy and the elections we have had so far. What really are you expecting today, Eto, number one, in terms of behavior, in terms of the conduct of the general election? What are you expecting?
Of course, when it comes to behavior, I mean, we've carved a name for ourselves. Ghanaians on the globe, everybody sees Ghana as that peaceful country because we've had successful elections that have been by far peaceful, though there were 1 or 2 violent acts here and there. When we look at the global space, a lot of people consider us to be a very peaceful nation. So I am hoping that today is going to be like that one of the previous election days where we have a very peaceful election and devoid of violence. We wouldn't want what happened the last 4 years to repeat itself. And I'm sure that if you remember, we lost about 8 persons because of election violence. And so this day, we want to just encourage people and make sure that when they get out there, maybe remember those 8 people. Remember that their families are still mourning, and you do the right thing so that you get home and we are all going to experience a peaceful election. So when it comes to behavior, I am expecting that every Ghanaian would deem it upon themselves to have a very peaceful election wherever they find themselves, so that we maintain that global perception we have about Ghana, that Ghana is very peaceful.
Yes. Now let me come to you. You are a woman king. So for those who may be watching Pent TV the very first time, I keep calling her Nana because she is a woman king. Let me put it that way. So right now, be in that state and speak.
Yes.
Nana Kasachoma.
Okay. Kwabnani atonam. Adam mo midin.
I body not.
Yeah, from Nana akosua chira apiedu ametoso mienu. Kwawu akwese ho rempehene ne mprenu so no kwawu akwamu hene ne rempehene ne kwam na ba kwawu man mu a kwawu man hene wo ho kwawu man hene ni ho a adonten hene kwawu bitife hene abitife hene ni ho no ma ohene odi su mienu ana wotoso eye kwawu akwese ho hene a wono kwawu akwamu hene enenti kwabna oman Ghana nananom ahemfo ene ahema atena nkonwa yede empire bo nyina ne se oman ni mu enya jojojojojo asomdue nko a ena eni nkonim wo oman mu na Ghana ha no wo no so pa ho asem obi mpa ne ho asem obi se o ene abato ene ma amfanya si hwi nsi krom ha sei ebe ya asomdue nko a esan se oman na yetem no yedo ye ho papa me na fofo bebrebe eka kasa foforo me do wo mu ye pa no mo nso do me ye pa me na mfo no mo ahemfo ne ahema no bebrebe ebi mpo mfiri kwa mamu ebi firi bono ebi firi nzema ebi firi mfante ebi firi anwona mamu kwabna me bokro ne mabode ebi firi akuapem enti ye nyina ka bomba ba ye oman Ghana baako abane de me kansa kan bio kwana kokoto se wa nkwa nkoto a me mekwa akoyi me choice de amabia na me choice no so wo mpe eno nti na wo kona kokoto waba no na yentimi empre oman no koso ene ne yie de na no obi ka se o Ghana ha de ene MPP ene NDC kro yi a wo mo ane ni wo mo se fufura ba be frem about ehun sa ye soronko kam na about wo ye soronko pa
it was going to be my next step, that what makes this particular election so unique.
About wo ye soronko pa esan so de ye hwade bi ora lantremanten afafranto party butterfly for Yenim person wo gina mu di mu ntintimai pa de ma MPP amanyoko ena watene ho dodo na edo MPP de kwa ma afafranto yen show bi te se na kwa me bedi akocheda Ghana ha yen hyeda nya abrantie sa ma ne ntinyina kokodro so nka se timamfo nto ne so aba mo ntimmra ma ye mampanyini ene Ghana mabunu youth no dodo na de kokomotien kwa ma cheda na ena no mete ne obi ka asembim what say, oh, you rabble me, what about a home modern pa, ama amamu sika, seven a home to ye. Now, so near him send cobeting your quanimusa, and so a chance and a BB one more. A benua castle was free Jumamu, financial field, and I'm a penny for the quarter bill in a bias one man a running mate. And then I'm swam a war baba bedi, Mampenia Kunyani Bia, na Sagana for eto ed manual. And the analysis for a guaquemo. Ghana house will be no more cassa being shed and cedar, sir. What buying a bemu? Matting ya didn't fear what 8 years. Now bet me a break 8 me a son to Abamamo. And then history be Baby Siana. So say MPP fought me for a history pad ye declare a BS Ghana since 1992 a shas yes said Ghana yet the good woman more democracy kabi. Na men kabi atonam kabi na kwabnanso kabi obi an kabi yen kire ya adwen so asomdwe kwaso no abakọ sembi ensa na hobi e ba besi ana na no obi nso kan yera John Dramani Mahama de no wo kan se Ghana ha ye hwe ye woma amanyomu wo se politician bi eni ho no mu a wo ye lucky se Mahama politician bi eni ho nyame nhira no se na me se adem kwabra ye hwa de bi owura John Dramani Mahama wadi assemblyman pen Wabana, wadi MP da, wadi minister da, wadi vice president da. Na ne vice president kra wasanso kra bra nyankopoto nsafre asomdwe hene his excellency John Evans Atamels wasanso nyakwanya kra ma wobi president ko bedi kakra kan ho ansa na Ghana fo kwotro aba ma wodi ye ma 4 years nso wasanso ba bedi ye eni nso yo bi a politician ben na wa Ghana hasia Wafa through the phases of politics, rising through the ranks. About bedroom and penny de bread, said John Dramani Mahama. Ghana for by sign between yam and the so one sign rana. A binom air cassa MPP Mamodi and 1 year, dear 1 year whom. A bill so say NDC Mamodi. Oh, ye who be paid, dear who ya soon who anything dear for front one at deba. A binom so air cassa, ye quatwana who from where Kahona bag the demon penny, the bravo where Kahon. Now, won't be to me up what the Ghana coin, a binom besides say a cocoto. And my independent candidates, and ya fufre kahwa. A yardia swarm bar. One penny for science. I been oh, say I share the MPP side. Never heard the NDC side. They have the men, they have the women on ground. One with me, a human, one more a dom. By a cotumo before fra, oba, obenya nipa kama boom. At me, Edwama to us, you are who mama, your Juma said, MPP and this is for your nana. ABC here change. ABC said, the theater than one, and 1 year fancy. I didn't teach us a number to a Gabna, Ghana Bako Casa Bebrebe, and so as any here.
All right, I see we are showing a few videos. Very soon I'll tell you where these videos are from. But Eto, I don't know if you may, apart from the uniqueness of how Nana has, made us aware of this year's election. What are there other things that makes this particular election extremely unique from all the ones we've had?
I think I've mentioned it earlier. What makes it unique, the fact that the independent candidates are more
especially
now,
the parliamentary side.
Yeah, the
even
parliament,
the
and even the
presidential.
presidential. Yes, because if not that we lost our own Ikedonko, it would have been 13,
right. And
she was also very, very loud when she was alive. It's just unfortunate we lost her. But I'm saying it again that what makes it special is the fact that we have 111 independent candidates vying to become members of parliament in the next parliamentary sitting. And if that should happen, I've seen what has happened with majority, minority, the struggle for who becomes majority, and then people who are not ready to become minority based on what speaker is saying. So I'm just wondering if those people decide to become or wins this election, become members of parliament, what happens when we get into the parliament house? Because they will have to decide which which party they will align with. And I know a lot of them, some way, somehow, have fallen out with their parties. Some decided to go independent, not because they have any grudges with their parties as well. But it all depends on you. What is your decision going to be? I remember when the NCC came here somewhere last week, one of the things they mentioned to us was that if you assume that you are too wise to go vote, you allow someone to come make a decision for you. So if you think you are wise, then that is where you prove to all of us that yes, you are wise, and then you make a decision for the best person to be the member of parliament for you and also be the president of this nation, Ghana. So it all depends on you. I know a lot of people are also rooting for Cheddar because some believe that he is the person to save us from both NPP and NDC, because they've been with us for over 30 decades, and they've been with us, of course, the two major political parties have been with us, and this one goes, this one comes, and we are not too sure where they are heading towards. And so if you think it's going to be Cheddar, well, go and decide. If you think it's going to be Alan Tremantin, you go and decide, and you also make history happen today.
All right, so earlier we showed you a video. I'm sure it will come back again at Yizesi Market Square. It is at the Yagaba Kubori constituency. That's it. And you see the stones.
When I saw the video earlier, you know what came to mind? A lot of people, when we go on the streets, are like, oh, I'm not going to vote, I'm not going to vote. Now, you see the stones over there. It should tell you that people have come to mark their territory. Yes. And that's the cue that maybe they do not want to stay there, so they've decided to just leave the stones over there. I never knew this would still happen in the 21st century.
So the video is from the Yizesi Market Square at the Yagaba Kubori constituency. I'll confirm for you the region very soon, but this is how people are queuing. This video was recorded a bit earlier, so that's it. Man for a queue, a line. It's answer dear chin, one person conquer to Bamba in Temitiwa. And no way, baby. Ena yede ebe bremo ewa hakai se akabe 17 minutes na abo 7. Ye hwe nim se ye correspondence ni bi ye ne wo mo be kasa ni hu ba bia wo mo wo airport na ya hwe se as at this time no electoral commission materials nyina baba bedu and by now no it is expected say e was niam ni nyina ebedu ama ya seti bibia up 7 ball king na ye to aba enti na enche no ye de eno ebebremo ama mohu se ye koyenim no sisia voting materials ni nyina ababa bedu ana kai se constituencies no 276 polling stations in there over 40,000 ni nyina ye hwe nim se ye correspondents na be nanti ho nyina na reporter wo ho nia ekoso wo ho no wo mo di ni nyina abremo anape Ghana votes 2024 Pent TV a special coverage election watching your Pent TV in Pent Radio can find the entire Pent Media Center ena anape ya de coverage ebremo ye wo volunteers kaya ho ye staff no so bi ekaya ho ena wo mo so eba on board eboa na ye de live coverage abremo biom enti ye nhye so but ye kuso come repeat say eyasumdwe ene wo kono enkohye party t-shirt bia emfa nkoho se na nra yesi mo bi anye campaign sa na ene so ye mpese wo be campaign ya na ebi a t-shirt do pese hu se na me domkuo we ana me domkuo we yesremo wo kwa enye se wo shanka ye bone sa but ye pese ye bibia embo bi fufuro ko bufu wo support party ebi abekon nipa no so support party no na wo ye bibi na wo na akotia no t-shirt na wo hye na enye ni party t-shirt wo be say na wo kotoka ma
no about chade ku
enti ga wo hye t-shirt ni de ene o hu party wo fi enti eno no tia na wo say o mi ni o so sorry na wa ji atum ti e be sre o ko police stations na hye t-shirt bi afa hye wo normal dress na ko o ko so a be sre yes o ko a koto aba na kofie time you do that person be fine. O person over hoso a ko ichiri kakra enko baby potia. I don't know e wona ye ejuma no what 2 day wi a ko echi anase kofie ye be strepa e wo hia. Nti wo hu materials ni bi so na arrive no ebi eno no nti ye kase de na say
that is our Blekuma North constituency.
Okay, right.
Materials are arriving. It's just 14 minutes to 7 a.m. and so they're getting ready, and like I mentioned, that is our Blekuma North constituency, and I'm sure that we'll see if people are also queuing over there or not, since materials are already in.
Yes.
I can see officials over there as well.
The information we have is that these materials got there at about 5:40.
Okay.
So just between, in fact, most of these materials are expected to reach the polling centers between 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. Because by 6 we expect say master teshishe niamane so to be bia kama.
I say we da kuma nyame chempotemo.
Okay.
Da kuma nyame chempotemo e ben La Paz, Blekuma North constituency, and
then
say e ho na me metoma ba. E ho na metoma ba Blekuma North constituency. And your independent candidate bi wo mbadodo na e hwe se ebeye ye maame Nana Kuya Owusu efriye a wo gina mu ediama eye NPP amanyukuo no ana se beye NDC new Obama pa eye Erabna Orbin Blekuma North constituency na kwabna ade ba kwa ye interesting ne say maame e friend say Nana Kuya Owusu efriye a wo gina mu diama NPP amanyukuo no wo Blekuma North constituency no eye ade a waba bedimra shebedwani ewo eye NPP amanyoko ne franka so ewa Blekuma North constituency pen ena na anu ada renowned politician Era Kwamena Battles ne baba ene wono so ye politician Sheila Battles obetu Nana Kuya Owusu afri ye free so eba begina wa Blekuma North constituency ani ti ye ma na anu aba ye to ye no Ghana fo ewo Blekuma North constituency Portemo eto aba no edema no na so na anu ada wo mo san kokoto eye parliamentary primaries ni bio no Sheila Battles wo anya wo mo san kokoto edema Nana Kuya Owusu afri ye ntie na wanya kwanya wo san so agina bio ede ama eye MPP amanyoko no na so wo hwe campaign e koso Blekuma North constituency Rabna Orbin ne Portemo no manfo a wo mo NDC eye ne de MPP fo ya ene Blekuma North constituency fo aboye mpusa chese ye nheda okunu ba bia ba no ebeko ede afa ni nyina nso gina wo kokromotie no eso fa kokoto aba no.
Right, so there are a couple of key constituencies that we'll also be watching. But every constituency is important. But
very.
It's because of sometimes how close certain constituencies are, the kind of constituency we know to be swing. Adenta constituency is one constituency. This is a constituency that is known to always change a political party at every election. And this year, we are wondering which other side it will go to. Ladade Kotopon, where we are, where our offices are located, is one as well. Ladade Kotopon, we are wondering what will happen.
Hans, you time 2 times.
Try is one also very key constituency to know because they also always change. But this time, they don't have a lot of choice because the two candidates are all old people. The current MP is coming back representing NDC, and then the NPP candidate is also a former MP who is the current health minister, Honorable Okoboy. So it's a key place to also watch. If you go to Ashanti region, I'm wondering what will be happening at Asawase constituency. For one, if you go to Cape Coast, for instance, Cape Coast North is also another interesting place to look at. But there are quite a number of swing votes in Accra, and I'm sure that we'll be going through and finding out what happens. There are some places we know what will happen. Definitely we know who will carry the day because they are always favoring one political party or the other. So if you're watching us this morning, these are all analysis that as we move along, we will bring to your attention, and we're hoping that you can be with us. So I see some of our colleagues joining us already. Very soon we'll put them through and let you know what is happening. But I can tell you for a fact that almost everyone is set, almost everywhere is set, and quite a number. I see some reports coming through from other regions, and very soon all these things will happen. Who will carry the day by tomorrow? Who, or by maybe late night?
Yeah.
As for our MPs, by late this night, if everything goes as planned and successful as we expect it to be, and peaceful as well, we should know who our MPs are. Let's go to Insawama Dwejiri, for instance, who will carry the day there. Come to Amasaman, who is going to carry the day there. Ododo Dio, who is going to carry the day. Kole Klote, are they still going to go for the former president, Jerry Rawlings' daughter, Dr. Zaneto, or they will decide to change this time around and go for Ni Noi Note of the MPP? That's also another interesting place you want to look at. Ablekuma Central is also another interesting constituency. Ablekuma North also another interesting one. Now, two places where both MPP and NDC decided to hold their final rallies in Accra. Ayawaso West Wuogon is another side attraction. We will always be looking at it. What is it going to be as close as it was last 4 years, or this time around something will change? We saw what happened at the special voting. We're hoping some of those things will not repeat itself, but we are interested in the results as well. What will be happening there? Then in Medina, where the NDC also held, in fact, the MPP held theirs within the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. I'm talking about their final rally. And then the NDC decided to hold their final rally in Accra, in Medina. And we'll find out who is also going to carry the day in Medina. So there's a lot at stake this morning. There's a lot to talk about this morning. And we are ready for you with all the analysis. We are ready for you with all the live reports. Like I tell you, our correspondents are moving around, going to all the polling stations this morning, trying to get the attention of EC officials, trying to know what is going to happen. In fact, the Electoral Commission has also done very well. Let us use this opportunity to commend them. I know that at the beginning of this whole preparation, people had their own reservations about certain actions taken by the Electoral Commission. But I feel that the latter days, for instance, we've seen a lot of work by the Electoral Commission. And today, they have given us a timetable where they will be doing a lot of press conferences. And we'll be picking all those press conferences as well. But I'm told that we have Joshua Hazel on the line. He has joined us. We're going to find out where exactly Joshua is this morning to give us an update. Joshua, good morning and thank you for joining.
Good morning, Mante.
Good. Joshua, tell us, where exactly are you now?
All right, Mante, this morning I am at the Blackman constituency, and currently I am at the new Islamic and Arabic school. And that is, this polling station has two polling stations combined together. And it's been interesting. I have actually visited about 5 polling stations this morning. And the turnout here hasn't been as usual. I've had the opportunity to witness turnout at these polling stations from summer 2018. This morning, as at around 3:45, I was at about 4 polling stations, and you could literally not find a queue. As at 6:54 now, where I am now, the queue is here, but not actually a huge one. There's just a few people who want to exercise their franchise. Yes.
Okay, Joshua, let me confirm the polling station you say you are now.
Yes, please.
Which polling station are you right now?
So currently, I'm at the New Year Arabic and English School at Akuman. Yes, please.
Okay, so tell us, it's just a few minutes, just about 6 minutes to hit the hour of 7. Are the EC officials ready? Do we have all the materials available? Are we set to begin at 7? Can you confirm that?
I believe that if everything goes well, in the next 5 minutes, the voting can start. So around 5:45 a.m., the electoral materials arrive from the EC office. The EC officers were here way before that time, and they have received the electoral materials. And actually now, they are sorting all the materials with the political party agents close to them, and it's been a very personalized and collaborative atmosphere so far.
Okay. All right. You see the presence of party agents? We are expecting them to be key players in this election. Are they ready? Are they available as well? And what about security?
Well, security presence is okay here. We have at least spotted 2 security officers, 1 prison officer, and I think 1 immigration officer. If I am not mistaken, so 2 officers are stationed here at the moment, as I see.
What about the party agents? Are they also there? Are they present?
Yes, please. The party agents are there. Like I said earlier, the party agents are going through the sorting with the presiding officers. So every of the ballot boxes are opened. All the items inside are taken and shown to the party agents, and the party agents write them down. The ones they are supposed to take, they take, and the process goes on.
All right. Joshua, thank you for your update this morning. Joshua is our reporter this morning, giving us live updates from Ablekuma North. And he tells us that, well, everything is almost set. In the next 5 minutes, if everything should go as planned, voting should begin at Ablekuma North. He was at I didn't get the first name of the Islamic school polling station, but that's where
I think he mentioned New Islamic and Arabic School.
Okay, New Islamic and Arabic School. Okay, thank you for that. And he said he has visited a couple of other polling stations already.
Yeah.
The queues are not that many, but obviously because it's early days, a lot of people would actually live just around. So they would wait till it's 7 before they move through. But I'm happy to note that we don't have delay of election materials.
Yeah.
They are all there. Party agents are there. Security, they are also there. And this is the kind of news we'll be expecting to be receiving the whole of this morning, even as 7 hits and voting begins. Anything to comment on?
Yeah, you'll be breaker. Now, you'll be breaker. About trouble, because somebody will be. So my phone had my dear Passy, I can say, for home at all election watch, so our Pent TV. So, about a brand new sub of quack or two, about more than quanacoto. Woko we are brabet na fie, tobo, and never said, Ruduana and Quaguma. Oshana, a wound here so by quiet cotton, if you enjoy home. Not share Pent TV, ya catch or say. Pania kura free top from where ha, ya the best more about to emo. When you did Ghana, my air barber to by free to your check. And it was just said the about to comes electoral commission. A chairperson, my major man said the barber to jar, say one another Shannon and penning for him to 20 1 pa. It didn't want dance here. Ya shaka crave free ablik one of constituency by ya. Yaman above form in some training or Pent Media Center, Pent TV in war, ye near Bema, Joshua Hazel, the 2 Janet Tressa and Penny and Para, electoral commission about to a commissar, war boxes are hold one ballot papers no just say I this year airborne do one aqua could draw and once a shane in a go aquamu and chebia na kokromoti ye shasiem ama etumia ye adwuma ama no etumi akasa na kwabnani atonam
Yeah.
Ghana ha about one ye share free 1992 by 2024 ya ye woniama hodo bi a e ma Ghana about one edamu ye woniama hodo bi about one mu no e yade asese Ghana fo ababaji atom e ka about one e ho person no pay me chew area sibia e na about one no eno na betimi aboa amagina ya ye ba besie no etumi edi eye emu na yenhwe baabi to say Greater Accra and na femfimfim mantam Central Region eya na mpempi no sa bro no ahodo na sa mantam ahodo akese me no me bodin wo ye fra won say swing regions wo mo enetimi kire say wo ubedi nkonim ana say aba no ubetimi edintwo me kan ade ama wo ma wo presidential race no say yento wo so aba mo ntima ma ye mampanyini no ejina eye enkran e na afa sunfimfim mantam ye from swing regions wutimi di nkonim wo sa mantam mienu ya wotido na kire se wodam eyade awoko mamenfa onko eye asante e na afa susu apoye mantem the Ashanti and Eastern region ya ne yenim sa sabro no ne importamu eye the traditional MPP stronghold and the opompo wo mo si eshi rado the Ashanti and Eastern regions enti ye na ye hwese dodo na support was importamu no ebeko e de ama ye rabamya mamenfa onko the voter from mantem and atifedo northern regions yenim sa dodo so was important we see a hejo na che say eye NDC so a stronghold nti ye hwe se ne mantem bi te se Volta and northern region se de free to aba ne hye ne tie no saa na be ye dia dodo na ya dia woma ba no ebeko de ama JD Emira John Dramani Mahama mede wokọ Western na afen so eye Bono regional eyade a hono mo aba no broni kakasa bi se eye fluctuating voting patterns chese kosura na ba fom won nhye da nya sure yetimi to ma wo ne next time biem no na chese disappoint wo ne de akwa koma foforo eni ti sa niema hodo yi ne ye hwani mu se abatoɔ ne nhyehyɛ no ebeka ho bie ama abatoɔ no nsunsuanso na ba beto dwa no eno ene betimi de sansunsuanso no aba enti niema hodo bi a abatoɔ ebetimi affect results no eno ena ye de aso nti mantam ahodo no nyina wo mu su no wo moban no wo mo ne ye ni nyina ka ho bi na abatoɔ no obitimi di nkonim se mampani eba betu eye oman Ghana frank akase ni nyina edema eye oman mu no kwabna niema ahodo bi se ye nhwe
yeah because there'll be a lot of time to do a proper analysis of some of these constituencies as well. Well, there's a video showing, and if you are watching currently, this is Roman Catholic Church, Kwame Bikrom. It's in the Western North region of Ghana. It's Sam Debiso area, Bia West constituency. That's what you are watching. As at 6:20, people had already gathered at the polling station awaiting the voting process to begin even before the EC officials arrived. Now it's 7:02, so we very soon will be connecting with our reps as well to let you know whether voting has started. But this is as at 6:20 this morning. 6:20 this morning, Roman Catholic Church, Kwame Bikrom, Western North region, a Sam Debiso area in the Bia West constituency. 6:20, this is what they were doing by now. I want to believe that voting may have started. So producer, maybe now let's try and find out whether voting has started in all our polling centers. But just like I was telling you, Nana mentioned, so one of the regions I will especially be looking at is the Greater Accra region. Don't forget, the Greater Accra region has one of the biggest or the largest population in terms of voters.
Region in Sumbia.
Yes,
and so
but the voters. Obia person Bakra, Obia be Bakra, ye babe to a be crowd a month for a far bus. And they move out of even Accra to go and vote in their hometowns. And we still have Accra carrying one of the largest in terms of population of voters, not just interesting. And the reason why Accra always, or Greater Accra always becomes, or is a swing region is that unlike in some regions where we see the natives are, for instance, this particular tribe, so if they vote this line or that line, in Accra, you can't say that.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, exactly. Yes, we know that the natives in Greater Accra are Gadangbes, but I have not done the statistics to even know how many Gadangbes we have, how many Ebes we have. But I can tell you for a fact that tribe Bia, that's right. Exactly. So that's why Greater Accra is always a strange region, because you don't have the natives dominating. The second reason is that industrialization, the economics play differently in every constituency even. For instance, you see a Kododio constituency in Sema Womo will be arguing on our makers or medre who they are to about even a constituency focus a Kododio, they are no more can. And yes, I not ladder the Kotopon for so and yet one and not crow for so it was virtually different in every constituency in Accra. Okay, I also Westward one. Same or vote to on. It's not the same as Ladder constituency. So that is why Greater Accra is very unique, and that's why I will be watching keenly because if it is a region that could decide the votes, then we should be watching that region. We have our reps all around, and in Greater Accra, they do super. You better making sure say all these updates will bring them up.
And that also explains why the two major political parties decided to end their rallies here in Accra, because they know that it can determine the outcome of the results. I mean, with over 1 million voters, eligible voters here in Accra, they know that the work depends on the turnout of votes for Greater Accra. And just like we mentioned, we've got so many different tribes over here, so you cannot claim that, okay, the Greater Accra belongs to the NDC or the NPP. It swings. And these people, most of the time, decide to vote based on how they feel, how they think the economy should go, because they are here for business. They are here to make families outside this region be taken care of. So this time around, I know that a lot of us will be looking at the Greater Accra region, because we are expecting that they will help decide who becomes Ghana's next president. And that's why everybody is interested in the Greater Accra region.
Maybe, Nana, before you come in, the video you are showing now is from Wejagbawe constituency. Wejagbawe constituency, that's what you're watching now on your screens. Fire Service Polling Station A and B. And they appear to be ready and set. It's 7 now, so we're going to. These are all videos or reports that were filed a bit earlier, indicating that it looks like everything is set. People are ready for the voting. You can see some of the party agents, I'm sure, recording serial numbers, breaking seals, and here and there. We'll just find out what the latest update is on that. It's 6 minutes past 7 by the Electoral Commission's own calendar and timetable. We expect that elections or voting should have started by now. We expect voting to have started by now. So we'll be connecting again with our reps to find out. But it's also be a what? But when you name have some drink, or the few any making sure so be NCC with you. Now so I have some drink.
Now you me buy us a free when in there show free when.
Take note. But I'm happy that so far videos I'm showing you now. I mean, who be our party Calabia? Why are they Ghana for?
I'm not it's Yamara. Say enne ubeshe amanyoko bi atade 1992 constitution mamra pona Ghana haye dubu ye man etia mra say enne da year 7th December bronya busomi ne de tosonson openima busomi de tosonson wo beshe political party bi atade ana obekita political party bi frank ade achi krom kan pa ni polling station Ghana man kwakwato abanti ene de wo MPP t-shirt ne fagu dem wo NDC t-shirt ne fagu dem your friend is say afa frantofo party fagu dem mesraw cheddar t-shirt ni busu krom fagu dem CPP NPP PNDC independent candidate for the nyina mpamcho mo fagu dem ene de ehia no hye watade se ene nya ne ho aye fefefe kwamna ya ho fefefe we ya na ye de kwa akoto aba no
Nana, you're breaking, bra.
Yeah,
Daniel, by now they expect to say votes in National City. Yeah, call live to the different centers. Now, Obia reports near air coma chassis, a cost saying a month was started to about Bibia, the hawk kama na Yedinina Bebremo. Meaning, say Bebrena na Moshe. As you follow us, also, you can send your messages on our Facebook platforms, and I'm sure we will read them. Make sure that they are decent. When she in crime, the intimate 7 years. And that year, Ghana and I decided. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back. This is your live coverage, Pent TV special live coverage of Ghana's elections, 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. For the first time in Ghana, you are having this with a Christian perspective. We recommend that you do not watch any other but Pent TV, because you are rest assured that we will be decent, we will be fair, we will be balanced in our reportage. At this point, voting is expected to have started in almost all the regions. And here are some footages already. This is Okankwe Central Constituency. I don't know if we have our rep already, but I'm told that this is PIWC Tesano polling station. So it's polling station A and B, and it's located or situated at the PIWC Tesano. That is the Pentecost International Worship Center. Do is our correspondent there. I don't know if he's ready to speak with us, but what you are watching now is a live footage from PIWC Tesano polling station A and B, and you can see it appears that voting has started.
Yeah.
Do, if you can hear me, can you respond? Good morning. Hello, my brother. Do, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mante.
Hey, Do, I thought by now you'd be taking us lovely pictures in the studio, but you have to serve Mother Ghana. So let's start with that.
All right.
Okay,
So
Do,
I'll be joining you soon.
okay, but Do, tell me.
Yeah. All right, go on.
Yes, I was asking you to tell me the situational report at the PIWC Tesano A and B polling station, where I'm told you are now.
All right. So the Electoral Commission officers came in as expected, and then the security also are on grounds. Just right before the voting started, the Electoral Commission officers took the eligible voters through the procedure. Then there was a little misunderstanding here and there, but the security on ground took their stand and calmed the situation. You know, the challenge here is polling station A and B, and a lot of the voters don't know whether they are A or B. So
Okay.
I believe in the future, they can do this public education so that people won't come and be lamping up. So currently on ground, you can see a polling officer who is trying to identify the voters according to where they belong, so that they don't go and queue up or climb up at the table.
Okay.
So this is the situation on ground. So you could see there are a lot of people already here. As at 5 a.m., there were a lot of people here waiting for their turn to vote.
But what time did voting start? Were you able to start at exactly
Voting
7?
started right at 7,
Okay.
just as stipulated. It started right on time.
Okay.
So you could see at the background people queuing up to vote.
Okay.
And you could see someone also dropping in the ballot box from the far end.
Okay. Now, what has been the contribution of party agents, especially during this early period when the confusion started and how it was resolved and all that? The party agents, are they doing what we expect all of them to do?
Yeah, definitely. They're also aiding. Because from my observation earlier on, they went around sealing the boxes with their party cereal seals. Then also there was a challenge with one of the boxes, which they also contributed in replacing of the boxes. Apparently, it was a damaged box that they brought. Then the superiors came in. That's the police, the EC officials called their superior in, and they brought a new box, and the party agents also ensured that everything was in the right order.
The numbers, the crowd there, I know we are watching just one part, but you are on ground. Can you let us have a fair idea of the numbers?
Oh, so currently, you know, voting started around 7, so a lot of people have already gone. But when I came in, they were in their hundreds. So you could see how fast the process is. They're in their hundreds, and they're in their hundreds. But a lot have voted and they've left.
All right. Okay, though we are grateful to you. Thank you for the report from the Tesado PIWC polling station A and B. Benjamin Z is also joining us. Ben Z, if you can hear me, good morning. Hello.
Good morning, Mante.
Great. Ben, where are you also right now? Let's know. Let's find out. It appears your end voting hasn't started from the pictures I'm seeing. But tell me, where are you?
Yes. I am in the Wejagbawe constituency, precisely the fire service police station A and B. Voting is just about starting. Polling agents, quite a number of the polling agents didn't arrive early. That is the situation. But then the Electoral Commission officers got here just around 5:30 a.m. when I also arrived, with all the polling, everything that could aid them in conducting a very safe polls, also arrived with them in a van. They offloaded all of them, got here, and then trying to certify if everything was in order was delayed because some of the polling agents didn't arrive early. They wanted all of them to be here, so then transparency could be guaranteed. And so that is what has delayed the polls here for just about 15 to 20 minutes. But they are just about starting. The security officials decided that immediately they are certified, then they will creep the people in line, try and let them join a queue that will aid them in conducting the polls in order. So everything is set here. They are just about starting voting. And I must repeat that this is Wejagbawe constituency fire service polling station A and B. And this is in SCC fire service station center. And as you can see some of the fire service vans here. And this is their building for the location to be precise. So we are here, everything is set, and they are just about starting. I am told that the total valid voters expected to vote here is just around 607 for the polling station A, and then 702 for the polling station B.
All right, Benzi, we are most grateful for your report this morning. I'm sure you'll be visiting other polling stations as and when you bring us those reports.
Thank you very much.
All right, so that was Benjamin Z from the fire service polling station at Wejagbawe. He tells us that voting hasn't started, but it looks like almost everything is sorted out, and voting will begin shortly. Let's take note of that. It will begin shortly. There were just a few issues, but once they've been resolved, that is the most important thing. Nana, maybe you can just take us through one or two of summaries of Benzi's and that of Doe before we move to the next one.
Nti am say mfoni kakra na ahwefo mo hwe the election watch Pent TV eso no yama ne bofo a yato o mapetim na ma ne bofo ne yato mapetim o my Ghana nutu ene ne nata eso efri etifi ede besi atoye anafo ene epoye nyina ye won nsem twerefo apabenefo wo ma ede wo ho asi wo sa bato emu die me se pane to komprom de besom wo no wo mo emiaye ahodo enti enche bia ye di video bi ba beto so a eno so no yen nsem twerefo enwuma ahodo a wo mo enti ye kasa ya no behunu video so no ye kasa ya so behunu mfoni no se ebi etwa egu na yama ne bofo do na wo kire se eyade a tesano empotemo ena chesa na wo a wo hwe dia na ekoso ewo honom wo de honom nso nsensem no ebi ebabetu edwa nti we so yama ne bofo ahodo we la Roman JHS la Roman tilabadi potemo eno no ewo la Dade Kotopon constituency enti honom so mfoni bi na etwagu a wo hwe ewo wani so enti ehunu se abato komesa mpanimfo aba wo mo hyehye niema when you ensure that who set your chassis among crata and some on concoto and fanto adakanimu and so who said one would jina honor to say and whom you may na warm a year was also crash out who said prosini by Bijina who wait to say a hobambo so ejinamu pabene pa a hobambo so jinamu mammy de jamawabre and watching a bench. Ah, na chese won so awo twen wo hwe na afade na wo baduku tuntum o Saturday chese wo wayiye na so wayiye mu aba no wo beto enti la Roman JHS eyela dade kotopon about one pesua so Greater Accra region e honom emfoni ena mprempre wo hwe yensem twerofo gu fom eye adwuma ene de baabia constituencies ahodo nyina mu nsem no womo e de beso
so we so a different one
okay kone churu la ni nyina eye la dade kotopon constituency no la bad important mo la bad intro no ni intro anu ya na chese we so ye la CDR2 eye la dade kotopon constituency la CDR2 la dade kotopon about one person so important mo na chese wo hwe etini nyina ewo
we fie he ya asie ho ya
kwabna komi krom ko ese ehala aha it's no Ayala Pentacles headquarters. SMT. Sophia Makion.
Exactly.
A hormone so your polling station and a hormone so phone na no wash and
because by 5 a.m. when I was here, they were already here.
Yeah, but you know not to say. And ye ma gu fom biti wo mo eye adwuma but wona hyase brɛw se ya de bekwa wie ye esansa kwabna misi bronya de wo se etimi di pa enti ye de asundwe sa e body awura bronya ne afoforo ni mo
talking about bronya obi say on percent run of bibeba enti obi ampie no nkoto aba de obeto muntu massively so that 50+1 nipa no benya se be ya ye nkoye run of bia koso person di bronya no to be MP.
Obi se mabre MP, mabre NDC ne we no kra me hu no me mpacho afani afanka no nkyerɛ sa bonte so for me fa nko ba nto obi beto ntuko ko bi no choice den a wo choice wo choice then wo ha be wo choice kwa na wo choice to na wo choice wo so wo choice ko to de enti no we yella Roman JHS mfoni no ana ye da so de na mafidie na ni mo e de som wo no abato okay ya mane bofo ye Collins obo yeboa Collins obo yeboa kwabona bo ono na chese wode la Roman JHS ne la dade kotopon emfoni aye hwe nyina wode ensom ye ene de Pentiminia Center sam trofo ne ye adwuma papa nyame nhira ye nyina mai ahode ahyase ya ye fa nko bo hyasase ne so.
All right, you know one group of people we haven't really mentioned this morning are the first-time voters. They are also huge this time around, and we all know that most of them are just turned 18 and just a few haven't just registered before. And I checked the data and there were about 1.2 million new voters, and so that will also determine who becomes Ghana's next president, because I'm just wondering, this young ones, where are they coming from?
20,
exactly. And 1.2, that's a huge number.
That's a huge number.
And may share videos anymore. I can see some young persons also coming out. So they didn't just register; they are willing to actually vote and make sure that they are making a decision as part of being Ghanaians. And see, it's good to see more videos anymore. So.
Say Ankasano. Ghana ba bedru baby a ya unpredictable. Octopus cry ntimenye yen. Octopus paw won timenye yen. Ya very unpredictable. The chere say Ghana for dodo na to them to democracy ase. Abato ye ti ase. Say enye sabre na wutin be kire me se tuma me me ma o se tuma me me ye o se no sabre no atwam esansi ye hunu bi ye se agoro no ene fom eni ti Ghana for hwe enti baby part my mo for do o ma ba ne be fa do kwabena ye nim just a bonwumre no nsia de kwanimu a ye be hunu ya hyase ye kenkan na nsunsuanso ne ba no ansa ye be hunu baby aba no ye to ediafa eni ti na ye hwe animu ne ye be kopa ene ye hwe de betimi akwa kosi ti 2024 about to e de strong kopa
All right. So let me remind you again that we're going to be traveling across the length and breadth of the country, and we'll be going to all our reporters to bring you live coverage. I'm getting a signal, but it's not too clear.
I'm say Asama Kesem Potemu, Eastern region.
All right.
Elder Samuel
Ofori.
Yamana for penny or what Mantem.
All right. So, Elder, good morning, Sammy.
Good morning, boss.
Maybe your friend was. All right, Sammy. I know you are in Eastern region, as a man can say to be precise. Polling station Ben Poti constituency bank and then can say voting a Shasiana.
Oh, okay. As at 5:45, I was at the McKinnon School, that is at the market police station. And about 10 people were there. Some were lying on the grounds, waiting for the voting to start. So from that time, I questioned them small, and what they were telling me is that they are really ready to vote. Others are also there as at that time to do their voting fast so that they can do other works, and those people who are doing other business too can leave the place and go.
But as we speak now, what exactly is happening? Has voting started in the polling stations?
The voting has started. People have started casting their vote over here.
And what can you tell us in terms of the numbers, the conduct so far, the process? Is it peaceful? Is it moving smoothly?
Yeah, the process is currently very smooth over here. And you see, we Ghanaians at times we want the last minute job. This morning, though people are coming, but they are not much as we are expected.
Well, it's early days yet, so we'll wait to see. It's early days yet. What about the political party agents and security situation? How is it like?
Yes, as usual, as you know, the NDC and the NPP people, they are there, waiting for the rest of the candidates to also represent them over there.
Okay, so we don't have the other candidates reps there, but at least the two major political parties are there. Tell us about tell us about security situation, and then maybe we'll wrap up for now.
Please, I come again.
Tell us about security.
Oh, here, where there is a security guy over here, but everything is cool. Then you see, this time, everybody is coming here to do his vote and go.
Okay.
You see, it's not that the previous early in the morning you'll be hearing a whole lot of things. The process is very calm over here.
Right. We bless God for that. We bless God for that. All right. Thank you very much, Samuel. I'm sure as we move along and as you visit more polling stations, you'll file your report. What we really want to understand is the conduct of the polls, how it's moving, engaging the presiding officers, and to find out whether everything is as planned, and potentially the numbers we are expecting to come there and vote, and possibly whether by 5 p.m. we expect that everybody would have voted. These are the issues we'll be wanting to pick from you. So we'll come back again, and I hope that you can provide us with further updates on other polling stations. Thank you so much. Right, that was Samuel Ofu, I don't know why I keep forgetting his name, at Lower West Akim. Lower West Akim. He's going to be reporting from there. So we'll keep connecting with all our correspondents as well. Nana, Eto, so far, so good.
Yeah.
Peaceful everywhere. Even places are Yakacha and say it was just one or two major in India, and at least they've been resolved. So far, those issues are resolved. What again? It tells that democracy. We are understanding that voting is by choice. It's just your opinion expressing.
Exactly.
Look at how people are queued, just waiting patiently for their turn to go and vote. This should be SMT.
Okay.
No,
there's no SMT.
Then they say SMT.
Yeah,
but
you know, I was impressed with those constituency. I think Tesano A and B. The fact that there was a broken ballot box, and then all they had to do was to change it. First, Nanka, because it's broken, then a lot of people are raising eyebrows and questioning EC and all of that. But it just had to be changed. It's just communication. And again, I was happy because for him, he said when he got there are about hundreds of people ready to vote, and then as at now, the number has reduced and is going very fast. That means people are ready to vote. So if you are home relaxing that, oh, we'll be caught later, at 5. We want to end at 5 p.m. exactly. So this morning, just get out there and then vote. You know you are going to vote, so just go the earlier, the better. And I like the atmosphere I'm seeing. I'm hoping that we'll maintain this atmosphere till 5 p.m. and even after.
Right. Enti enye ntokwa enye kidigidi. Eno anse wako no wato bo mak yaka isi so aka sese yeko yenim no okọ na se bia wo voter ID card unye sure ayira unhu a utimi cost wo ye sure nkwa se odin wo mu a utimi ko ugbo odin na ye behwehwe book nim wo mu nkwa de a ye be ma okwan na wo so what to be. Me no ka say it's just about 33 minutes past 7 enti abato na hyase ebisi ombeko 10 am ebisi ombeko 9 8 7 ebi bia na ni hia ne se wo beko na wakoto aba why wadwen se wonto aba na hu se obi beto na oyi omampanyi amawo enti wo pese wo so ye part of the process there na wo se wo sesa wadwen na anape woko na wokoto aba sa na yedikan ka no so no abato na woko akoto secret vote enti wo kwa ide nya afi na woko cherechere obi special voting, we had a few issues like that. We want to advocate, we want to discourage that particular practice. Say woko na wama obi ehu say na simesi metoma we en mpacho and nepa de yenya kasa de ni ye yimfim ye be sere so say niam nkitinkitin bi special voting esisi ya be ye kasa ye nyina ye ka wan asem condemn ni sa niam ni nyina ye ma ebi nsi wo we at the end of the day 5 o'clock bo ni ye a ye be kenkan na enoa no. All right, ye be ko eye hohoi eye one of the constituencies ye ni edi chire papa esan say it used to be a seat for one party, the NDC, but previous election we are no Peter John Amewu eyobi we remu as this year or no notice as MP inti one of an interesting constituency a voter region ye nua bema Simon Hedeka ewo hohoi constituency ye ne neni nkomo anape. Simon, good morning. Otebenga.
Yeah, good morning.
Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, so Simon, tell me exactly where in Hohoi are you? What is happening? Has voting started? Give us an update.
All right, so I'm currently at the High Court, Hohoi Constituency High Court Police Station. Yeah.
What is happening there? Has voting started?
Yes, they started at exactly 7 a.m. and everything is going on successfully.
Good.
No disturbance, and all the materials are available. They are in a good condition.
Now, tell me about the mood, because Hohoi, I mean, proud to today, looked a bit tensed. In terms of security, in terms of the comportment of the party agents, what can you describe this morning?
Please, I can hear you.
I was asking you to tell me about the mood in Hohoi at the moment. It was one of the places that there appeared to be some tensions. This morning, how is it like?
All right, so Hohoi currently is going on well. Right now, as I said, I'm at the High Court. And anywhere for now, go to other police stations and check up how far things are going on. But I hope so far so good. Things are moving on very well.
Okay, so tell me the start of the voting at the High Court police station. Were you able to start on time at 7?
Yes, they started exactly 7 a.m. They came around 6. Everything set up well, and they will educate the people how they should be their voting and stuff. The PO, so exactly 7 a.m. the first vote started voting successfully.
Quickly, let's look at the party agents and security arrangement. How is it like? Are the party agents present, and what about security?
Yes, the party agents are also available, and the security are also tied over here.
All right. We will be following up. At least we're happy this morning. It looks cool at the High Court. We'll see if maybe because this one is a High Court, but we're hoping that the same, the way that place is cool, other polling stations will be the same.
Yeah.
So Simon, thank you so much. We'll come back and then find out what is happening in other polling stations.
All right, thank you.
Yes, so like Ahoy is what
Yes.
but we are hoping say this example we are seeing and hearing say a lot of places are like that. In Kanape, Hokway, like I said, one of the key constituencies in the water region.
In fact,
and
Hokway surprised us 2020 because we all, like you said, we all expected so Hokway the NDC and the member of parliament number 5 NDC will just win over there. But like we've been saying, Ghanaians are waking up to the truth. They are not just affiliated to parties and make decisions based on what they have been told. They really want to make decisions for themselves based on what they have experienced. So this time around, we are not making decisions because okay, our family or our region has been associated with this particular political party for all this year, so it's going to continue like that. And so it's definitely going to be peaceful over there as well. And we hope that maybe we don't know what will happen this year. We are waiting to see.
Nana, who's our church idea? Nana, the facts.
Or the facts, baby.
Yeah. Kwabena, me pese share the northern region. Omaino Amantifido Mantem.
Okay.
Na ye share analysis kakra edi free Omaino Amantifido Mantem ehonum. Na kwabena se me do ko Omaino Amantifido Mantem na ye analysis na ye ka se regions no do no a ye nim se we fo to ko ha we fo to ko ha. Mo se na ye di nkoma na eto chire mo se ho surprise ne pa. Esan se ye nim se ye nuan ma wo ho ene ne mpotamo no. Dodo no anka wo mo to ma ba e de ma eye NDC amanyoku no na nso so rekamya ye se dodo na adwen esesa wo hwe de obetimi aya eno e na wo gina so na wato aba no e de ama enti eno na ene mepese ye ko eye amantifedo mantem ne kokko hwe se de ho no so abato no hwehwe ye bia ye emre kakra nie na eye oman Ghana amantifedo mantem the northern region yenim say ya na mpempi no a free ya kato apa so eginam edema NDC amanyoku no na chese wo hwa abato no be se oha nchemu be ye aduonum ohamu abupe aduonum 50% de chese ginamu a edema eye NDC amanyoku no na so ma menkyere wade bi kakra free say ye hwa se ye to aba free be ye say 2004 edema be si 2020 2004 no NDC for Timifa aya abanimu 61.10%. Ohanchemu eduosia bakuni echiripo edu. That is the year 2004. Mamenfa womra about to atwemu na nsanya 2020 DA. NDC for 52.60%. And I say 52.60%. Na chese ohanchemu aya eduonum mienu ni echiripo eduosia. We chira wo say na eso atkora e de aba fom ma menchira NPP fonso analysis e wo northern region and I said the northern belt and potam honom no free the year 2004 no NPP for timinya abaye se ohanchemu eye aduasanan eni achiripo eye aduasa na wo de ba be hwe the year 2000 a one ba benya eye 46.40% in the year 2020 about one we chira wo say niema da ne kakra wo honom na nso so no ye bekwa sante mante mo ne bedi nkomo na ye ba ye de aka no so a e wo hono ye de beto aso.
Dennis, so we are going to the Ashanti region where we have Dennis, our correspondent over there. Dennis, good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Esanam. I can hear you.
Oh, great. How are you doing?
I'm great. My God's great. Can you?
I'm blessed.
Now, say Dennis brought for Papa.
Esemba.
Dennis, nyanya no pay breakfast basket to be
sorted. Dennis, how is the atmosphere like in the Ashanti region? Tell me where exactly you are this morning.
Okay, all right. I'm at the Kwabri East constituency.
Okay.
Kwabri East constituency. As I'm speaking with you, I've visited 3 polling stations in the Kwabri East.
Okay.
Yes, which is one is the St. Paul's Catholic Church at Pawate, and another is the Fawadi RC primary, and the other is Fawadi RC primary A. Yes, with the Fawadi St. Paul's Catholic Church, latest by 7 o'clock, voting had not commenced. Yes, but I was assured by the EC official that there was a slight delay in a few things. So at 7:10, voting has begun, and everything was smoothly working. For 547 voters are expected to cast their vote at the St. Paul's Catholic Church at Fawadi in the Fabri East constituency, and at the Fabri East Fawadi RC primary, 567 voters to cast their vote. The challenge that was being faced here at this very venue is that there was a swap in their verification machine. So after 7:30, voting had not started, which the voters were kind of very angry as to whether the EC officials didn't really prepare yesterday to face the day. But as I'm speaking with you now, tensions have been calmed and the machine has arrived. And I can really see that voting has started. So after 7:30, voting has not started at the Fawadi RC primary. But as I'm speaking with you, voting has started. And at the Fawadi RC primary A, 568 voters are supposed to cast in their votes. And at 7:30, there were 12 votes cast. At 7:30, there were 12 votes cast. So I'm talking to the EC officials, Madam Sarah Mensah, at the Fawadi primary A, and Mr. Augustine Apia, where there was a delay in the voting. And they all assured. Security personnel are also here. The police is here, the fire service is here, and they are all making sure that security is very tight and the election is smoothly done. So this is the key update from the Fawadi RC. The party.
I think you mentioned that you had been to 4 polling stations before coming to where you are currently. That's the Kwabri East constituency.
Come again, please.
You mentioned that you had been to 4 polling stations before where you are, right?
Yes.
How was the turnout over there, and what time were you there? Had people already showed up?
Exactly 6:58. 6:58. And cross-checking with the EC officials and at the various polling stations, you could see works are seriously being done here, and they are making sure that this election is really done without any tension.
Were people already queuing when you got there?
Yes. So I can't really hear you well. Can you come again, please?
I was asking that, were people already queuing when you got there?
Yes, there were queues. There were queues here. At 6:58, there were people that were ready to cast their vote. And you could see people are very, very, very happy, to come to decide for Ghana in the next future. You could see the queues were here very high. Just that the disappointment was at 7 o'clock, election voting had not started, and that was where the disappointment was. But as I'm speaking with you now, all is being done, and voting has started at the 3 location polling stations that I just updated you.
All right, and I'm guessing now it's going smoothly and everybody is calm now that the machines are back and they started.
Yes, the security officials have really assured that everything will be smoothly done. They are making sure that security is tight, and with law enforcement, everything is accurate. So it's ongoing.
Okay, thank you very much, Dennis. Any other thing we need to know before we let you go?
I think this year's election, the difference is that the atmosphere is very calm.
Great.
The atmosphere is very calm. People are here to cast their vote. The moment they cast their vote, they go home.
They go. Great.
And so I can really see that by the grace of God, by the close of the day, it will be a smoother election.
Great. Thank you very much, Dennis. So Dennis is our correspondent in the Ashanti region. Currently, he's at the Kwabri East constituency where he's been speaking to us. And looking at the numbers he's mentioning so far for those who are expected to come out to vote, they're all ranging in the 500. So we are all expecting that once people are able to step out early, then voting can end exactly 5 p.m. Thank you so much once again, Dennis.
Right, so it's about 14 minutes to hit the hour of 8. Then we'll be 1 hour into voting. Have you voted yet? Have you gone out there to vote? Please, if you haven't, start preparing yourselves. You can be watching us, although, you can move out there and be still watching us on Facebook, YouTube, and the rest. But it's important for you to go out there, queue, and get counted. You need to go and make your choice. There are a couple of issues that normally come up the early times like this, but I haven't so far the reports we're having, I haven't heard a lot of that, like logistical challenges. I think that apart from just this one that Dennis talked about, it appears that
I think Dennis and Doe also mentioned they had a broken ballot that had to be changed. And Dennis also mentioned that the machine was exchanged with another polling station's one, and that's why it delayed. And I think people should understand that we are human, so some of those little things will happen. Because he mentioned that people were getting angry for the fact that they came to queue only for them to be delayed at the end of the after 7:30. Voting hasn't started. Just calm down. One of those things, we'll see them, they will happen, but if you will make sure that they correct it as soon as possible, and then voting will continue.
Yes, there will also be anwanya abotreka. Easy for almost some ye pasa intino kasa kakra ne ye will be a washer so polling station one on a presiding officer. Ukona wo issue be out there kono hona kacheren. Ukoso enkoye big kaneboko mu obetio ye train you almost a woman tie yen na ne ha ye bia wo bokoso na issue bia abotreka kakra eboa abotre ne de eboa pa nti anape mamen Kyle. There's one issue a couple of years the elections no na a problem here ba amado kasa no, and it was one of warm confusion. Say on polling stations mienu ni nyina one particular place, one compound, just ya chill mu enti one ye careful e bia wo A but one kwa B. Enti I think say we are you fear afeni e ko wo corner onye so sure of wo code na wo kwa bisa EC official no na ye nkyere wo AI omo hwe wo code na ye a omo kyere code no hu hia pa ya na bebre nim na challenge ni say baby bebre no say e need the same compound. You can imagine say by na do report no de na omo need the same compound. Akwa say wananti akọ baby foforo na yesu di ni ho na afi o san ba be twa kwan akọ baby we no there was no problem because they were in one compound and that's why sorry if you akọtena nti no important say wo kọ na nkasa no code no be hu ni ma wo do quickly na we hu presiding officers no ma boa no ma kyerɛ na aye kama unim so dia nti wo kɔ so na yesu di ni ha nya abotre kakra ya na enye se ya hye de yudi ebia na the situation of code no wo akodi wo A na B we na TCC wo A and B polling stations no. So let's watch out for that. Very, very important. But I'm happy that so far it's been good. So far, so good. About one year too. Yenyina yebechere adwen na akọ kama pa. Nana, emse na wo the northern region be to aso na then it's called by
no correct. Kwamna dia woni e talk kan nkro na amobọ no.
Okay.
Na me pese me di ho kakra na ye di atifido na me di atifido analysis e bantino
boga fo abantu be form na
ye Nicholas woto nkra esi ya na mo boga mpotem ye be kona ye Nicholas akọ hello Nico, what's my name?
Hello, good morning. Thanks for having me.
Okay, and thank you too for making time with us. Now, tell us the situation right now on grounds and exactly where you are as to the exact polling station you are reporting from.
So I'm currently at the Catholic Social Center polling station in Bolga East constituency. And so at the Catholic Social Center, they have divided the polling station into two. So you have A and B, because this is in the heart of the Zuarango, that is the capital of the Bolga East district. And so if you, Bolga East constituency has a voter population of about 29,000. And if you look at you have 26,194 registered voters, and then a total of 16 electoral areas, and then 52 polling stations. And so this is the statistics for Bolga East constituency. It is anticipated that the little over 26,000 registered voters will cast their ballot. And indeed, voting commenced here in Zuarango, and a few checks at some of the polling stations, Combosco areas and others, which shows that they have indeed also started voting. And so currently people have queued, and they are in the queue. Some came quite early, some as early as 4 a.m. to queue and then vote. What is happening is that they have made a special case for the elderly, and so it is fast-tracked for those who are aged, and they are able to go through the process quicker. Others are in the queue. When it is your turn, then you get to vote. So far, it's quite smooth as anticipated for the early hours of the exercise. You don't expect much, except the latter part where you have, especially in Boga, it is a market day, and so some would want to go to market and come, and so we anticipate the numbers to swell, in the queues to swell later in the evening.
Okay, Nicholas, enlighten us more on the voter turnout. Are expectations being met? Are the masses out there to vote?
If you could take that question again.
I was asking if the masses are out there to vote in terms of voting turnout. Are people queuing? The number of people expected?
Yeah, so like I said, so this is the Zoran Catholic Social Center has 2 polling stations, that's A and B, and you look at the numbers already, they are quite impressive. It shows that many people are turning out to vote. Like I said, in Boga, it is a market day, and so others are likely to dash to the market before they come back and vote. And so the anticipation is that even though people are turning out in good numbers to vote, later in the afternoon or evening, the numbers will swell because those who would have gone to the market to pick some items or 2 or probably sell an item or 2 would have returned, and it is at that point that they will now want to queue and vote. So many of these polling stations, especially within the township, may stretch into the night.
Okay, quite impressive. But we would like to know, are there any voter or electoral official challenges so far? Have you noticed anything of such sort?
So the electoral officials are there. I saw the presiding officers. You have them, all of them in place. You have the party agents who are there. So the presiding officer here was trying to organize the party agents to be at one place and then ensure that they also cooperate, because once they are all stakeholders, they should not interfere so much in the conduct of the election, but they are here to observe and to represent their parties and take statistics as well. And so he had to organize them well, and so the exercise is smooth. And also the security here, you have some fire officers and also some police officers who have been stationed here. And so all is good at the Catholic Social Center. And observing earlier at some few polling stations in Combosco, I equally realized that the security are in place as well. And so far, the exercise is going on well.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any question for Nicholas?
Nicholas, I just want to find out what time you got there and if people were already out, because you made us understood that today is actually a market day, and so a lot of people will go to the market first before coming. However, I'm sure that there were people who came early, right?
Yeah, so I got here at 6:15 a.m.
Okay.
And so when I got here, I interacted. I already saw some voters, including quite old voters who were already in the queue. And like I said,
wow.
Special case has been made for these aged voters to cast their ballot and then return home. The weather is quite cold, and the Hamatan is with us. And so, despite this, people are defying the harsh conditions, the cold to turn up in good numbers to vote. And so regarding the turnout, it's good. When I was on my way, other polling stations you could see people queuing in good numbers.
Okay.
And it tells you many had to wake up early in order to queue because they would want to vote and probably go and do other activities.
All right. So you are reporting from Bolgatanga.
Bolgatanga East constituency.
Great. Were EC officials there on time? Did voting start exactly 7 a.m.?
Yes, so voting started, especially at the Catholic Social Center where I had to station and observe for some 2 moments. When it was 7 o'clock, the presiding officer told the crowd that it is 7 a.m. and so his time.
Oh, great.
And they had to commence the exercise. So it was one elderly woman who was guided to cast the first ballot at this polling station.
Impressive, impressive. All right, thank you very much. Any other thing you would like to tell us before we let you go?
So the only thing I want to say is that the constituency has 3 candidates. The incumbent MP, Dr. Dominica Kuritinga Ayer, who I am just seeing, I think he's just walking towards the polling station where I am now to cast his ballot. And then you have the NPP candidates, Matthew Sellers Amor, and then the PAG candidate, that's the Progressive Alliance for Ghana. They are candidates as well. So you have 3 candidates for the Bolgatanga East constituency. They are in the race. And so later in the evening, the results will tell who eventually will emerge as the representative of the people here.
All right, Nicholas,
let me come in with this last question.
So like I said, the member of parliament who is the NDC's candidate is just walking towards the polling station to cast his ballot.
All right.
Okay, Nicholas, a quick one before we let you go. We know, hello, can you hear me? Hello, Nicholas, can you hear me?
I didn't hear that.
Okay, I wanted to come in with a quick one before we let you go.
Okay.
Yes, with respect to security, we know Bolgatanga shares a border to the north with Burkina Faso, and according to the Interior Minister, borders have been closed. Tell us more. How far do you perceive people to be coming through the borders of Bolga through other dubious means, or as of now, the borders are properly closed and there are no interferences?
Yeah, so with the closure of the borders, so when, especially in the Upper East region, we are a border region, Togo and Burkina Faso. And especially if you go towards Bongo, that is close to the Namor areas, and then they are close to Burkina Faso. You have Ghanaians who are across these communities and will probably want to come in to vote. And so you can have a house and it is just a path that is separating them. So at one end, even though they are Ghanaians, on the other side, it is a path that is making them to be in Burkina Faso. So the closure, I don't know how they will intend to do it. And the other bit of it is, apart from the approved routes, you have several unapproved routes that these people know. And so you cannot tell how, whether it's enough to prevent people from coming in, especially Ghanaians who would want to vote. And this has also raised some concerns because, like I said, there are Ghanaians who are living across, and they are just separated by a path. And so, how will you deal with this is the question. And so, especially for the border districts, that is where the concerns will come, like Bongo, the Boku Enclave, and then Paga. Those are the border areas. But for now, we cannot immediately tell.
Okay, Nicholas, thank you. The issue of the border closure is quite interesting. And you telling us you have Ghanaians who are just being separated by a bridge or being separated by the border landmarks or whatever. It's quite interesting. Houses, yeah, it's quite interesting. And we would want you to keep us updated on that, because they are Ghanaians, they have the right to vote, but then they find themselves across Ghana's borders. We would like you to keep us updated on that, so just keep your cameras ready and do a reportage on that for us. We would be glad and we would appreciate that a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicholas, for your time with us. We appreciate you.
So that's Nicholas from Bogatanga East. I'm impressed to know that a provision was made for the elderly. I mean, you don't want to see an elderly person stuck in a queue for so long. So it's good to know that provisions have been made for the... I'm sure that EC has done that for other polling stations as well. But just in case you are in queue and you see an elderly person, just let them go vote first before you do so.
Right, very soon we'll go to Menchia because I'm getting signal that the running mate of Dr. Baumia, that is Opoku Prempeh, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh Napo will soon be casting his vote, and Ike Owusu is in that constituency, Menchia. And so we're going to work to connect with Ike via Zoom very, very soon. Once we do that, we should be getting those live pictures and engage as well. This is Pent TV, Pent Media Center live coverage. I told you that on Pent Radio as well, we're giving you that feed. So please, you can connect those of you in the Ashanti region. I see Ike already. Let's engage him a bit and then see what happens. Ike, if you can hear me, we would love to have you in a landscape form so we can see you better and clear. But Ike Owusu or Isaac Owusu is in the Ashanti region. Isaac, can you hear me? If you can hear me, where are you now?
Yes, I'm now currently at the Menchia North constituency. Okay, without wasting my time, the mother of the vice, the running mate of the MPP just casted his vote. So we are interviewing here. So let's pick what you're about to say.
Okay, so that is the mother. If I got you right, that is the... Yeah.
So the running mate of the new patriotic party is about to cast his vote now.
Yes.
So as you can see from the pictures.
Okay, so if you are watching us, that is Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. He's just about casting his vote. That is the running mate of Dr. Mahamudu Baumia of the NPP. This is Menchia for you. We know him to be a former MP, you know. So Isaac, if you can hear me as well, kindly check your camera for us, okay? Yes, so that is Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh is on. We are actually picking the pictures live on Zoom. So Isaac, check your camera for us. We appeared. I think it's on automatic blaring, so focus. So it kind of like focuses at a point. So Isaac, check your camera for us quickly and put it on landscape, so we can have a clearer picture. This is Isaac. Please get in touch with Isaac and let's get him back. But Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh is just about casting his vote. He's going through the process. You know, he would have to go. They will just check his name in the register, give him all the necessary papers, then he will go and then do the thing. Pop, pop, pop. So you can, he will do the thing. Pop, 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 pop. So... yeah, we don't seem to be getting the pictures right. So please, let's get Isaac on and let him check his camera for us, because this is very important for us to pick. But Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh is at the moment casting his vote. He's casting his vote. Okay, there we have it. Maybe we will just manage with this shot, but maybe later on we'll get a landscape for you. So that is Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh there. He's casting his vote. Yes, that's it. That's the EC official. You know, they'll take you through the process. Now, you have paper number. You are now doing such indelible ink. Aha, I say what to waba. Send a bear, oko baby, and I don't know yes, your paper, but it's supposed to be there. And I say, I feel for the next stage. Now, about to also we know. Make sure the tintin. This one should be the presidential. Because social people are not
13 candidates.
Yes. We see the beauty of Ghanaian politics, and wait, Ghana ha yenyina ye hye emre biase yankasa yewa Dr. Matthew Poku Prempa Benton ye koma de baby soronko atena said de Ghana ni bia fa bato nhyehyeye mu no sa na pani bia so be fem ena no pay etino nika ye pa said de nhyehyeye no kono na ye hwa ye hunu se baby na pokoto aba no bibia da from boko usenka baby say ye hu pani bi sa na nka kitikiti ni bitibiti but eda from boko baby ya adwobrɛwo aprosifo nyina so ho na bato komesa so na musifo so nyina eye wo madwuma pepe said de ese na esan so efata.
All right, so Napo Egusu or box nim. At this point, normally what happens is that the amount of ballot papers we are, you go into the box because it's supposed to be a secret ballot.
Yeah.
To make sure, or no shame, we acquire your way. You can imagine. Or the two. Come on, Dr. Matthew Opoku. I'm sure he would talk to the media. Definitely. Yes. I will pick his thoughts, what he thinks about the process, and we can all see from here that I go smooth into or the bakwakotum afi or the other one also kwakotum afi no koto eno so aba now share central for the they
are waiting
obi trying to picture I don't know into Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe, and this is by kind courtesy Isaac Owusu. He is reporting from Menchia for us. Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe is the running mate to His Excellency, the Vice President and leader of the NPP, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Until the second one, Atum, and then he's done. And until we'll be on standby. Once we get signal, say he's addressing the press, I'm sure we'll study what he's saying. If it is something we want to pick, we'll definitely pick. But of course, this is the running mate of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. And as you can see, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is leading the NPP, and this is supposed to be his vice. So yes, Nabedi Echire, or no, or leading or no. We'll just study. Once we get signals, we can pick whatever is going on. I'm sure we'll pick it. But just like Nana was saying, this is the beauty of our democracy. And when we understand each other, this is how it goes. It's supposed to be peaceful. Because campaign time, but they do a backward there. It's supposed to go smooth. It's supposed to go smooth. We are follow. Interviews, but we are following. Once it's something we can pick, you can trust Pent TV. You best study at the end of my say, it is good for your health. And you're very important. That is our role. Yes. And many indications say, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe yes obekasa. Into share will be full front kasa. But we say wa fan chain ko ye kura say wa kasa o dey say ye nya no. Enti ye brother Isaac. Otemenka ye hu say Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe ankasa. E dey opportunity no wan kasa yi.
Okay, it's I said I no, the running mate of the NPP, the current member of parliament, I say, and police station. More women, Siakano, is just a walking distance from main palace. On Obaba Kaseme, go to a hand and say, your mom live videos, no, say, Oban say, environment, no, very serene. I want to say, prepare your security. I want to say, mobile pine. Not again, you say, Naka, Nipa Cassiasa, about the trouble, like a Nipa report, it's a good baby, I'll be about Basabasa, and also, you have a saying, a friend at down, come on, more share or two number, come on, to see what free. How do you see it? CCA, NTI, and you say, enter a Santimera, a year, 2-4, 6-2, and so about the two number. I want to say, send a can catch a team for a Pent TV, you have a phone jar, you want one, never come a team for. It's CCA, why you are him, say a year, Santimera, a 2-4, 32 of a view, ever to na ba eno so no yes suppose say empa enka me Pent TV awefo.
All right. I say before I ma wa kono 24 everba no you be making sure say your cameras, the landscape cameras nyina be ready. Now they are picking up. But ye din komo no apart from the running mates no menshia kasa twamfoni kakra emayen. Na ye ntia se ye hu so say abato no so far causing smoothness level no at saying generally it's been calm. Menshia so to saying.
Okay, say you try imponino trewa emra abato no enya nsyase no ye titi bi nse ye nto aba na so no eya no pen mi akasa mde mani eba be hu de ekoso ewo mensia no kwa ti say god so she kiwa ewa ntia o sha obo kan na titi ba omo na titi am titi sie na kiw no wa anu se ya omo to aba kama omo to aba ni to awia o se omo ko fie aka che omo mu emba ne se omo mra meto aba because the opposite na say subu kakra wo omo emu kakra na so no time abato no start here the girl sirin wa anu se ya see anyone one see wa see the mentia there it make say mama fo no ba na baba beto aba yes apulu kwesem tina ya mbi gaka apejefie police station no expect the pa 598 and baba beto aba sie na se osha ye agents no akasa ye no nipa be 29 bibi MP running mate aka ho a baba beto aba wan it se usam se mensia aka mo sign bia beto aka to se mensia very serene and an aquam. I want to see voting. Come on.
Ko.
Isaac cannot pay a person who said, Menshia Batuano. Said the Abatu comes at it to your little son of Panon, so Papa Penisha Siano. Mutmisha Siano, so Nessa, and I bring it to Gukakra.
Okay, sir. Me candy, I meet my cousin. A poor. Monsoon Casan, they know in Yanchas, voting started around 7:15 thereabouts. Yes, 7:15 more than voting. Starting here. The voting so starting here, and so Bia airport, come, one is here, the Bia airport, I mean.
Twa to okra na fe ye no mfa nkomotwetwe ni ensi ye nim se manhia ye baabi a eya santeman fie kese pa na baabi a wo kire se ye apaja fie eya polling station yi Dr. Matthew Poku Prempen napo a oya badie kirem ede ma yera Mahamudu Baumia a wo mutu franka ma eya MPP amanwekwa abeto na ba wo me yete ase se enche bia santeman wura wo pemso otumfo se tutu otoso mienu enso abeto na ba na wo yi mpani akase mienu isi nchen a eye baabi a wo manhia mpotamo sese no empanifo be sa no atete se bia wo mo so to aba wo sa bia ya wugina yi.
Okay, the answer one eye time one eye FPP running mate to aba ni we no wo send nipa bia na oye interview a me de camera no e ko ne hono mu ono eye Ghana Forestry Commission manager kan no oye Machabi Dani, ewo Bantima, Yura, Ukufu, and so I see on the casting votes. I want this year. Professor Kwan, a former member of parliament, ewo Manson Quanta, and so the casting the vote. So Osha, Mensiadia, a titri, any new hair iron. I will at Antinemua, a Fanoan, a Twaba, ewo Mensian, see a police station. C'est que c'est beaucoup de gens pour boire. I am for que ça.
Yo Isaac, ye better was na ye do wesi. Kwabna ye be ko so agina mato na ye gina sante mantem na. Ye be ko Pent Radio 100.1 megahertz was sante mantem wo mu hini tintima sante mantem nya asem kuma na ye ne enua barima ohene ba nyako akwa akotwetwe enkomo ohene ba nyako akwa akotwetwe enkomo nti ye ka homa ne si ani na wo hene ba bagina so say santaya na kire se ye ne no ehye ye enkomo twetwe no ase Pent Media Center and some training.
Ayo,
any nyakwa bro no man na what to say?
Nyamia do masasima se kwa dia kujua.
Aye the radio say.
And I feed nyamia do baba bepi. I must say.
Wo wadwuma. Aye.
Many after one of free a year part of constituency. Part of the constituency na many
boy am commodian na koso say.
Teti ana de ko se nyamia do bibira asase abato na asase na fiche no pa no Bob say no sia ebusia boka ho be se medru no na me asase medimani ehu be se polling centers mako e9 na polling centers e9 no ebie no no mo a pressure asi ho no basabasa eni be bia na ansa na omba be asase no presiding officer no ewo ho no omo sisi omunia manyina wiye no na obo officials ni na no na omo bo mpaye edi kan ansa na omo bie post na ma woma eba beto abanaba enti the body presiding officer no bisa na say we e can requirement no ho no che say enye set ho nemom wonom egibi se bibia mu ni nyame na ekita no and it is a bena sugeni bibia be kosono omo dikent to mo ase nyame sansa and am see okay enti polling centers nanya na de mani akohwe anopai sisia ewo so ye boa north no ehye kwada so constituency asene de ba bi ni hono mo electric wo hono no omo bro 600 ba ko omo hwe ni mo se nipa 431 ba ko 430
yo what about me ne
me pa cho me to wanka
aha koso yetie o
aha enti baby no ma amobro nipa ya hinsia 600 ni nyina ne tension na ewo form na wo sha presiding officer no efre party agent ni nyina e na ode to o mani say ono ne time ya di adwuma esan se duru baby a ebebo no num no e wo se security man or wo se police ni ama se immigration na se prisons officer na wo so ko general line achi nipa uchato na say no num abo na o see duru on ma do se party agent be ka say the time no aka 5 minutes ansa na no num abo we be ka say the time na kasi ma me ensa eno nti presiding officer na amomi nyina enyanti ase say ono no time na ye de eye adwuma na aha enti eno no enti enkonkoda no wo hwe mu so a wo ma eba beto apa ne say ha no mo de tembia no ya sundwe na me hu say party agent wo ho no mo no medi mani fe mu na bi say NPP party agent a omo polling center bia e wo kwada sa no omo ye 4 me bi say ye edi mani ko hu ya NDC provided 9 observers party agent wo ejina mu de ma NDC wo kwada so constituency ha no de polling center bia kita 9 nipa 9
eya manyoko ban
a manyoko NDC that is the opposition party NDC ono the party agent wo polling center bia eye mako 9 and MPP de no polling center bia 4 and after other parties ni be call on ma omo rest any hono mo ni nyina no na best known to them they see omo ma be dream but bia so no abambo 4 ejina hono mo oba Boga Joe any B ni nyina na hu prisons officers mako any gina hono mo o call good shepherd ni nyina wo so ye bo as container hono mo so police bako na ejina hono mo nti ba bia no abambo 4 ejina hono mo a party agent na fensu isi officials say bibia adeda na kwan mu a summary the pressure bia eni hono mo na fe na mede mani eche mako kwada sukuru ni mankasa na mahwe se de hono mo so abato ne esiko nti akosi obisa ya kuma se hanu mo de nyame adom asundwe nko a pressure ne basabasa bia nti be bia mede mani akọ
ye de rade asesa santema mu boko na me anti ase ye se ye be hya ase no nso ba bia wa bo ntoa mpasua no so no yade a no nso no wo mutimi hya ase anankomo kakra te san
baby a mede mani akọfu de akosia ebo no nso pepepepe ne asase me sase me hye mapro na se no nsia pepepe na mikokodo na me ni se afibi etemo no baby a mede mani bibia bato achi e fa wini ba e fa nkan ni nyina no baby wo no mo amadwo no nkrofo de abo na fesu konya kosa line ansa na de trachi aha no ba hu bibia sa ebo no nsia na isi officials ni nyina aba na omo twen party agent na tese omo biebie ni amaso enti me ho na party agent ne omo maka nyina ba ya omo bie so enti e ball 6:59 no na chese omo be bompa no omo bompa yeri omo e betena sen so atena se enti no so pepepe e na bato no omo e sha ase
jo wa hine be pese e di usina so ansa na no wo sha edom abo apeso anasa manfo titifie wo manum kokwa no pa bi no mo deda
akosia utie mi me sha ase no me ka se aha no mo police center bi ni ho no mo a omo expecting nipa more than 600 Nina na 430, 450, 431. Enti pressure in ha. Ebo no nsia me de mani ekokuhu ye no. Na nipa ewo bogaju A no. Na se omo ye nipa 9. Me call bogaju B na nipa wo ye 4. Me kokodru good shepherd A and B. Na nipa ewo no mo omo nyina 55. Enti pressure in ni baby am de mani ehu sisi a. Ese no mo chese BC before 2016 no na ehon mo polling centers ehon mi nani aka nyina bomba ko but say ya tiche bomba ko 5 enti amale say no pressure eni ha enti sha time na ebomu ne de na polling center ba ko no betimi afa nipa be 1500 e ko 2000 but say would we need to mo ba be fa no mo a ya tiche mo ama polling center ba ko kra nipa to aba hon mo ye 431 ma mi bi baye e ba ye no hu se nipa 5 fe ni gina wo se ne wo pa sorry aba and almost you. All my meeting also that go no lines. Watch out 10 minutes, not just when we now machine to be built and the nice so verification machine be one more. At home at Chima and I say, Amma or how be
Jo. Wahine banya ko abrono ma yebeda wase yamane bofo asantemantem Pent Radio kumasefo mobile dwuma yanso ya won kra Pent TV ye bo adwuma yeda ase anopay.
Well, if you're watching us, this is our own special coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. We've assured you that we'll bring you a report from all across the polling centers, so 40,000 plus polling centers within 276 constituencies. We are reporting, bringing you all the updates from there. Very soon we'll be going to Damongo to join one of our correspondents who will be joining us via Zoom for updates as well. But take note that the whole of today we will be changing. At a point, JB Dankwa and his team will come and bring you some analysis, try and look at some of the trends. At a point, we'll also go onto our screens. Joshua and Grace Bachman will also take us through some analysis to appreciate the trend in previous elections and what possibly could be happening. But this morning, all we are doing is to update you on the latest. Just gone by, we spoke to Oheneba, our colleague at Pent Radio, who was reporting from a couple of constituencies in the Ashanti region, Kwadaso to be precise. He makes us understand that, well, this time around, we don't have more than 600 voters in one polling station, so the numbers are quite normal. As at when he got there, it appears that calm is at almost every polling station. He says he's moving to other places, but so far it's been good. One notable thing is that the NDC in Kwadaso, for instance, has 9 observers or 9 reps who are observing the process, while the NPP has 4. However, just like we've seen in other polling stations, we don't have observers from both, all the other political parties, if not all of them, some of them. However, for NDC and NPP, every polling station, they have their reps representing. That's what we have for you so far. It's early days yet, just about 1 hour, 25 minutes into the elections. It travels till 5, but go early. Okontema uyentem na watimi akorest ofie na ebrene dua ni ebe count a watimi account. So that's about that. Ladies, I'm happy so far. It looks good. There is peace. There is calm. We are not hearing a lot of confusion in say. Sometimes isolated cases, but we are even hoping that those isolated cases we will not even record any at all, or it will be so minimal. Say insignificant about a general report for the conduct of this year's elections. Sure. Are you impressed so far?
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, with all the reports we are getting from our correspondents, we are hoping that it will continue till 5 p.m. like that. But there's one thing about Ghanaians I've noticed, last minute. That's
why everywhere.
Last minute, but and then we break off from that culture. Because when you are in the queue, of course, 5 ball now queue you can vote. But the moment you are in the queue, 5 boy, you make us say voting. You see, and that is what will delay the counting as well. And see, Sandra is on the line, and so if we can quickly get to her. Sandra, can you hear me? Sandra Pachotimeka. Yeah, all right, Sandra Pacho, what he says here? Pacho, we can hear you, so you go ahead. Are you there or we lost her? Sandra? Sandra Pacho Timenka. Well, this is still. I think we have 2 people. Yes. I think we have 2
Sandra
yeah.
So Sandra is actually on Zoom.
Yes. Ayawaso Central. Sandra.
Yo, Sandra, and I pay a half pot say, and I would know.
Okay, so what is happening is that we are actually speaking to Sandra on Zoom, and it's still on phone as well.
Yes.
So that's why we appear to be having a double line. It's the same.
Hello, ma.
Yes. Yes, Sandra, we can hear you loud and clear. Into OT and can just give us the report, right?
Yeah.
All right, so
she's at the Ayawaso Central. That's where she's reporting from.
So there appears to be breaks in her audio. Sandra, we may have to fix your audio for you and bring you back on. There are some breaks in your audio, so let's get that fixed and then we'll connect with Sandra again. You said Sandra is at where?
Ayawaso Central.
Okay, Ayawaso Central. So once that is fixed, we'll bring Sandra back on the line. So you were making a point. Was it you or Akosia? Or anyway, I can also make my point.
Moka said, Amanabo, Yansaka, Amanabo for channel, Asumdue, Ehon Semetia. And I may say, Kwabna media, Namin says, say, and obey. As I said, yes, share a security agencies a hodono. Bimbo edwumaku ahodo emu empen for mo ba no dafo ahodo wo mo nhia mudi a wo mo de twa to okra eye abato okomisa eye maame Jan Mensa ene eye prosi edwumaku mo rempem asiedu IGP Dr. George Kufu Dampare na anu ada wo mo nhia mudi bi e course police headquarters ha ni nyina ye nhihye mo de agu akwam sa abato ebe adwojo enti ne ye nim se ansa na abato beba no Wama ye dwuma ye bia koso enti ne yenim se ya nene no ebekọ na yenim se ya hyasie eye saa na de bekọ akosi na nwumra abato ni nyina ye bewie so.
Let's try Sandra again. Sandra, can you hear us?
Hello.
Yeah. Sandra, can you hear us? Okay, we don't have Sandra yet. So please, production, when we connect with Sandra, let's know. And then
the Ghana Police Service and the Ministry of Interior. Yera Henry Kwate that woman on your Juma woman yagu akwem say yenya patu said ye hunu say pa na fe so yes anso fa asedane abasobode ma the National Commission for Civic Education yenya wo mo mpem bebre studios ha ene wo mo twetwe nkomo mo hyehye nyina so mo me hunu ye na da rubu a wo mo ebom ti yekoso so abodaro na kopem say ye beto aba no ene awie na ya kan de sunsanso na ba ma waje atum prekopa asanka bia ni akiri onkofa hehe bia e5 masas hehe na ba ye be di brilliant here so ana be boa
na me share video be and the person was saying say mo ka say we fight and all of that jama mo ni asase bia wa Ghana mo asase wa Ghana
ba ka say maybe you have not married a beautiful wife
yes you want them alive. Sandra, are you there? Can you hear us now? Because I can still see your feet. If you can hear us. Sandra, you know what? If you can hear us, just give us the situational report of what is happening at Ayawaso Central. Just tell us how voting is going on over there right now. I think it's still a struggle to get her. And yeah. Yeah, because now we're almost clashing.
Video anymore da hopa. Now, so I can say a bit me at say
yeah.
All right. Well, since we are unable to pick Sandra, let's move on. We can probably bring back Sandra later on. She appears to be talking. And voting koso. However, you audio no right. Once I right now. The bet so amamo. Monkai say we ni nyina updates are de bremo. We are just moving on. Okay. All right. So let's that's the footage there. Maybe we can take a closer shot, and that's it. This is Ayawaso Central, and voting is ongoing. I'm trying.
Yeah, maybe we can just watch the video.
The place appears to be a school, but we'll confirm that. But Obina Kotuna ban. Kama. Mr. Sandra, ni aje pa ene. Me share reports on
Pent TV.
Neni abre pa. Sana ye wo all the other places osre.
No, I think she can hear us.
She can hear us, but I think communicating with us is an issue. It's an issue. But we are also hearing reports of other presidential candidates. I'm sure by now most of the presidential. But don't worry, chairman of the Church of Pentecost will also be voting.
Yeah.
I think last 4 years we did that report. We picked him. The general secretary too, I think so. And this year we'll do our best and bring you updates. If it's possible, we'll bring you the live update as well. But all our leaders are voting because they are Ghanaians. After preaching the rest, they are still Ghanaians, which is why you must also go out there and cast your vote. Cool, and come and sit at home and watch us. So they are too cool. You'll be in Yasem.
Like the weather this morning.
The weather is cool. The weather is cool. We be a kama. All right, so watching us is important. Like I keep saying, it's very, very important to keep watching Pent TV because I have no tensions and really utie reports are reporters na bana. That is the situation on ground. Bibia cool, just like ya home pie, just like you expected, just like you too hopeful. That is how it is. So we are expecting that as you prepare to go out to also cast your vote, it is important for you to ensure that you go through this process peacefully. Don't forget, John Dramani Mahama will be voting. I don't have confirmation yet whether he has done that. His Excellency Dr. Baumia will be voting. We got indication he was just moving to go and vote. As to whether he has done it or not, we'll get confirmation of that. His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, will be voting. I know for sure. His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor, former President, of course, will be voting. We brought you the live pictures of the running mate of Dr. Baumia, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh, voting at Menchia. And so as these live pictures come through, we will definitely do that. Meanwhile, we have our correspondence spread across all the regions, the constituencies, and what we're going to do is to bring you the updates as they file them. This is Ghana Votes 2024 Election Watch on Pent TV. We are live on DSTV as well, channel 367, and GoTV, channel 214. I didn't get you well, but it appears we have one of our colleagues on the line. Who do we have on the line? All right, okay, so maybe let's take a quick commercial, I'm told. Let's take a quick commercial. When we come back, we have more for you.
November 2024. All eyes are set on Ghana's most anticipated event, the national elections.
As the race heats up, stay connected to the voice you can trust.
For in-depth analysis, live updates, and expert commentary, look no further.
We're bringing you every angle, every insight, and every breaking story.
On December 7th, as Ghana heads to the polls, we will be right there with you.
From the first vote cast to the final results.
And as we welcome Ghana's new leader, join us here on Election Watch for diplomacy in our inaugural celebration.
Witnessing history live on Pent TV, your #1 Christian TV station.
So watch us live on Pent TV. Tune in on Pent Radio and join in the conversation as we stream live on all our social media platforms.
This election season, trust Pent TV for coverage that informs and inspires on Election Watch. For all the news, the analysis, the results, and the swearing in, only on Pent TV. Pent TV, it's all about Jesus.
In-depth analysis, live updates, and expert commentary, look no further.
We're bringing you every angle, every insight, and every breaking story.
On December 7th, as Ghana heads to the polls, we will be right there with you.
From the first vote cast to the final results.
And as we welcome Ghana's new leader, join us here on Election Watch for diplomacy in our inaugural celebration.
Witnessing history live on Pent TV, your #1 Christian TV station.
So watch us live on Pent TV. Tune in on Pent Radio and join in the conversation as we stream live on all our social media platforms.
This election season, trust Pent TV for coverage that informs and inspires on Election Watch. For all the news, the analysis, the results, and the swearing in, only on Pent TV. Pent TV, it's all about Jesus.
Attention, my Ghana people. Election day is almost here. This December 7th from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. sharp. Each of us has the power to shape the future of our nation. Your vote in the presidential and parliamentary elections can make a real difference. Now, this is how to ensure that your vote counts. When you arrive at the polling station, verify your identity. Even if your voter ID card is missing, go to your polling station. You will be allowed to vote. Now, receive a ballot paper. Take a moment to check that it has a validating stamp at the back. This is very important, and make sure that it is clean and undamaged. Step up to the voting screen. Place your thumb on the ink pad and carefully place it in the box next to your chosen candidate's name, photo, and symbol. Be very careful to keep your thumbprint within the box. Remember to wipe your thumb with the tissue provided in the voting screen before you touch the ballot paper again. Then fold the ballot lengthwise and place it in the ballot box. Be very, very mindful. Your vote will be rejected if you thumbprint for more than one candidate, leave it blank, or if it's missing a validating stamp at the back. So take note. After voting, officials will conduct a transparent count. Ballots will be verified, sorted, and counted, with party agents carefully observing every step of the process. And yes, remember, this election is your opportunity to choose leaders who represent you. So step out on December 7th to vote and let your voice be heard. Your vote is your future. Remember, we vote with our thumbs, not guns. Weapons have no place at the polling station. Attention, my Ghana people.
Pent TV special coverage of the Presidential and Parliamentary Election, the Election Watch. That is the name. Ghana Votes 2024, and we are bringing you live updates. I see Augustine Ameya already joining us via Zoom, and I'm sure very soon we'll also connect with him and know what is happening. Augustine Ameya. But he is also at one of the polling stations, just like all other colleagues. Earlier, we were trying to connect with Sandra as well. Once we... Augustine, I don't know if you can hear me. Okay, we don't have Augustine's audio activated yet. But again, like I said, we'll definitely visit Asawasi, we'll visit Amasama, we'll visit Insawam, we'll visit Cape Coast, we'll visit Takrade, Sekendi, Ododo, Krowo, Ladade Kotopo. We brought you a few reports from there. Ayawa, so West Wogon, we'll go there as well. Adenta, Medina, all of them, their updates, we will bring them. But generally, what is happening is that everything is going as planned, peaceful, calm. Everything is boko boko. Boko boko, boko boko, boko boko, boko boko. Bibi aye fine. Bibi aye fine. I just go.
Ade ba kwa me pese metwe ma dwesi so. Won say okọ kumase, okọ asantema mo. Ye nenu asantefo. Omo akwan bebre omo fa so kasa o. Atade e hye nipa correct me kasa kyerɛw. Ntuma kasa kyerɛw. Abo ade bia ye wura Dr. Matthew Pokumo na po. Na fadie ni nyina ye fita. Ne che fita, ne shirt fita, ne trousers fita. No wa bokeke fine bi dia si ase wo se na po na kasa wo ye guy. Na eno kire se white fufu fita na wa hye no. Ono pa so a kire se den wadi nkwani mu dada na. Yee.
We na ka una wa kasa oni media kasa ko ka baby pe.
Mo say some trafo na kasa de ne hwa na digest kire se. Ono de also onam the victory mood ni mu. That's all victory mood wa hu ha. Na Pasha White was just victory man na. Well, trust Kumasi people to always speak through dressing.
By your channel,
Obia smoothness level.
But like we keep saying, let's be peaceful and be mindful of our actions. Maybe it was best he didn't even speak. And Sana, like they say,
before you know it.
We are also determined to bring the reports into us, and when they come, we'll bring them out. If you are watching us, like I said, we are hoping that the Electoral Commission, as they have announced, they will bring us some short press briefings. There's one planned for 9 a.m. In a couple of minutes. Once that happens, we will definitely bring you that feed as well. This is very important, so please take note of it. Once we get that live update, we will bring them as well. All right, so we have Kingsford joining us via Zoom. He is also going to give us a report. Kingsford, if you can hear us, good morning, and the way you are happy and excited, tell me where exactly you are.
Excited, like it's breaking.
Okay, so production, please check it for us. We are hearing Sandra instead.
I don't know what I
So, Kingsford, can you hear us?
Yes, please, I can hear you. Good
okay.
Morning.
Good morning. Tell us, where are you and what is happening?
Okay, so I'm at the Kobo MA primary basic, and then the elections are underway here. As you can see,
which constituency is that?
Calm and peaceful. And if I'm to turn my camera, here is very peaceful. And one good thing about this place is that here is very, very organized, very well organized. Everybody is very calm and peaceful. And so the elections are underway. The security is very tight and everybody is going to cast their vote. Yes,
yeah.
So.
Yeah, Kingsley, I wanted to find out the constituency Obom polling station is.
Yes, it's Obom at Domiabra. It's a constituency at the South Municipal.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So I don't know if you have had the opportunity to interact with the presiding officer or any EC official and what they've been telling you.
Yes, interacting with the presiding officer, everything is very cool and they started on time. Moving close to him, I think he's up a bit, but he will soon join me. And then, hello, sir. I would want you to talk to my... Okay, so the presiding officer is closer to me here. Yes, so... Mante?
Yes, yes. Well, we, presiding officer, all we want you to let us understand is, so far, how has the conduct of the election been? Any challenges? How smooth has it been?
So far, everything is okay. So far, so good. We are on course.
Great. Well, that's all we want to hear. So, roughly by 5 p.m., you expect that voting would have ended, isn't it?
Sure, most definitely.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. We are praying with you and hoping that everything will move smoothly.
Okay.
All right. Kingsley, thank you for that quick one with the presiding officer. Where are you moving to after Obon polling station?
From here, I would be going forward. One challenge is that the polling stations are very far apart.
Okay.
And I had to drive over 20 minutes from one polling station to this place. So that's the only challenge, with the exception of that. When you get to the polling centers, the situation is very cool and calm over here.
All right. Thank you, Kingsley. We really appreciate that. Kingsford, Chei, Mensa, Domiabra, Obom constituency. That is the constituency. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think we have Sandra back. Mami, una start here in the car.
Sandra, good morning to you once again, and thank you for joining us finally.
Hello, MCR. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, but that was not Sandra.
Yes, this is not Sandra. I can still see her. Hello, can you hear me, Sandra?
Why he called me now?
Okay, so please, Sandra, you're on air. So if you can just take us away as to what has been happening at Ayawaso Central, that's where you are, we understand. And then you give us, all right, you know what? We'll still hold on with Sandra for now.
Okay, Jenny Kumsen.
That's fine.
Yankwana Yene Yamane Bofo Yansem Trino Pent TV has say Jenny Kumsen any and common fan from Finfimantum, the Central Region, Gomwa Akoti and Nimpotemo. Hello, Jenny, what's a minute?
Hello, yes, I can clearly hear you. Good morning to our cherished viewers.
Okay, good morning, Jenny. I'm pay my young Eniama Air Cosay and Finfimantum Central Region. May I polling station which now constituency and any Agunina?
Okay, so I am currently at the Gomwa East constituency. The polling station is Akoti DA, primary A and then B, so it has been divided. I came here quite early, around 6 a.m., but then the whole process started at 7 a.m. And you can see from the background, the siren, everything is going on smoothly. The voting process, everyone is voting. Then you go home. So I think the education about the peace is really taking effect because but one intriguing thing was that I can't bring you the evidence, but then there's the looting whereby there are money being shared to some people to come and then vote here. So that is what is happening right here. But apart from that, today, everything is going on smoothly.
Jenny, when you be in Dano phone landscape, na yentimi nyam phone no ye.
Okay.
Sa pepe ye da se. Na wo ka na wo kire sa sankrofo e che you see this kakra jikoto kokko
what you see no e backdoor no backdoor
na ehefo na e sa
Lydia Al-Hassan dia no sa na baby ano kwa ete eduane ne you know what's a backdoor ye de ma you pressure wona na why
Yeah, but maybe because I remember saying Jane catch and said, "Oh, to me my evidence."
Let's
move
yes,
on.
I can give you the evidence based, but then I
That's
say
the report she has picked on
happening
ground.
currently.
Okay, that's fine. But
it is say voter turnout net is saying a dom ewo ho ana
a dom no on say akosia say uboti bia pena wasanso ako. But then when I was coming on my way, I met a couple of women, the traders and stuff. Obviously onu di okowo fufuo edi and san because oba na a dom no endorse. So I think people are waiting to about 3 to 4 thereabout before they will come and vote.
Wait, but the EC officials are there.
Everyone is here. They came very, very prepared. I mean, I must say that this year the EC is doing very well. And also the Ghana Police Service, they are doing much well. The security is very, very tight here. It's a no. And this is the security man over there. Yeah. So he's from the Ghana Police Service. And then we have the other one.
Hello, NPR.
Yes, that's the B. That's the immigration officer. Also, so go ejuma papa. So for my constituency here at Gomwa Akoti, Obia ejuma one. And thumbs up for my people here. These are all the people they've already voted into Obia a chance say ne dom ne ba be voted. But back door they are still na ejuma.
All right.
And the other there, Kakrabe family. Now, party, one my from say party agents, no. Who could polling station what will be sir? Polling party agents be or say a MP piana musini, CP piana musini, PNC musini, this piana musini. What will be sir? Hello? Okay, I'm saying Homanu be see abu esiechre.
Isn't it interesting to find out that people come to the polling center, they realize that there are not a lot of people over there, so they decide to go home and then come back later.
Say ka banana ka ni penny honi mumu no. No for opportunity no nanka what waba. But obu ho me fa ba to a person am nkoye mai mi wi a what dey say oba wi adifuo ne wi ne wani aha be kona abono num ane chese ye so dey abomode ene dey hia kanan ne abato no wotu wi ade aka bia timi ye hwen so a se polling centers na doors officials na doors enti no enye first na ye kosan light enten ya tempenten kwato aba no sa de ni nyina ene abato komisa da roma nyame adom atwam wokọ ya no woto ne enten na wokọ to bi. Na also choice no intimi emrem.
So if you're home watching us and you're waiting till about 3-4 p.m. before you step out to go vote, please, we want to advise that you rather go this morning. The queues are not that hectic. At least you can do that right about now. Vote and then just go home and relax. You can do all that you want to do. And we over here will update you. Of course, this is the election watch right here on Pent TV, powered by Pent Media Center. And we are telling you that we will be bringing you every update from all across Ghana. And so you can see that even some of our correspondents are clashing. We are ready to serve you. So please go and vote. Come back and then just come and watch Pent TV. Relaxed at home or on your radio. You listen to us or watch us online at all on all our various social media platforms. It's still the election watch. And Jenny Kumsin was the one we just spoke to. And thanks for updating us on all that is happening in Gomwa constituency. East,
constituency. Gomwa Akoti.
What's
the Liberia camp there?
Yes.
Who's such as a Casano Ghana Hano?
Which you Nana?
Me chin papa. That's what now.
Nana chimpa. Yes, so those are footages from where Gomwa East. There's a name before Gomwa.
Gomwa Akoti.
Akoti. Aha. Yes. All right.
Gomwa is constituency.
Kabna.
Yes.
It is well. I was about to say it is something, but I remembered, no, let me just say it as well. I can see you're struggling, but don't worry. You are fine.
I'm not even
Oh, and so my number 2 bottles. For
God and country.
I'm not going to
country. All right, so if we have any other correspondents on the line, we will definitely pick them. I remember Sandra was clashing with one particular person. It would be good to have her back. I know Linda Sedinam is also at one police station. She's actually updating us here. And if we could pick her, or Danny, all of our correspondents who are ready, we are here to update you on what is happening. But so far, so good. All the correspondents we've spoken to so far, the elections are going on peacefully, and that's the most important thing. That it will be peaceful by 5 p.m. and even after 5 p.m. we'll all have a peaceful Ghana, just like we did before December 7th. So as we're stepping out there, remember that the peace we are expecting depends on you, and so you are going to hold the fort for us that we will have a peaceful election this very day. Please, when you are done voting, just come home, watch Pen TV. Pen TV, we are here to serve you. So if it's updates you need, you know, when you stand at your polling station, you're only getting the updates from your polling station. But when you watch Pen TV, we are giving you updates from all around Ghana, and so that is even best. So make sure you get home and watch and share the link as well. We are live on Facebook at Pen TV GH and also on COPHQ. We are definitely live there with the Election Watch powered by Pent Media Center.
Again, we are also live on Pent Radio, so please watch us there. Yeah, you can watch us there and listen to us as well. A couple of issues that I'm looking at that this year will probably not record a number of them. That is the sports ballot. This is because of the inclusion of Ekriadonko on the paper.
Yes.
And then also, it will also test whether the education we have done in terms of how to vote will go smoothly.
Sure.
When you are done voting, how to vote. Don't forget this time around, paper no wakakra.
Yeah.
It's not going to be just like this, but it'll be about twice this. So can you imagine if the paper is twice this? And I probably have to do this and fold it, and also your BB I will have to know.
Yeah.
In previous cases, we've had situations where we have recorded quite a huge number of sport ballots.
Yes.
And I'm hoping that this year we will not have the sport ballot or rejected ballots in huge numbers, because these are individuals who have also gone to show that they want to decide and they want someone to go this line. Can you imagine if the number of sport ballots is at places third? That is serious.
That will be serious.
You know, so I'm hoping that we will not have that kind of thing happening this time around.
And just when you were speaking, I remembered EC has assured us that just in case you make a mistake on the ballot paper, so long as you didn't drop it in the ballot box, just go and then request for another one. I think we have.
Yeah, I'm told Grace Backman is on there. Mami Brofu.
Grace Backman, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm blessed and highly favored. Where exactly are you?
This one is BBC report.
Right.
Yes.
I'll just pan my camera so that you see exactly what is going on here. So I'm currently at the Accra High School as part of the Kole Klote constituency. This morning, voting started at about 7:30 in the morning, and you can see the place is very calm. Voters are still arriving, and you can tell that it's been going so far. When I spoke to the polling agents here, they made me aware that so far we've had about 19, let me see the numbers as it is right here. I have them noted down here, but you can see that a lot of people aren't in. I understand that 532 persons are expected to come in today to vote, and so far 19 females have come in, and then 48 people have also come in. That is the males as well. So
Grace,
if you look at
please check your camera again for us. Yeah,
it's very calm. It's very calm, and no ruckus has happened. Everybody has come in to exercise their voting rights. You can see behind me there, they are coming in calm. There's no riot here. Everybody's trying to be as civic and civil as possible.
Great. Grace, you mentioned that voting started at 7:30. Any reasons why it didn't start at exactly 7?
Right. So you realize that some of the voters didn't come on time, and they were just filing in one after the other. But you can see, let me just pan my camera here. You see that they are still coming in, voters are still walking in, and it's just the order of the day. They were just coming in as and when it started, but there was no queue that was formed beyond the time. Everyone is just trying to come in as and when they can.
Right, I don't know, but interacting with the presiding officer, did any information as to someone spoiling a ballot and coming for a new one? Did you hear any case like that?
Right. So far, nothing of the sort has happened yet. They have accurately recorded everyone, and no one has come in for something like that.
Right. Please, where next are you going to?
Right, I made a brief stop at the La police station. I'll go back there again and then give you more feedback. That was where the visuals from the social media that we have already is. We realized that the ECOWAS monitoring team was on grounds, and they brought a whole team just to monitor how peaceful the elections are going. But I'll take you back there, and when we get there, we'll give you the feed.
That's right. So Grace is reporting from the Clotic constituency. This particular one is Accra High School, but if don't forget and don't confuse it, she said the police station where she visited.
Yes, earlier.
And it's more earlier. It's more like the boundary between Clotic and Ladadekoto. So if you are not careful, you think because she said La.
So we'll go to the Osu police station as well.
That's right.
Yes, we'll go to the Osu police station.
Okay. Right. Great. So we are expecting. Please go to my areas to Asalam Down, Adabraka, and all that. Osu and all that.
We'll follow the trend.
Nice one.
God
richly bless you. God richly bless you. All right, that's Grace Bachman for you. We're hoping that she can file another report through. Later in the day, she'll be joining us in the studio as well to help with the analysis and all that. But the constituency she just spoke from, that is where Senator Ajima Rawlings is standing, representing the NDC. And then we have also our boy, he has a name, the first name, Nebiti Mekakra, but Ni Noi Naughty. There's a first name.
Daniel, or NPP?
No, not Daniel. Yes, or no NPP. It was some interesting name. I don't know, I didn't meet him.
Our constituency, what childhood constituency?
Yes, but the one I'm a one son, and me vote.
Will you vote?
Me crown, in fact, I actually, now me if he said me vote, no,
all right. How are things?
Yes, Alex Oboyebua, aka Help, sports presenter, and I pay or the reporter, but was sending me earlier. I'm on the parliamentary candidates in the Akasa. Where Alex Oboyebua, we dey good year na election. Now you know.
Yeah, KK.
Right. My who near call. Oh, I have a potty. Okay. Okay.
Some 1.72 carry. Now, Ora and carry or back on him.
Yo, mini abema Ora, Otemenka, she said, Ubet me, Ejina who ye kakramaya. I mean, Ukasani Chamayan. We have just lost him. Okay. All right.
Okay. I think we have Benzi. Benzi on the line.
Okay, I'm told that this is where the General Secretary of the Church of Pentecost, Apostle Samuel Bobi, Obeba police station here about Tuaba. But at the moment, the Benzi, Ewa Honominti. Benzi, Otemenka, Yenin Komwe. Great.
I'm in the domain Kwabenya constituency, specifically Atomic DA3 Primary School. I am told that this is where the General Secretary of the Church of Pentecost, Apostle Samuel Obobi, will be voting. The casting is vote at 10 a.m. So we took the lead to come here to come observe proceedings and how things are going. Okay, I'm told that election started a little bit late at 8 a.m. because some of the BVD machine that was supposed to be used for verification here, when they did power it on, they realized that the date was different from today's date. And so they had to call in for assistance for them to try and then fix the date onto today. So due to that, there was a little bit of delay in starting the polls. But then At the moment, polls have started. Things are going on smoothly. There
Sorry,
are no issues. The only problem here is that some people, there are two police stations here, A and B. So it looks as if some people are finding challenges in locating which particular police station they're supposed to vote at. But there is an officer here who is directing people as to where they are supposed to vote when they are able to check and see the numbers of your on your card for voting. Aside that, also, KK, we can see that there is the Peace Council here. There is a rep from the Peace Council here. There is a rep from other observing agencies here who are here to observe the sanctity and also the peaceful nature of our elections here. So, KK, at the moment, here everything is okay over here. There are no issues. The only challenge was that elections started late, but people are trooping in. The numbers are not quite encouraging. I'm told that a total number of 605 people are supposed to vote here. Valid registered voters are supposed to vote here. But at the moment, they have just about 100 who have already cast their votes. So things are going on smoothly over here, and we are expectant that the General Secretary will get here at 10 and cast his votes.
Right.
All right. Benzi, but were you informed why the voting started late? Is it because people didn't turn out on time, or it was as a result of the EC officials not arriving on time?
Okay, so I stated earlier that the DVD, the device that is used for the verification to verify the individual, the DVD, when they put it, they realized that the date on the DVD was wrong. It wasn't today's date.
Oh.
And so they had to call in for backup, so then they could start and then fix that issue. So that was what delayed voting here at the Kwabenya Atomic EA3
I hope that did not cause any uproar among the crowd.
Oh, so I'm told that I wasn't here when it happened, but I'm told that the presiding officer was very professional. He spoke to the people, he told them the truth and what the issues were, and so they understood.
Okay.
And then they all decided that they would wait for the backup to come. So they started exactly an hour late. But then at the moment, people are voting, they're casting their votes, and everything is calm.
All right, good to know.
A quick one. Benzi, baby, I was a sayano. Baby, I was a sayano. Oh my Ghana ha. Data analysis said, Dome Kwabenya constituency, and the biggest constituency Ghana has a say. A cover areas be to set Dome, Hacho, Agbogba, Pillar 2, Westlands, Ashomai, and Afia Kwabenya and Kasagasa. What's in Sembi, what's in Komobi? Where do any who be? About to come, sir, when your challenges be Ama went to me and cover areas in and I said, be better than a
At the moment, everything seems to be very calm. I moved through the constituency before getting here, and almost every police station that I got to, I realized that things were calm. The turnouts are great. It's rather unfortunate that the Yamabe move, and I don't see the numbers being huge, but I passed by the Dome Atomic runabout. There is a police station there. I realized that the queues were very long. People were notwithstanding the huge queues, people were still trooping in order to come and cast their votes. And so at the moment, there are no issues. The EC hasn't reported any issue as such. And I also haven't seen anything that calls for a cause of alarm. But I think that things are going on smoothly and everything is fine, Anna.
Good to know, because that's what we've been praying for.
All right, Ben, thank you so much. We appreciate we appreciate that. We still appear to be hearing our sister Sandra say so far on open house election. We'll definitely get Sandra. All right, so earlier, about 30 minutes earlier, we had the Vice President and NPP presidential candidate, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, casting his vote. Of course, after that, he interacted with the media. We have a footage there, but that's him there, Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the leader of the NPP going to cast his vote in his constituency. And he also spoke with the media. I'm sure that we can pick what he's saying. Let's just listen to a bit of it and come back to the studio. So Dr. Bawumia has voted, as and when we get the footage of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, I'm sure we'll bring that as well. Let's listen to Dr. Bawumia shortly.
It's calm. There's very little tension I can see around the country. People are going to queue. In fact, I gather that people were queuing from midnight last night. Well, across the country. It shows enthusiasm, and I believe that that portends well for the democracy of Ghana.
Any figure of a margin of victory?
Stephen, you're going to set a trap for me. I'm not going to fall in that trap. A victory is a victory. We just want to win. So, by the grace of God.
Down for you. If you are not careful, the question will lock you up. So the vice president has been smart. When they ask you those questions, challenge way to home for or but that is the vice president there. Earlier, he was saying that the numbers are great. He heard, which we have also seen from our reports, that people queued from dawn, and he's happy that the turnout is great. He doesn't want to go and lock himself about the margin of victory and all that. But we wish him good luck. We wish the vice president good luck. This is our election watch, special coverage of the presidential and parliamentary elections. Once we get that of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we connect with him, we will bring that as well to him. Don't forget, I've also told you that the Electoral Commission is expected to bring us a press briefing, and once the EC is ready, it was supposed to start at 9, when it is ready, once it is ready, we'll go there and bring you that live feed. But Frederick is joining us. Frederick is also on the line. Frederick, good morning. Frederick Enchi, good morning. Oh, don't we have Frederick, good morning.
Good morning.
Right. Tell us, where are you? Which polling station are you standing and giving us this report? What has been happening so far?
Okay.
Yeah, Frederick, please.
Precisely.
Yeah, Frederick, you may want to check your microphone a bit. I don't know whether it's too close to you or not, so that we can hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay, currently I said I'm in Tetuman South.
Okay.
Jumbo electoral area. It might sound okay now.
Yes, it sounds okay.
Okay. Now, if I want to take you briefly through the Blue East, we are expecting 672,830 in totality. That is the region. But the breakout, what is at Tetuman South, we are expecting 142,255 voters. Tell me where I am is Jumbo, that is Pentecost Church, Psalm 124. And the voting, and wherever I've been, the voting is everybody is in the queue, following the rules and regulations, and everything is going on as planned.
Have you interacted with EC officials? What have they been telling you?
Yes, I've selected some of the agents and the EC officials, and they also say that they don't have any difficulty. The agents are cooperating. So as the elections or the voters are also cooperating. They are moving towards the regional minister who will be going around with. I think everything is in order. Now, I think the voter support. Now, what we are getting, the feedback we're getting, that everything is good. Around every electoral area, everything is fine.
Okay, it's good to know that, Frederick Enchi. We are grateful for your time. We'll come back to you again as you visit other areas. Frederick Enchi reporting live from Bono East constituency. Frederick, we'll come to you again when you have more updates for us. We'll be checking. I'm hearing one or two from Ablekuma, so we'll definitely go there. But Sandra is finally back. Our sister Sandra is finally back, and she is smiling. Sandra, if you can hear us, me, Mr. Question, you just give us the updates.
Central constituency. Now, Henry Cote and a year MP with this particular constituency. We are expecting, say, a total number of 93,169 voters ever to about our constituency. And I almost 191 polling stations, and we will try as much as possible to visit almost all of them. Now, currently, we were 8 hours, a pig farm. Now, elections, voting also smoothly. QB anyhow, almost designating a place for elderly, any Oma disabled. And now to me, say, Ubia and Tiha. But they started the voting at exactly 7 a.m. And just these few people are also joining the queue to view. And we will visit other centers and give you updates.
Okay, but in terms of security, how is it like at where you are? Ayawa Central. Okay, we are losing Sandra's audio. Sandra, we are losing your audio. Maybe you want to face the camera and let's see if we can get you. But that's Sandra, a champion for you, reporting from Ayawaso Central. Okay, we've lost Sandra.
The center currently.
All right, thank you so much, Sandra. You visit the other centers. Give us the update and footage, and I'm sure we'll pick that report. But we're happy to finally have been able to hear from you. Sandra Ichampon there reporting from Ablekuma Central. We'll check out the other, polling stations and the rest and what they also have for us. Meanwhile, I have announced already that, the Electoral Commission will soon address the press. They have indicated that intermittently they will be giving statements just to assure us and to give us updates on how the election or the voting process is going. And they are just getting ready. Once they are set, we will bring you that live coverage. Very soon, JB Dankwa and his team will also take up and bring you analysis. Now, picking reports, let's go into some analysis as well. And I'm sure even within the analysis, they'll be picking 1 or 2 reports from some of the centers, polling stations and constituencies that we are yet to report on. Don't forget, we have Asawasi there, Sawama Dwejiri there, Amasaman Trobo, Ododo Dio, Ayawaso West Wogon, Madina, Tema, East and West, Krowo, Ladade Kutupa, mentioning the Greater Accra and Community Greater Accra. But there are those also in the other areas that will bring all of them, reports from all these centers, will bring them to you. Grace Bamfo will soon join us as well. And we'll find out what Grace also has for us. In the meantime, please get ready and move out there to vote if you haven't voted yet. This is a very important exercise. It's a civic responsibility. The chairman of the Church of Pentecost himself, the general secretary, they are all planning to move out there to vote. We are told that at about 10 a.m. or so, they will be casting their vote. Once we get the live feed for that, we will definitely bring them to your attention. Remember, it is Election Watch here on Pent TV, and I'm here with Etona Magbemoen Nanako. They are busily checking for updates, reports, what is happening, breaking news here and there. But and for me, I'm very happy about it. I'm excited about it that Bibia Ekoso, come on. Are you not?
I am. I mean, that's what we've been praying for, advocating for, I think the whole of December and November. In fact, right from somewhere in the middle of the year, we started hammering on the fact that we needed this election to be peaceful. So I'm just excited and happy that that is what we are experiencing. For those of you who are home, who have decided to go later to vote, please learn from those who have voted this morning. When you go, keep it peaceful, keep it simple, keep it calm as they have, and then you come back home, watch Pent TV, the election watch right here on Pent TV, on Pent online, and then also Pent Radio. You can listen to us and also watch us on Facebook as well. For all other updates, we've got you covered today. We are here till 12 a.m. God willing.
Anope yesha sia no nsia ko pepepe ene ko na se anopa tutututututu anopa no nsia e na ye share ase e the election watch e wo e Pent TV eso afei so e online and Pent radio 100.1 FM Kumasi sabre ye biem ye dam se buya enya asam ketua adwuma song adwuma pa na ye hyane nsoma yensa ye kasei na yene no ene yemfoni enso etwagu ewo eye Facebook eso abe fonten time so chesa kwantempo ne so atre da mu yuro do Pent TV GH ye je ho sekere me na Facebook so nti ko honom wo hwebie no na wo gya wo comment gu ho ye meje bre na bre pamu no ya kenkan ni nyina so e dia mam afai Instagram and X enso so at Pent TV GH ni nyina ya fidia ya danda ya ho ewo so DSTV channel 367 Go TV channel 214 anope baabia Pent TV yen na yen enuanom Pent radio for ewo Kumasi Asqua Makian House one Pent House Asqua ho no wo mu hini no wo mu butuo tintim ya ne wo mu nyina na the election watch ya de some war and nti ya hyasie me se no nsia ko anope kopem enne anajo hema dumienu 12 AM midnight yempon Pent TV so ye do kwa akosi enti say ya hyasie dogodogo kopem kude no ye ne wa na eti dwumadie yi eso a ye som wo sompa ebo nonkron epaimu a ye bejamu ediama ye nuabarima JB Dankwa na wono so de komotwetwe kakra ba beto so no nduko na kire se kase yebo ye de braw the news na kire se dia ba no paimu ne ehu hia ne nyina ya hyehye dwumadie ne fefefe na the election watch on Pent TV yen na wo hia yen 2024 about we pin krato forma ubeti ubehunu de ekro
So reports in the banner, but we're getting a lot of reports, a lot of footages are correspondent filing through. Once we prepare them, we'll pick them up. Grace downfall is on. Okay, Alex Oboy is back. Alex, say I know we shall see and I will call you. Oh, in career, Cesar. Alex, what you encourage? O internet into yen casa precona etimi echo. Alex Oboy yeboa. Yenin command pay marching you. Alex, check your microphone. Alex Oboyeboa is reporting. You see footages in Asante, yeah, constituency. I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, but once we get Alex on, we'll be able to figure it out. But Alex Oboyeboa has joined us via Zoom, and we're going to pick him pretty soon. Alex Oboyeboa is on. Earlier I saw Grace downfall as well. Ablekuma Abiase, I'm hearing cases of reported delay. We're going to confirm that. Once we confirm that, we'll bring you all such updates so that you can be well abreast. So, relax. What is important is that you get the info from Pent TV. We'll present them as they are. It's all about peace. It's all about going to exercise your right. You have that right to vote. And it's a responsibility, really, to go and decide on who becomes president. To be a it's so important, a very important exercise. Unfortunately, I think
because when we're going around, everybody was like, I'm not voting. But and then look at the turnout. It's say on voting, or voting. It won't so voting. Yeah.
Baby, I said, don't soon you hold me pam chalk room. I've been a motor home. Watching a miss me dine. Tatia Brabon getting they put the cool as a so of Wabato.
Very, very important. Ladies, even as we prepare to wrap up and bring in the other updates, there's one thing, logistical challenges. I think this year the EC has done very well. Well, we are still picking up reports, 1 or 2 cases of delay, but even such delays are not generally because this one is not there, that one is not there, this one is not there. Yeah. If it's not a case of a delay in arrival or something, then it's just something that was detected with the material. Generally, it appears that we were really ready and prepared for this election, which is why it's moving smoothly. There's no complaints from any other political parties.
Pamana Samra Konanim, Emra Konanim, Sabio, any BA eba, Nindia Suyahu, and so Konanim, and to know a Koyanim in Animaka Crabessa. Last year challenges Nibu Honoma, Suya, Yayani ye, and to know a feed year, Mijidi say. And any other coin in year na 2028 and so about so better and also dry and also better than 2024.
Of course.
But so far so good.
Yeah.
Mama Nsema Ghana my your boy homework pa. Ya pese bibi my mo Africa. Ya hwehwe wo ma ya kase ye the democracy ka ma menka bi dodo amamu abatu omu asundwe ya hwehwe wo ma ya dikan a ebe ya me my Ghana.
Yeah.
Ejina wo so say dey tonam kan wo say ejina wo so. Eti bo modern. Asundwe nko.
Yeah, this particular year, I will want all of us to applaud EC because from when EC has been updating us with what they want to do, what radio stations or TV stations, how many they will want to even allow. Whenever we speak, EC acts promptly. They were very swift to make sure that they listen to what public has been saying. And this morning's election, how everything is going just tells me how prepared EC has been. And I think they deserve some accolades. They've done really, really well to making sure that everything was on time. For the 1 or 2 cases we've had where people have delayed, the time delayed for them to vote, and of course we knew that that was just human errors. But from the top, I think EC has done very well, making sure that everything was prepared. Their preparedness is just very good to comment. And then also how swiftly they are able to answer to the uproar of public. The moment public has something to say, EC is ready to bring a solution and also bring maybe an understanding to all of us. So the good work done by the EC.
All right, so very soon we will have JB Dankwa and his team taking over. Very well. We're expecting the Electoral Commission to go up at 9 so we can pick their press briefing. We haven't had that happening yet, but they appear to be preparing for that. Meanwhile, some of our colleagues are joining via Zoom. Please, our colleagues, if you join, quickly let's know and activate your video so we can pick you up. Our viewers really are waiting to get updates from some of the very interesting places.
I think, Grace, you need to check your microphone. If you are muted, unmute, because I keep seeing a feed. So you unmute and then we can hear you. But for now, I can see you are muted.
Right, so that's about that. Maybe in the meantime, let me let you know that this day, we will be here to serve you from now, right from 6 a.m. as we started till 12 midnight. So we'll keep running. And very soon we'll come up with some analysis trying to let you appreciate the voting trend so far. But we'll come up and give you some statistics as well, let you appreciate the voting trends, how each region, each constituency has voted since 1992 till now. The key regions, Akosuya made us appreciate Greater Accra's position in this election and that of Central region. We'll try and bring an analysis there. The voting pattern in the northern region, by the northern part of the country. We know that the 2 leading parties, their candidates are all northerners for that matter. So who really will they align to, and will that play a role in this election? It's another issue we'll be looking at. We've seen the Volta region being the stronghold of the NDC, but we have seen the NPP making gains in that region. Will it be the same this time round? We go to the Ashanti region. If we should go by what we saw in their last rallies and campaigns, does it look like the NDC will make greater or bigger gains in the Ashanti region, or the Ashanti region will still give its full support to the NPP? These are all issues that as we move along we'll be, trying to discuss them one by one. Some of them will do projections for you. So you are rest assured that it's not just going to be us giving you the live reports. We'll bring that, we'll bring the analysis as well. We'll mix it with some peace messages here and there. Remember, this is Pent TV, Election Watch, Ghana Votes 2024. Now show me see I just say
Pabna Piao. Yawaka dia sa pepe penalty. And ne if he has say the election watch on Pent TV and Pent Radio 100.1 FM Kumase. Abusia for ye be ye adwuma papa. And let me see. Bibia. Ya de niema hodo begu nsane ani. Free see ye sha battle the year 1992. E de baba see the 2000s. E de baba see ene the year 2024. Abattle nso nsanso. E hon komo, e hon hwehwemu, de ekọ, de eba, de safata sa wotibi. Na buama ugina ya wasie no wogetum sa eye pefe no ha ye de besom ye nsam twerefo ye krado ankasa fi ha yegu ha bebrebe ye roso papa ene ye be kɔ ne live by live nti ye ne ya hyase bia no ye sɔre so no je bi dan kɔ beba ɔde nkɔmɔ beba ne aka nyina da mu ni mu nyina mese ye na ye be pon no na eye anadwo ahoma chimpo ahoma anadwo hema anadwo hema 12 a.m. Dumienu kei. Teacher said, "Dear, what dear Benina, and they know that you may get near to your boss, yes, shapa. And into near Fidian and Fan Free has say, and then found conquer to my business for her baby. Dead deno, tre cano, to ben, hey, no, Yana Dawson. And to win your Pent TV, I catch you says all about Jesus, dear. Now, when we say near was some panom and yes, some more, and near Guswa share, dear echo about to a moon. Yate se empeni ahodo wo mia bi akwa aba yegusu adi akire yama ne bofo ne ensem twerefo ahodo nso so no wo mantam mensini ene empesoa ahodo so wo bo anan bo nto ene ye adwuma pa ewo eye efi ha senti se wo pensem pa bi etie afa election 2024 ho dia wadama mano enye the election watch on Pent TV. That's all. Yes.
So, Nana, you know, earlier on we've been talking about the interesting things about this particular US election, and then I remember you were giving us some analysis when it comes to the northern region. You know, this time around, the northern region has the major political parties have both of their candidates from the northern region, and so it puts us in. We are not too sure if the NDC is going to have the northern region as it always does, or this time around we are going to have the NPP having that win over there. And so another fact over there for you to note is that this year all the presidential candidates for the two major political parties are from the northern region, and that's also one interesting fact about this year's election. History is going to be made, and we're wondering what the northern region's results will look like. So far, have we had any correspondence from the northern region?
Oh,
so
yes,
far?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. I remember that.
I told you, all Canadian or na so interesting say. O say ya na first no Sabia fanese de wo gina mama manyokuo bi fanese wo freti fido na dodin na say wo foforo free south and afo fam ha say ya oh we de ebeto akọ but afi 2024 about we kasa special edem stronko yewra John Dramani Mahama a won wo gina mu e de ama NDC amanyokuo no free ball chese oye gonjani a wo free ball ye wo no adamango ni nyina tifido na ye hwe yewra Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Baumia so a tamale ena chese ye nim se wo free ho ena chese wo wo no eni nti chese aba no amanyoku akese mienu a wo Ghana ha no empanimfo ni nyina wo free atifido mantem no emu the northern belt
yen koni ani Peter Bogre eni enkomo. Peter, good morning. Hello, Peter.
Yeah, how are you?
Yes, how are you this morning?
I'm good, please, and you?
Okay, good. So you are reporting from the Bia West constituency.
Yes,
Tell us the polling station you are in. I am told that you are having some challenges in your constituency. Let's know what is happening.
Okay, a very good morning to you and your listeners this morning. I'm reporting from DC Primary School, in the Western Northwest, and voting has been going on smoothly, just that there's a few hitches on the BB machines. There are issues where the fingerprint of the individual voters who are coming to vote are not being captured on the BBD, so you have to wait for a while, go back, wash their hands, and then come back before the
they'll be able to be verified. But yes, so they will wash their hands and come back. The EC officials here are insisting that it's not time yet for them to start with the manual verification. So they will have to wait until their fingerprints is able to be captured. So apparently, since morning we've been here on the elections. I've gone to about 3 polling stations. You could see the euphoria was very good. Everyone is coming out to vote. Out of 6:20 in the morning, people were already at the polling stations ready when the EC officials had not been ready themselves. You could see, yes, voting is turning out smoothly, and then everybody is coming out to vote.
Machines have been resolved, or it is only at one specific place you have this situation?
I've been to about 3 polling stations now, and I've recorded similar issue in the other polling stations. So it is 2 polling stations that they've recorded such incidents.
Now, I don't know if you've been interacting with the EC officials. At what point will they have to resort to the manual verification? Did you find out?
Yes, so apparently the EC officials are trying to resolve the issues, and then they were not ready to talk to him. But from my observations, they want to still try and then see if they're able to resolve, because if there should be any alternative, it should come from their borders at the district office.
The district,
so
that's right.
plans are being made to allow everyone to be able to exercise their franchise.
What has been the demeanor of the polling agents since this matter came up? They normally will be the ones, yeah?
Okay, so the polling agents have been aggressive. They've tried to be aggressive on the EC officials, thinking that if they are doing, and maybe they are trying to manipulate the system. Meanwhile, that is not the case. I can see the Church of Pentecost pastor here who is in the queue also waiting to vote. So yes, you can imagine. But for the polling agent side, they are trying their best in favor of their party. So they are all keeping an eye on the EC official.
All right. Tell them we are with them. They should have patience.
Okay.
We are fine.
Okay.
Once they are there, even if it's 5 p.m., they will still be given the chance to vote. All right. Thank you so much, Peter Bugri, all the way from the Bia West. Peter, we'll come back to you again later on so you can give us more from your constituency.
Okay, so right after here, I'll be going to other police stations, so I'll give you a feedback in case of anything.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you very much. We are grateful, Peter, for your report this morning. Peter Bugri, all the way from the Bia West constituency. Well, he says that everything is calm, voting is ongoing. However, cases of the BV machine developing a few issues with some people. Just I don't say this issue, I didn't to me verify, but the EC officials are looking into it, hoping that at a point, if it fails, then they would have to resort to the manual verification. That time has not yet happened. Once that is done, I'm sure that Pent TV, as usual, we will bring you that update.
Assumptions are very dangerous. So I heard him say people were assuming it was the EC who was trying to delay them, or the officials who are manipulating the system. Don't think negatively today. Today is not the day you should create any negative assumptions or perceptions at all. If there are issues, the EC officials will let you know. If they can solve it, they will tell you. Just like they've told you, it is just not time for them to actually start with the manual verification. If that time is up, of course, you are free to go ahead and vote. And you've been there before 5 p.m., so be rest assured that you definitely vote.
All right. Well, as we move on, I'm sure that, I don't know whether it was you or Nana, but we did mention that all borders across Ghana have been closed. And so if you are coming into the country or you're going out to do anything for this period, temporarily it's been closed. The Ministry of Interior issued a statement, I think, I don't know whether it was yesterday or the day after.
It was yesterday.
So that's the footage we have at the border, which shows that this is the Aflao Togo border. And at this time, Joe Che or China na
and this is something I understand happens every election year.
Yeah. It does.
So I'm sure those who want to vote, they knew that the borders were going to be closed, so maybe they're already in Ghana.
Right. So take note of that, and if you are thinking of moving out, you may want to wait till it's open. It's not a temporary closure. I'm sure by tomorrow thereabout it will be announced that yebia tomorrow yeko aflau yera togo akwakodi dwane yebetimi akọ. So let's manage the situation and then help ourselves as a country, Ghana. Meanwhile, wherever you are, if you are watching us, there's any breaking story, you can be free and volunteer and send us a report. Once we verify and everything is conk, trust us, Pent TV will bring it to the attention of our viewers. But we love all of you who are this morning have chosen to watch Pent TV because you want to make sure that your blood pressure, your anxiety level, everything is under control. And you can only get that if you are watching Pent TV here. Will not be biased, will report the fact as they are. So that the country will be calm, our state of mind. Now, Ochina sorry, corner style be and run say, Ochina, because our time, MP level, who be but presidential until radio getting out of my pocket.
Somebody actually said that.
Really?
Said, Ochina was before the radio, sorry.
I'm not getting the phone, so no monitor each other. I didn't say, MP4 no more dear.
Yes.
Me a short about Ochina. I'm on Besha white, I quite Thanksgiving. Almost what Omega say, young family, and so Omega one more dear.
I'm never say no beer when it's smoothness level. But Ochina, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Yes, we'll thank God for it. I'm happy that generally, at least, we are, let me check my time, so 9:41. We are almost 3 hours into the elections, and so far, we have not heard any bad case, bad incident, 1 or 2 delays, which raise temper. Any two for say, baby heated argument, I walk away. Any action you want to take, please, and please again, think before you act. Think before you act. And no who here pa. The processes, what you have to go through as you vote. Okwa, you better check who did or registered. Udin wo mu a obeto aba udin ni ma na asem aba no oni voter ID card kra na udin wo mu nkwa de akwa a ye de obekọ process no ye be ma papers mienu ba ko eye wo MP de no eye wo MP nti wo se wo asu hu MP by this time hu MP pa na wo koto aba de a na was say me bana mbetwa o ma kakra. But apart from that, you be presidential, so na no so no ni awo person wo di Ghana nim the next 4 years after your papa Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo are officially a hand you over no and also nipa no no ya open no na wato amano na ye fe kama pa Alex Oboye bo abone ho modern so wo beba wo ma kaso nyina wo mo bo mo ho modern se wo mo beba anape die ye ni age se nyame eboa ama asomdwe na ekọ. This is the first phase. Na spirit ayedi koi eno an ye fa kwan we so ya ka kire mu nyina say e back counting so a let's ensure say this peace, this demeanor we have, the same spirit eno an ye de be kind, so it will be free, it will be fair, it will be transparent. Nyame shrai
so pa na baby awo bia no bomodiama wafidie no na ye nchen ha sei ha ye Pent TV ye ne enu no Pent Radio 100.1 FM kuma sei ye ne wo mo na aka aboma ye adwuman e de asomwo na yetimi nso asomwo se ye hunu se se de wo ye running mate Ediama the NPP flag bearer yera Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia wakotonaba Sansuna flag bearer no ankasa de ma MPP yera Bawumia wono nso akotonaba but yente say the NDC caucus yera John Dramani Mahama His Excellency former president say wono nso pre dibre no yente say wakoton de sanso yente say yemame Jane Nana Opoku Ajima wono nso running mate edema the NDC presidential candidate Ora Mahama yente say wako akwa akoto ono so na banti ye hwe ni mu ye koya de ebe nyina de aba de hia nyina ye bekoso anso na ye de asomo ewo eye afidie so we are your trusted voice. Yes. You can trust us.
And up reports be fi eye Okankwe North constituency aba. Okay, but right.
Before you take us to Okankwe North, let me take you to Klotekole. We understand that there seems to be a form of misunderstanding there because of this money sharing and all of that. Yes, this vote buying. Looks as if something of that sort is happening. Grace, good morning. Once again.
Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning, that's all.
All right, so can you tell us what exactly is happening over there?
Right, so currently I am at the Oslo police station, a polling center here in Koliklote. I arrived here at about 7 in the morning and voting was going on as usual. I spoke to you earlier and we were at the high school, but I'm back here at the Oslo police station and a disturbing thing came up. First of all, let me give you the details that we have on ground.
Sure.
Expected voter turnout today is 691. So far, there's been quite a considerable number of amounts. I will update you as and when the female and male votes that we have so far. The atmosphere is a bit uneasy because there were some concerns of money sharing going on among the voters. I think the sitting member of parliament that is here had a misunderstanding with another person who was accusing him of sharing money in the queue. It became a bit chaotic, but thanks to God it has been settled, and now things are back to normal. They're voting as usual, constituents are voting as usual, and no chaos has arisen just yet.
Okay. Did you see where the money sharing was coming from? Can you tell us about that?
Can you come again?
I'm asking that, did you get information on where the money was coming from?
Right, so it's a transaction, let me say it's a conversation that happened in Ghana. And you could visually see that this individual was attacking verbally the member of parliament for sharing money, but as it is, I have not seen any physical cash being sent around because the member of parliament denied that accusation in that hot exchange.
Okay, that's understandable. So for now, voting is ongoing. Now everything is under control, right?
Can you come again?
I'm saying for now everything is under control and people are back to voting.
Everything is under control. People are back to voting as usual. And there's no chaos going on.
Great. Thank you very much, Grace.
Right. But the Electoral Commission and Picking Signals have started the press briefing. In fact, they're just saying the opening prayer. So very soon we'll go there as well and pick the Electoral Commission's press briefing this morning. But once we're voting, these allegations will come up. So sometimes I even want to relax about it, especially when there is no evidence. There's a bit of suspicion in the air already. So some of these reports are definitely going to be coming up here and there. So please stay tuned as well. The Electoral Commission press briefing is almost up. We will bring you the feed very, very soon so we can join. My indications show that they have just started. I think there's an opening prayer being said, and very soon we'll have the press briefing taking place. We're going to bring you that live feed soon. Production, you may want to help us with that. The Electoral Commissioner herself is up, and just in a minute you would see it on air. Let's hear from the Electoral Commission. It's coming from the headquarters of the Electoral Commission, and we have heard now. So let's go live to the headquarters of the Electoral Commission for the report.
That the Lord has made, we rejoice and we are glad in it. On behalf of the Electoral Commission of Ghana, I warmly welcome all of you, our media partners, and all Ghanaians listening to us in the comforts of their homes to the National Collation Center at the head office of the Electoral Commission of Ghana. This is a historic moment in our country as this is the first time we are opening up a collation center at the national level to our media partners. And we are doing this right from the start of the elections, which took place a few hours ago. As you are aware, all elections since the inception of the Fourth Republic in 1992, in all elections since the Fourth Republic, that is since 1992, the media have been granted access only when the declaration is being made at the National Collation Center. And so in the past, although some media may have had access to our polling stations, it was only when the declaration was about to take place that the media were invited to the National Collation Center. Today, this has changed, and hence my discussion and my declaration that this is a historic moment. Going forward, as like today, the media will have access to all our centers across the country. As you are well aware, the Commission has today granted access to all our polling stations at all our constituency collation centers, all our regional collation centers, and our national collation center to the media. We have to date accredited some 10,000 media men and women to cover activities in the field. The media will have first-hand verified information on all aspects of our work. This is a testament of the values that the Commission holds dear. Values of transparency, values of accountability, values of integrity, values of inclusiveness, and values of responsiveness. We believe that by enabling our media partners to cover all aspects of our work, we will inject the needed transparency into all aspects of our work. This would provide the citizenry with vital information and help eliminate and reduce completely the suspicions that had hitherto characterized our work. Ultimately, we have no doubt that this would help to cement the peace and stability of our country. Our media partners, over the next 3 days, and to the citizens of Ghana, over the next 3 days, will provide you with up-to-date situation reports and address the concerns of citizens. We are aware that you have your teams in the field, and so if there are any issues, we urge that you bring them up for the Commission to address those issues in a timely manner. In the spirit of responsiveness, we have a toll-free number that will be made available by our Deputy Chairman for Operations when he takes up the stage. And this is a number that has been put out in the media. We encourage our citizens to call that number. We have able men and women behind the telephones, and they are willing and ready to take any issues or concerns you have to enable us address this in a timely manner. We encourage you, the citizens of this nation, to walk this journey with us, a journey of transparency, a journey of responsiveness, a journey of accountability to you, the citizenry, and a journey of inclusiveness. We are keen to ensure that we include you in all aspects of our work, and that any interested citizen will, in the comfort of their homes, be able to follow our processes. You are our stakeholders, and it is in that spirit that we provide you with the details and all aspects of our work. We thank the good Lord for what he has started. Indeed, reports reaching us indicate that the elections are proceeding well across the length and breadth of this country. And we are confident that the good Lord who has started this process, this good process, will bring it to a good and expected end. In Jesus' name, amen. We declare the National Collation Center opened in the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. We thank all of you. May God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make his beloved nation great and strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Give us the first 3-hour update on the polling process. Thank you very much. Mr. Tete, you are welcome to the podium.
Good morning once again to you all. And on behalf of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, who happens to be the returning officer for the 2024 presidential elections, the head office directors, and the entire staff of the commission, present to you the first briefing on the 2024 general elections. We all know that polls are expected to start at 7 and end at 5 p.m. Reports from the field indicates that as at 7 a.m., all polling centers, almost all polling centers, have opened across the nation. About 99% of all our polling stations have opened and working. With respect to our equipment, the main one, which is the biometric verification devices, almost all the devices were functioning perfectly, with the exception of 1 or 2 polling stations where we had reports of problem with starting the BVDs. However, we know that we have technicians who put those things or fix them. They quickly went there and rebooted BVDs. Apart from that, we also have spare BVDs. So in case a BVD is not able to start, we fall on the spare. So currently, as we are speaking, all the BVDs at the polling stations are effectively working. We also deployed all our election materials to the polling stations before the start of poll. All election materials were deployed to the polling stations before the start of polls. And all officials were also present at their polling stations. At each polling station, we have the presiding officer, we have the name reference list officer, the verification officer, the ballot issuer for the presidential, and the ballot issuer for the parliamentary. We have also noted that at all the polling stations, we have the presence of the security personnel. And you can also attest to the fact that this is one of the main reasons why we have very peaceful environment. We haven't actually had any reported incidents of either violence or quarreling or whatever. With respect to agents at the polling stations, The two main political parties have their agents at all the polling stations. However, the other parties either have some of them at some of the polling stations, others also not there. But we have agents on the average for Mr. Alan Chematin, Nana Kwame Bidiako, the LPG, we have the GCPP, and then the APC. We also have reported cases of the presence of election observers, both local and international. We have the IDEC, we also have CODIO, we have ECOWAS, we have the presence of the EU, as well as the Commonwealth. So basically, this is a brief report from the start of polls at 7 till this time. We'll give you the next update when the time is due. That's at 12 o'clock. Thank you. Yes, sorry. The toll-free number is 0800 324 324. I repeat, 0800 324 324. Thank you.
All right, so welcome to our continuous election coverage. This is live from the headquarters of Pent TV, as I would say. This is Pent Media Center bringing you live, and this is from our Elections Watch 2024. What we are doing is to bring you the information as and when it happens. And many thanks to our colleagues who started the show earlier, Kwabena Etonam, and of course, Nanatra, many thanks to you. It's our time to also continue and take it from here up to another point. But interestingly, just gone by was the first presser. In fact, the information we are having from the Electoral Commission is that we'll be having about 4 to 5 meetings with the press, and the intention is to be consistently briefing the media about the happenings of the election so far. So we watched the Electoral Commission, the commissioner herself, Shin Mensah, addressing the media, being the first one. And some of the issues she raised, first of all, is that it's a good news for all of us who are also covering, especially with the media. She is saying that the media has been granted unfettered access to all coalition centers. In this case, we are talking about coalition centers from the constituency level to the regional level and then to the national one. And earlier you saw her directing that national coalition center is open, and she commissioned that in the name of God the Father, the Son, and then the Holy Spirit. It tells you their preparedness. Along the line, she also promised accountability, transparency as far as election issues are concerned. As you know, voting started in the morning, 7 a.m., and it's true. So we are just, first of all, also giving praise to the Electoral Commissioner and the entire team, because this has been the first time, and I have my in-house guests who also tell us more about it. 2020, there were a lot of distinctions. Clearly, we didn't find some of these intermittent briefings with the EC as they have promised in 2020. But 2024 seems to be an improvement over what is happening. So we need to applaud the EC for that. They are saying that they intend to release up-to-the-minute information to the citizenry. And information is key. Within this period, up to 5 p.m. and beyond, every information coming from the official source, that is the EC, is very, very, very important because they have the constitutional mandate to organize this presidential and parliamentary elections. And so if they are speaking to us, it's very good. If you refuse to speak, that is where it will fuel a lot of speculation. It will give room for other conjectures and then doublings. But if the real source is periodically addressing Ghanaians, you have no business whatsoever to bring out your own issues. After all, they hold the data, and so whatever they tell us is correct. And so we are expecting everybody to also go on that line. Once they have promised the media to be releasing information to us, I think it's good. They have also said that they will ensure that their responsiveness is accurate. And for me, that is what very important to me. We just had few occasions where some of the BVDs were not working, and my understanding is that the quick replacements are done. This also keeps the process running, and it becomes very, very, very smoother, and that's the point. But don't let me say all because my guest is here with me in the studio. But let me also add before I get to the guest is that the deputy as well, Mr. Tete also spoke. He is in charge of operations, and he also gave us a number. But what I want to reiterate is that they also are saying they still have a toll-free number. Let me re-emphasize on this. Toll-free number is to help you to get information that you need. Should something happen and you still need assistance, you can call. And the number is what I'm repeating, 0800 324324. 0800 324324. This is a toll-free line that you can call the EC on any issues, especially with the media houses. And if you have any challenges at all, and I'm sure to the various political parties, you can reach the EC on this line. Now, in-house analyst is always here with us. He has been with us from day one up to this point. Jerry John Jinabi is here. Jerry, good to have you always.
Yes.
Quickly, let me get your view about this Presser One.
Yeah, JB, thank you. And let me use this your platform to extend my greetings to the good people in the OT region.
Yeah.
Precisely, Krachin Chumbo constituency.
I see.
Yeah.
They are watching anyway.
They are watching, yes. And the report I've gotten from that place that the election started is very peaceful.
On time?
Yes. And our people always are peace-loving people. And then we expect that they continue to stick to that that manner. But as you mentioned, this first presser by the Electoral Commission is very impressive. JB, this year's election, 2024, is one of a very historic and full of history. And so the EC has a mandate and duty to diffuse all forms of rumor. And one way you can diffuse a rumor and then a tension in the system is constant updates to the general public. And so the EC coming out with these modalities, I believe that we need to commend the EC and then her team over there. And like she did mention that there is a coalition center at the regional level. And the one critical thing, before the start of this thing, there was a presser from the same EC that they were not going to grant access to all media houses. But now she did admit it today, and even some days before, that access is given to the media personnel in this country.
And that shows they're listening commission, right?
Across all the country, the centers in the country. So we need to commend the EC again for that. And she mentioned something that I really love. The call by the general public as the stakeholder. And now the general public should have trust in them, which I believe that is the right direction. Yes, which I believe that is the right direction. So, transparency reduces suspicion. And so once she's saying that, the general public should have trust in them, and they're going to deliver a transparent, free, credible, and fair electoral processes.
Okay.
It's very commendable.
All right. So I mean, we'll come back to this presser, but we understand in Church of Pentecost we have 3 principal officers: the chairman of the Church of Pentecost, the general secretary, and then of course the international missions director. We need to follow them as well wherever they go. And my understanding is that the general secretary for the Church of Pentecost, Apostle Samuel Jewo Bobi, is about to cast his ballot as a way of demonstrating his civic responsibility, proving to all Ghanaians that it doesn't matter your level, voting is your business. Once you are of age, you satisfy all the requirements, you have the voter ID card, your name is already there, certainly you need to go and do the needful. And so we are encouraging everybody. And earlier in the shot, you saw the General Secretary and the wife getting ready to go and cast their ballot. It's your own right to cast it today. Otherwise, now, if you sit down, you refuse to go, and by close of polls, 5 p.m., we start counting, and whoever we elect as president and the various. All right, so let's quickly move to Benjamin Z, who is covering the GS. Ben, good to see you again. Tell us exactly where you are at the polling station, and what polling station is that? Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm currently at the Atomic Fabena BA Primary School here in the Dono Kwabena constituency. And presently, the General Secretary of the Church of Pentecost, Apostle Samuel J. Obobi, is just about to cast his ballot.
He is here together with his wife and his children. They are just about to cast their ballot, and so they'll go through the process. So then everybody will get to see how smooth the process has been over here at the DA Primary School.
As you said, yes, okay, so that's the...
So the General Secretary walks majestically together with his wife and his children, and then they go through they'll first go through and then get their ballot papers. They'll first vote for the presidential, and then afterwards for the parliamentary. So JB, earlier on I got a report about how a little bit of difficulty in the start of the elections here at the DA Primary School. But then it was corrected. Elections delayed for just about an hour. Okay. But afterwards it was corrected. There was a little bit of queue here when I got here earlier, but then the queue has been wiped out because of the fast and accuracy in conducting the elections here at the DA Primary School. So the General Secretary and his family are in the queue, currently waiting for their turn to be served with their ballots, so then they can go and then go through the polls. So over here has been a smooth voting process. There are no stress at all.
But Z, let me find out from you where GS and the family are voting. Is it a transfer polling center or the original place they've been voting all this while?
Okay, so this is the center, the original place. We know that the General Secretary of the Church of Pentecost was formerly at Atomic PIWC as the resident minister.
Right.
Last 4 years, that was where he was the resident minister, and so he registered here as a voter. And so there was no transfer. He only came here to come and vote as his original polling station for the last 4 years.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So almost the places we've been, what has been an atmosphere like, unlike what the GS is about to, exercise?
The process has been smooth, as I said earlier. There are no stress. People have recognized him. Initially, when we got here, people recognized him as the General Secretary. Others saw him and they started calling his name. But afterwards, it's been smooth. It's been okay. You can see some of the agents trying to identify from them where exactly they are supposed to vote. So initially when I came, I realized that they had a bit of challenge. Okay, so just as I reported earlier, there was a bit of challenge in finding out whether you are voting at A or B. We've just been told that the General Secretary, as per his number, is supposed to vote at the polling station B. So that is where we are walking towards at the moment. So we are moving currently to the polling station B, which is just across the field that is in front of us. So we'll just move across the field, and then the General Secretary can then cast his vote at the B. So he walks majestically with his family, and off we go. So over here, also, when we get there, you realize that there are no challenges in terms of large numbers and large queues. Majority of them have already been here earlier, and they've cast their votes. And so we'll walk there, and then we'll see how smooth the process also is over there.
All right. So we'll get back to them pretty soon, but it tells you how vigilant people are, because they will tell you, if you don't belong to this center, politely they tell you that. I mean, how? I mean, just a quick.
You see, the number over there is very large. Yeah. I need to again commend the EC. You know, the voting centers over 40,000.
I think Ben is back. Can we hear him now?
We've been told that elections are predominantly won at the polling stations and so.
All right, so yeah, let's move on.
Yes, like we were saying.
All right, Ben is back, so let's have.
Process is followed as far as this elections is concerned, and over here there is no exception. Due process is being followed. Everybody is vigilant. Everybody is giving keen attention to whatsoever that is here. So we've presently gotten to the DA Primary School B, Polling Station B, and the General Secretary has just joined the queue. He will be casting his vote very soon. He's in the queue. His ballot, and then after.
All right, so that's the experience. I mean, encouragement is that even our leaders are exercising their responsibility as citizens, how much more all of us here. So you are encouraged wherever you find yourself to go. When I was coming this morning, I saw a lot of people in town, especially around Circle. So I was just interacting with them, and they said, oh no, this time around when you go, the queue is too long, so I'm waiting. So the intention is that nobody intends to stay without voting. And that's our word of encouragement. Between now and 5 p.m., you have enough time, you have enough period to get in to go and vote. So our GS is in there going to the B session to go and family to go and cast their ballot. But I was coming to your point that people are really, really vigilant in that politely tell you, oh, okay, if you lost your path, this is where you are supposed to go. And it creates that beautiful environment, isn't it? Yeah, telling the world that Ghanaians are highly, highly interested in democratic institutions and
Definitely. Yeah. And you record the EC some few days ago were encouraging people that even if you lost your voter's ID card,
just get there.
Just go there. Once your name is in the register and you see your face, then look at the picture on the register and then you are good to go. And then, so like you mentioned, this year we're expecting about some 18 million people voting and across about 40,000 centers. Yeah. So even if you do some little mathematics, we should have some average of 450 people in each polling station. Yeah. And so we don't expect to see a large crowd.
Some days ago until 2020 when they started trying to create other polling centers, you had to go and join a long queue.
Yes.
And that was sort of some discouragement to a lot of people. Definitely. You would go and say, wow, I mean, what is the point for me to go and queue for a very long time in the sun and vote for somebody else? So this proactiveness is good. But I'm also very, very of the view that the Electoral Commission so far, especially with the 2024, has done well.
Yes.
The responsiveness they promised, I think it's on point.
Definitely.
Because earlier I had a lot of calls that some centers were experiencing the BVD challenge. Yeah. And quickly, within minutes, we also had information that all is well.
Definitely.
So it tells that it's good.
Definitely.
So the promise is fine. Now let's come back to the Deputy Commissioner in charge of operations.
Yes.
He also made some point, admitting that there were some BVD issues.
Yeah.
Is it a kind of excuse that we should accept, looking at the number of the centers and the kind of machines we should go? Or you think that it's normal to have this challenge?
Well, what is refreshing is that he did mention that their team of experts at the radio station were quick enough to resolve that.
Right.
Yes. So I think that is an issue that we need to comment on that. But these are machines that they are likely to see things like that. But however, our ability to resolve them on time is what matters. Yes. So I think what he said is very interesting.
And then what do you think it will serve? What purpose will this toll-free number serve actually, as they announced?
Yes. It's not easy to accept election results, especially when you are being defeated. But before someone will accept that election results that is being defeated, the person wants the process to be fair, the process to be transparent and free, with this full of integrity and transparency. When these elements are in place, and then at the end of the day, Party B or Party C is declared as the loser, definitely the person will actually think that, in fact, the process has been fair, the process has been free, and this toll-free number, as you did mention, well, if you are at the police station and then you are being maltreated, you can call this number. Yes. So we expect that once you are at the polling station and you see something going wrong, you can call this number, and then it will help in building our democratic system. Yes.
Now, another issue that the Deputy Commissioner in charge of operation also raised that I think we need to talk about has to do with the polling agents.
Yes.
For me, the two major political parties, the NDC and NPP, almost all the centers had their people fully represented. Funny enough, certain political parties and independent candidates didn't have their representatives. And I'm saying that if you don't have them, and the laws allow you to have provided, you don't do it. Do they have any, means to raise back and tell us that, well, this polling center, I was cheated? Because over the years, that has been a story. We will give it up. All right, so, right in your shot is our General Secretary, who is going through the procedure. One, the casting for the presidential votes, and then the parliamentary follows. So your name, your details will have to be cross-checked. You can see the GS standing quietly. That's what we also expect everybody to do, that when you get to the center, you must listen to the officers, those in charge. You don't go and direct people what they should do. All the political party agents, I'm sure the NDC and NPP, you can see them also trying to take. That is, when they are done, they will match up to the voter register one, and then we'll look at also the number of ballot papers cast. Then they will do the collation together. So everybody is just keeping the accountability process going. So they will do their cross-checking, they have it. And then the EC officials as well also go through it. So you can see the finger. Once you go there, certainly the indelible ink will have to separate you from others who have not voted. This is to prove that you have gone to vote, so that it will prevent you from going for the second time. Yeah. And now our GS quietly moves to the next one, where he takes his ballot paper. Great. Okay. So you can see the GS interacting with the EC official, and I'm sure directing where you have to go, presidential and then the parliamentary. So there, Apostle Samuel Bobby goes into this corner. It is you and your goal, and your choice is as simple as that. Wherever you want, you have options. And then you thump it at the point that you want. It's very, very simple. I think that if you all want to go by democratic procedures, it's so lovely.
One thing I just observed is that EC, this year, because of the number of people on the...
Okay, so that's about it. It's done with the presidential. Making sure that it's in there, because it will be counted later in the day. He goes back to follow the procedure again, this time to the parliamentary one. He gets it again, go to the same polling booth where nobody sees you, and then you have the opportunity of decide whoever you want. It's your right, though. This one, money cannot buy this. There's no coercion. There's no whispering. He gets in, and that's it. So GS is done, but because he came around with the family, I'm sure the wife will have to go through the same rudiments, so as the children, the son, and then the daughter as well. And so the GS will have to stand somewhere and wait for them while they also go through it. I mean, isn't it beautiful to go through democratic procedure?
Like I was saying, if you observe the ballot papers, the EC official, when they give it to you, they fold it in such a way that it even helps you. When you also finish voting, you fold it in the same manner and just drop it. And so this scenario by the EC also helped to reduce...
Okay, so that's Mama Koko also doing so beautifully. All right, and I'm sure that was the president. Okay, so I could see the daughter as well following. So that's the page. What we are trying to let you understand is that our leaders are voting. So please, I'm saying the COP and all of us earlier, we saw the flag bearer for the MPP also casting his own in his hometown. We saw the flag bearer as well, the vice presidential candidate, Napo, also doing same. We are just to cross over. All right, so let's get back quickly to listen to the GS after casting his ballots. All right, so whilst we wait, yes, we were telling me something about, but the connection I was trying to give with the presser, initial presser from the deputy, the man in charge of operations.
For some time, and thank God that we actually have seen today. It's been so impressive. In fact, I'm amazed at the smoothness level of the process. The process has been very smooth. I've been voting here for some time now, and normally when you come, you realize that there are a lot of people and heckles here and there. But this year has been exceptional. It has been smooth. There are no too many people here. I realize that many centers have been created, and so it has reduced the number of, or the length of the queue. And so I think that there is some kind of pair. What I've seen here, if I'm using what I've seen here as a basis for judgment, then I would say that there's some kind of efficiency in this year's election process.
Yes, Papa, finally, we would like to know, mostly it is after elections that we do hear most of these election aftermath issues. What is your message to persons, the church, the general public, and almost every Ghanaian? What is your message to them after the elections and their conducts?
Yes, all of us have one vote each. So just come and exercise that one vote, and then that is all. When you are done, like I'm done, I'll go home and then wait for the outcome of the results. We also want to encourage each and every one of us, political figures and all that, to accept the results as is being declared. We do not want any chaos and any troubles after the elections. We just want to advise each and every one of us to just come exercise your franchise, just one vote, and when you are done, just go home and wait for the officials to do what they are supposed to do. There are party agents here, there are observers here who will be looking at the counting and all that. But if you also want to come and observe, you can come and observe, but stand at a distance and just observe. Don't create any problems for yourself and for the nation.
Thank you very much, Papa. Thank you very much for
God
talking
bless
to
you.
us. Thank you. All right, so that is the General Secretary of the Church of Pentecost, Apostle Samuel Joe Ebobi, who just cast his ballot at the Dome Kwabenya constituency, specifically the Kwabenya Atomic DA Primary School. Thank you.
All right, so I mean that's about it. So we are moving on. So we are done with the GS. We're also tracking the chairman of the Church of Pentecost. Once that one is also ready, that footage is ready, we will show you our viewers. The point is clear. Our leaders are voting. You have no business to stay. As long as you qualify, we are urging you to go on. Now let's come back to some of the issues. Yes. I said that. Have you listened to the statement that Tete made, the deputy EC in charge of operations made? I mean, he was just saying that these two political parties, the NDC and MPP, almost all the polling stations, they are represented. Their agents are there. But if you look at people like, he said, Alan Chematin, for instance, has some agents, but not everywhere. LPG as well, GCPP, APC, and then, of course, the independent candidate. When we talk about the Cheddar, Nana Kwame Bediako, has quite people representing them. But I'm saying that we have about 30 in terms of the presidential and those who are vying for 13 of them. Most of these political parties, I mean, fail to send their agents across. And I am saying that, would that be basis to say that, okay, well, our agents are not there and so you can do anything? And two, would they also have any right to come and tell a story that, well, something went wrong at the polling centers when you really didn't show up with your agents?
No. They don't have anything like that to do. The only thing they can do is when there is evidence that their agents at the various polling stations were actually prevented from carrying out their duties over there. But however, you know, some days and months and then some few years ago, there has been a discussion about political party financing. Yes, political party financing in recent times has became a topical issue. However, when those things were happening, we actually couldn't conclude on that. And you know, politics in Ghana is very expensive. It's very expensive, and so if you do not have that kind of resources, you are not able to cover these 40,000 polling stations. No, JB, I just mentioned that we have over
capital intensive
40,000 polling stations
and sponsoring people to represent you.
If you should have 5 people in each polling station, that is 200,000 people. 200,000 people.
But somebody will say, who has asked you to also go and register a political party? Because I mean, it is also part of ensuring transparency at the police.
Exactly. That is why some time ago, the EC mentioned that for a political party to be recognized in this country, you should have your presence in all the 276 constituencies in this country.
And why is it's a requirement?
It's a requirement. But you and I know that when we move across this country, we don't see their presence.
Anyway.
And so when it comes to election period, we can only see the NDC and the MPP having their representative, and some of them have as high as 10 people in each polling station. And so it was not a basis for any of this imposed more parties independent presidential candidate to use that as a yardstick and say that because
we're not there.
We're not there.
They cheated us. But over the year, that has been a story. And I'm saying that we have to discourage that because if you refuse to bring your people at a place to also help the transparency process, you have no business telling us contrary.
Yes.
The next point is that the fact that they also don't have their rep doesn't also mean you can work out because the system must be protected. Procedures must be followed to the letter. That's it. Now, the last point we just want to look at it is the role of observers. We were told the IDEC has presence, CODEO is there, ECOWAS community is there, the EU is there, and then the Commonwealth is there. Now, tell me, what sort of validation do these observers bring to our process?
Yes, these local and international observers, they build our multi-party structures. Yes, and at the international level, it gives credence to the fact that Ghana is a multi-party nation. And so at the international level, we are seen as a group of people who love a multi-party practices. And so having these people also, as it were, add to the integrity of the electoral processes. And so we want to encourage that in each elections in this country, when we see more of these people, sometimes they are able to speak to the Electoral Commission and steam political parties, sometimes before one even accepts the results from the election. These people even come and speak to them behind the scene that for the sake of peace and for the sake of this thing, you need to accept the process.
We are also hoping to be joined via Zoom by Dr. Frank Entry, one of our astute political scientists as well, to tell us also another angle and then his view so far as the Pressure One is. But let me come back to where you just drop off. People have also contested the legality of this, international observers. People are saying that, they're coming around, it's purely on conventional basis, and that their views has no legal binding or legal ramifications on the pronouncement or on the election. And so it's like you coming around to see if the EU says the procedure was wrong, it's not binding on the EC from pronouncing whoever won. So basically, just satisfying a convention as against legal attachment, we must give credence to legal issues rather than just making it an conventional issue.
No. You see, ECOWAS, Ghana is a member of ECOWAS. You know that?
Yeah.
So once Ghana is a member of ECOWAS, it means that ECOWAS has an interest in our political activities. So it is prudent that ECOWAS send observers to come and monitor the processes currently. Yes. So
but we are looking at the legal binding effect of the observations, because whatever comment at the end of the day they give does not cancel or nullify whatever information the EC pronounces. So what's the business?
Yes, of course. You see, the presence of these people is not actually to make pronouncement that is binding on us, but they add their voice, which even their advice may be accepted or be rejected.
Yeah, so it's conventional. So what's conventional? There's nothing binding, and there's nothing holding you apart that if you refuse to accept our input, this is the challenge you have. So basically, that's how it will go. Anyway, but it's good. It's good to have your election validated by observers, especially international observers.
It's very important.
I agree, because once whoever becomes a leader, you still need this international community to work with. You alone, you go to them for some grants, some assistance, and some loans.
And as well. These people have been giving us some aids. Helping us in so many things when it comes to international decision-making processes. Yes, and trade and those things. And so we need them. Seriously, we need them.
Now, I've never said we don't need them. I was just trying to check their status when it comes to legal ramifications. Because, if their findings cannot change any outcome, basically it's conventional.
But you remember?
But I think that we must grow to a point that yes, once we have these observers around and they find something, because not only in Ghana, we have seen a lot of them going around to observe in other parts of African countries. Elections are flawed, and yet they are easy to go ahead and make pronouncements as to who won. They will give us contrary opinions, and yes, it's not factored in anything. That is my bone of contention. That we must make sure that our observations are validated by our laws. And then we'll say, yes, okay, so if the EUs are around, it means something. If the Commonwealth group are observing, it means something. Otherwise, we'll continue and become the CODEO and then the IDEC, only adding up to spice up our democracy anyway, without capital effect.
Yesterday, for example, before His Excellency the President addressed the nation, or when he was about addressing the nation, you saw the flag bearer of NDC making a post on the social media platform. The same time, and then as part of the processes, he even called on the international observers to add their voice to the electoral process. And we've seen this thing over the years, since 92, sometimes you find the opposition often calling on the international war. It is a convention, as you rightly mentioned.
Jerry, you are trying to work around it, but I mean, if you really want to get my point, you understand that legal issues must be separated from conventions. Because the legal brains will tell you that as for the legal issues are binding.
But in 2012, for example, they went to Supreme Court after the election.
Yeah.
I think the Supreme Court did not call in the international observers as witnesses as part of the electoral process.
That's I mean, you are giving credence to what I'm saying.
Exactly.
So, as for observation, is good. You have to observe everybody.
If you don't bring these people, it shows that if you don't bring them and win the election, sometimes we need grant aid.
But we also don't always need them to validate our process.
No,
we have come of age. Let's get it. I am not saying that getting observers around is not good. But I mean, the point I want to establish is, yes, these observers are good. They need to come, including our internal ones. Fine. But I'm saying that we want to, because in our terrain, we are fortunate that Ghana, we have always gone through the legal way. So we are safe. We have seen a lot of contra views coming from observers. And yet, certain countries have gone to, their ECs and their bosses have gone to make pronouncements to bring in legitimate people, and nobody was able to nullify anything. So as we grow our democracy, I think that our observers must have certain status that will also help, other than the indirect way of trying to say,
for example, things like that, they will need first-hand information for research purpose and academics. Yes.
No, but it's good. It's good to have them anyway.
You know, we reading about the CODEO report after election.
Yeah, they will tell you how.
Yes, and you know, just our political parties, they also have their reps across the 16 regions of this country.
Correct.
And they are giving them first-hand information.
Correct.
And so, as part of building our democratic systems, they give us information in terms of research-wise.
And somebody also told me, just as the media, we are also observers, because we can be calling out our own numbers, but we are not the final authority. So all of us, including JB, we are observers. I agree. But you see, our position has been cemented in our constitution, the fourth estate of the realm. So we also have a business and a stake to do it. Just that it's not too binding as to who called the final shots. But we have been given the access to enter into every coalition center with the kind permission from the Electoral Commission. I think the earlier letter that came about, we don't want to talk about it because it's gone, it's been corrected. I mean, limiting people, especially the media houses, will have been another challenge, but thankfully it has been corrected. Now, every accredited media house has an unfettered access to both the constituency level, the regional level, and of course the national level as well. We are also getting ready to listen to our analyzer, the in-house analyzer, Joe Hazel, will be coming quickly to tell us more. As we take our time, go through the voting processes, we still need to be talking and communicating to certain dynamics and numbers. And you know, in the run-up to this election, these two major political parties talk about the NDC and the NPP. They had their manifesto all over. But they had the 4 cardinal areas they intend to address as a way of priority. And before that, we had there were a lot of surveys in town, including the October Afro Barometer. We want to peruse it, look at what were the 4 things that these two political parties were proposing, 4 major policies they they expound in their manifestos, as against what the Afrobarometer also found after they've done the survey of the Ghanaian people. And our analyzer, as always, Joe, is ready. One is ready. Quickly, we'll get back to the dashboard, and he will still talk to us more. But once we are here, let's try and wrap it up. So, yes, NPP has all the political polling agents at the various polling centers.
Yes.
NDC has the same.
Yes.
Some of the political parties have their representatives, others don't have.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that the system must be stampeded,
Yes.
the processes must be open.
Yes.
My question to this is that everybody is watching, and if certain few issues pop up, up to this point, can it be a basis to generalize it and say, oh, what happened 2024 there is not quite good, especially with the few BVDs that have been done?
No. We cannot use just one of such as a case. Like I did mention, if the EC had actually admitted that the BVDs had a challenge and were not able to sort of, as it were, replace them, that would have become a matter of concern. But here, I think they made there was a backup to this thing, and he said that as soon as these things happen, they were able to reverse it. And these things happen at the at the commencement of the elections processes. Yeah. So it is not when we're getting to the end of the program that these things start to happen. And I don't think that from the time that these things happen, we still have a lot of time ahead of us that everyone can cast.
Now the last one before we get to Joe has to do with the fact that security personnel are all over.
Yes.
I was expecting the EC commissioner, Madam Jean Mensah, to have just tell us the status of the military as a backup, because that has been an issue where, yesterday, the Ghana Armed Forces also released some information that military men has been deployed across the voting area. Just that when you see them, you don't have to panic, because they are in there for all to ensure the safety. But hitherto, we also have had the National Security Task Force headed by the IGP.
Yes.
So a lot of people were just trying to, understand what will warrant the military to be released around that area. So I had wanted the Jimenza to touch on that, but I think it was silent. It was the deputy who rather said that security personnel are all over the police station.
Yes.
Just a quick one before we move.
Yes. I think it's true that yesterday there was a press release from the military that they've deployed them. If there are people across the country, but the presser was actually very clear that they are not to be stationed at the polling station. That the letter was very clear, and it was very clear.
Production, do you have the letter? If you can help us, that would be cool.
Yes.
Before we get to Joe.
Yes. So the letter mentioned that if the production can give us the letter, that the people. The military that we are deploying to across the 16 regions of the country are not to be stationed at the polling station, but they are there as backup. And they mention again in the letter that is when the security or the Ghana Police Service feels that they are overwhelmed and they will need a backup. Then the military will not come in. The letter said that the Ghana police should call them and then they will come in. But however, they are being stationed, they are around. So they made themselves available that we are around. If you need our help, just call us. And I think that over the years, when they come to the military and then the Ghana Police Service, we know that Ghana Police Service solely is in charge of the security of our elections.
Yes, so it's headed by the IGP.
Yes.
Dr.
Definitely. Yes.
It's headed by. So I really, but I think once
so they have been deployed as a backup
from their end is clear.
It's very clear.
It should suffice all the doubt.
And I said, I think before coming to the
we have Dr. Frank Entry on the line. Let me pick a spot quickly before we get back to our analyzer to tell us more. Dr. Frank Entry, if you can hear me, let's have your video and unmute, and let's get your first impression about the first maiden presser from the Electoral Commission.
What parties have been saying, and do you think that some of the proposals they've made so far have the lever to actually turn the economy around in the very short term, because Ghanaians are looking at who is able to help us
so we come back to
reduce the
so
food
just
prices.
as we were saying, yes, it's true that...
So in the very short term, do you think that some of these proposals are able to alleviate the pain, Ms. Latte?
Okay, so thank you very much. So I'll start with some historical analysis. Moved over the last few years. So if you look at the period from 2017,
presser that was released from the Electoral Commission. We had the Commissioner, Jane Mensah, speaking, and then the Deputy in charge of operation, Tete, also coming in to add more. So, Doc, if you can hear me, your initial thoughts about the presser?
Yeah, good morning, JB, and good morning to your viewers and then listeners at large. And thanks for the opportunity. Yes, I think that it's very important that the Ghanaian populace, we are updated, and it should be in a timely fashion. So I believe that the idea of briefing us as a nation periodically, that is 3-hour interval, personally, I think it's in order, and it's something that we should all applaud the EC for. They updated us on very significant issues. For example, starting the voting, that is the starting time. Across the length and breadth of the country, we can say that over 40,000 polling stations. Definitely, there may be one or two places that for a reason or two, delays may be seen. And so I don't see that as abnormal. And the EC actually stated that 99% of all centers started on time. And I think it's something good. Now, the issue that has to do with why the delays, maybe some, technical and all that, but then the emphasis must be placed on the fact that if you have a chunk of the centers having started on time, then I don't think there's any call for alarm. And then they also address the issue of the security presence. Well, I think that if you should leave everything in the hands of the EC to decide, and we will assume that, Ghanaians will comport themselves and all that, we will be laughing at the wrong side of our mouth. So it's good that we have security personnel around, just that they shouldn't be so proximate to serve as intimidation to the voting populace. So I believe that... Yes,
but Doc, on this case, yes. Did you find the need of having the military around?
That's what I said, that the proximity is the issue. They shouldn't be within sight where some people, just the mere fact that they've seen someone in uniform, that may frighten them a bit. Yeah, so it's something that we should be considering, that yes, we should strategically post them around so that if anything untoward, then they can swiftly respond to whatever the issue is. But to actually flout them all around, and they have the mortgages and all that. So sometimes some people may be intimidated. Yeah, so I think that
especially when we have the National Security Task Force headed by the IGP, and throughout the process so far, and even the National Task Force, Security Task Force issuing statement, we have not found where they link up that they needed extra backup. But probably proactiveness is also the key, right?
Exactly. You know, if you look at it for now, I'm sure you may be aware that there are some centers, or let's say constituencies, that if you sit down aloof and you say that, oh, I want to be far, and it's only when there's a need for me to come a bit closer, you may get there and things might have gotten out of hand. So I don't actually support, though they will be there with insight and then be moving around and all that, showing their muscles and whatever that is on them, blah, blah, blah. That one, I won't support that. But I think that, the security intelligence that's being played around, probably led by the IGP, I'm sure they know what they are doing. And I believe strongly that under the leadership of Dr. Dampare, definitely they will ensure that things are done in a professional way. I don't expect any unprofessional behavior from the part of the security agencies. And if there should be any man or woman who is not working for Ghana as a security officer, that person must be fished out. That one is a serious thing. We don't want any situation where someone will just pretend to be a security officer in a uniform, but with evil intention, and in the first place, he or she is not even eligible or security man. Yeah, so that one is an issue that we have to consider.
Great. But have you gone to your polling center yet?
Yeah, I've been there. I am in Nyasotium, so this morning I visited where I vote. The numbers very encouraging. I have not cast my vote yet. I will do so maybe within some hours. And then I came down to, there's a place called Sotio Market. I don't know the name of the polling station, but the popular name is Obonsamashas.
What a name.
There's a center there. I mean, the numbers are encouraging. And then also Pentecost University campus.
Right.
Not so much, but I'm sure as the time goes by, people will definitely come out and vote. Yeah.
Now, let me get your quick thought on this one before I get in house to the poster. Yeah. Now, the deputy in charge of operations also said something that, with the exception of the two main political parties, none of the other political parties have their political agents across the stations. What's your thoughts?
Yeah. Now, I think it's understandable because, you see, elections itself is a huge business. You cannot, joke with it.
But so, obviously, and somehow, in the end, you see
that? So you really need a lot of resources. And remember, two key resources: the human. In fact, it should even be more than two: the human resources, the logistics, and then also the finance. You see that? Because remember, sometimes you may have to grease the palm of someone to go out there to risk his life as a polling agent for you. And some of these small parties or smaller parties, and then also independent candidates, they don't have that strength. You see, so you cannot match up to that of the two major leading parties, NPP and NDC. Remember, sometimes even a parliamentary candidate can actually shoulder everything at his level. I'm not saying that is what is going to happen across, but remember, if a situation where, for example, in Yasoto, Kwabi Bidiakun, Goom, and the rest, they don't have even parliamentary candidates, right? Yeah. But NDC and NPP will have. And remember, these parliamentary candidates will definitely protect their interests.
Okay.
So they maybe have a brother or a sister who may sacrifice to go there and stand in for them.
But I think, Doc, I think the key lesson is that whether their agents are available or not, the process must be transparent, just as the EC has said. Security is all,
and please,
and the system must work interactive.
Remember, the presence of the polling agent is just to augment the processes. It is not necessarily supposed to activate anything, because the laws are clear. The EC is organizing the elections. I mean, so even if you don't have a polling agent there, the elections must still go on. And the EC has the onus to run everything in a free and fair manner.
Excellent.
So, notwithstanding the fact that there is no polling agent, we must still have a very seamless process.
Right. We want to thank you very much for spending this time. We'll get back to you actually because we'll be having a lot of presses. So you have to stay on for now. They have promised to come back to us 12:30. We are already here. I think they promised to give it about 4 or 5 times before the close of polls. Yes. So we'll get back certainly to you, Dr. Frank Entry. We want to thank you so much for joining us. And then now we want to quickly get in-house. Our analyst is here to tell us more. When we were going for this period, these two political parties, NDC, MPP, had their manifestos. They had their 4 major policies running across these, as against the Afrobarometer survey that came around in October. And our analyzer is here. Joe, good to see you as always.
Yes, JB, good to see you too, and good to see JJ Yanabi sitting right beside you.
Right. So, I mean, give us the dynamics and let's listen.
All right, JB, I should say. So JJ and JB, I should be careful with that. Now, like you said, ahead of the 2024 elections, the political parties released their manifestos, which are the promises they hope to achieve when they are elected. Now, before that, the CDD, who we know conducts the Afrobarometer report, conducts researches, brought up its reports, there are 10 reports, and out of it, there are certain issues they describe as important to the Ghanaian people after the survey. So I would continue on the touch screen. Now look at this. These are major manifesto promises. That is what we analyze. Now, this is what the CDD did. Now, it says most important problems in Ghana. That is what is worrying Ghanaians. Now, out of it, the one that topped was unemployment. Yes, which was about 41%. Now, infrastructure and roads continued with 38%, whilst health, that is 33%, and education, 28%. There are others: management of economy, increasing cost of living, water supply, farming, agriculture, corruption, electricity, poverty. But I would want us to focus on the first 4. That's unemployment, infrastructure and roads, health, and education. Now, let's continue. So let's look at the question they were asked. The respondents were asked, in your opinion, what are the most important problems facing this country? That is the country Ghana. That's what they were asked. Now, and that is what they responded to, and we got this. Now let's look at what the manifesto promises of both political parties are to address these key issues that have been identified as the most pressing problems to the Ghanaian people. Now, the first one, which was with unemployment. So we look at job creation in the manifestos of both political parties. Now, the objective of the MPP in its manifesto, 2024 manifesto, is to create 1 million jobs through digital skills construction. So 1 million jobs. I think I'm using the NDC's colors for NPP. Maybe they'll beat me. So 1 million jobs. This is blue, so we're good. Through digital construction, digital skills, construction, and agribusiness. That is what the NPP wants to do to solve the unemployment situation. Now, how did they plan to do this? Their target is to emphasize on private sector-led growth and digital transformation. Now, we know the NPP is a capitalist political party, and they indulge mostly in the development of the private sector. And so they say that in 2024, what they are going to do is to empower the private sector and also create digital transformation. And I mean, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has been crowned the king of digitalization, maybe self-styled, or what the NPP put him out as the king of digitalization. And they said they are going to enhance this. They are going to create transformation and use it to solve the unemployment situation, which Ghanaians say it is the most pressing thing worrying them. Now, this promise can be found in page 12 of the NPP manifesto. And so if you open the NPP manifesto, you see a lineup of these promises, which is to aid the private sector to cause growth and also cause digital transformation. Now, the NDC, the National Democratic Congress, being led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who released their manifesto, also says that they're going to focus on job creation through industrialization and expanding agriculture opportunity. So that is it. Focus on job creation through industrialization and expanding agriculture opportunity and the introduction of the 24-hour economy, the very popular 24-hour economy. That is what they want to focus on to solve the unemployment situation. So now, industrialization, expanding agriculture opportunities, which is a 3-shift program that is supposed to deal with the unemployment situation. Now, what is their target? They want to prioritize public infrastructure projects and support for agriculture industry and provide incentives for businesses to work 3 shifts in a day. And that is what they want to. That is their target of the sectors they are targeting in order to ensure that they deal with unemployment. And this can be found on pages 22 to 23 of the NDC manifesto. And so this is what both political parties say they want to do to solve the unemployment situation. Now let's move on to the next thing. Infrastructure, which Ghanaians say is one of their most challenging problems. And so what does the NPP in their manifesto say they will do to solve the infrastructure challenges? They say they want to emphasize on completing ongoing projects and enhancing public-private partnership for infrastructure development. Now, one thing you will note in the NPP's trend is that the public sector plays a keen role in their governance, the public sector, or the private sector, I should say. So public-private sector. Now, like I have established earlier, they are a capitalist political party, and so they focus more on the private sector compared to the NDC, which is a socialist political party and want to go with the masses, take socialist decision and governmental or public decisions. Now, so the NPP is saying that they are emphasizing on completing ongoing projects. They are going to complete ongoing projects and enhancing public-private partnership for infrastructure development. Now, what we have evidence of this in the One District, One Factory that the NPP had rolled out. And so they claim that this is a partnership between themselves and the private sector. And so you could see that in 2020 coming up, there was this argument. I think from 2016, actually, there was this argument that the NPP promised that there will be One District, One Factory in all districts. Now, we are seeing old factories being named after, but then the explanation they gave is that it is a public-private partnership. And so you see that keenly. And so what are they focusing on? They said they want to complete roads, bridges, and transport facilities to improve connectivity. Now, we know that production or productivity is not on its own. I mean, job creation is not on its own. There are sectors that link together. And so all the sectors, they said they want to create roads. I mean, if you have good roads, you can go to work easily, your production time is effective, and then there's production. Now, there are bridges and sources of transportation, I should say, to improve connectivity. I mean, just recently, Dr. Baumia launched some electric buses, and ahead of the 2024 general election, I mean, part of their drive to solve the infrastructure deficit. Now, the NDC, which has been touted as a king of infrastructure, I mean, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama touted himself as, and the NDC touted him as somebody who is keen, who built solely infrastructure. Now, introduction of the big push, and this is the biggest policy of the NDC, one of the biggest, the big push. What is the big push about? It says it's an initiative that will provide 10 billion plan aimed at accelerating national infrastructure growth across various sectors. So they want to provide $10 million to push infrastructure development like roads. And I mean, the NDC, we can say, has that track record. I mean, we have the Circle Dubai, like they say, they call it, the Circle Interchange, like the Circle Dubai, like they call it. They have the Rich Hospital, they have the, University of Ghana Medical Center, and all those infrastructure. And so they want to accelerate that development. It's a $10 billion plan to increase. And what is their key project? The NDC's reforms are discussed on page 22 and 25 of their manifesto. And so when you look through their manifestos, you would see that. Let's move on. Still on infrastructure. Now, so these are the pages, and the NDC's infrastructure initiative are detailed on 29 and 28. Let's move on. This is still Election Watch. We should remind you, our comprehensive coverage of the 2024 general election. We are bringing you the detail, the analysis as and when they are relevant. Now, the next thing we saw on the chart was healthcare. And so, what is the NPP saying in their manifesto? They say they want to commit to completing Agenda 111 hospitals and expanding the National Health Insurance Scheme. We all know that after COVID, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo promised that they would construct 111 hospital project, so that because during COVID, we realized that our hospitals are not enough to serve us. And so 111 projects to deal with the hospital deficit and also expand the national health insurance. And I mean, something that is laudable in the last month is that, just this month I should say, the NPP government made free kidney dialysis free under the national health insurance. There are so many other things also that they are doing under the national health insurance. And so they say they want to expand it so it can accommodate the health needs of the Ghanaian people. Laudable, we can say. Now, this can be found in page 18 of the NPP manifesto. If you check the NPP manifesto, page 18 is there. Now, there's the NDC. Let's go to the NDC. What are they saying they want to do to improve health infrastructure? And so they plan for universal healthcare coverage with improvement to the NHIS. Now, note this. Whilst the NPP say they want to improve the NHIS, the NDC also says they want to improve the NHIS, that's the National Health Insurance Scheme. And so it means that our National Health Insurance Scheme is a very keen thing that is being considered under both political parties. I mean, if we have a very good health insurance, I believe healthy people build a healthy nation. And so we are just looking at what Ghanaians will choose between the two. Both of them are promising to improve the national health insurance. And let's see who. Now let's go. The page references. I mean, we don't want to just speak in absentia, just speak off our mind. So I am trying to give you the pages of the NPP manifesto and the NDC manifesto, so that even if you have not made an informed decision as of now, you have not been to your polling station, I think this thing can improve. You can refer to the manifestos, get a better understanding of it, and then you move on. Now, the NDCs can be found in page 26 and 27 of their manifesto. Now, education, very interesting in this year's elections. Now, you cannot mention this without mentioning the free SHS program. I mean, it has been a topical issue being discussed all over. Now, some say when this government cancels it, the others say, I will not cancel it, I will improve it. They say it has been shabbily done. They say, if you could have done it, you would have done it earlier. And so it's a back and forth. Now, what is the NPP saying they will do in the field of education? They said they will focus on continuation and expansion of the free senior high school program with an emphasis on technical and vocational education training. This is quite interesting. I mean, TVET has found a name in our education sector now, I should say. I mean, Dr. Yahweh Duchum has been fronting this so much, and so you can see that the TVET is being highlighted. Now, time ago, we thought that people who were not so bright were people who entered the technical and vocational training. But now, we have gotten to realize that that is not the case at all. TVET can hold the backbone of the nation and push the nation. And so that is what the NPP is planning to do in 2024 if Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is given the mandate. And that can be found in page 15 of the NPP manifesto. So page 15, let me highlight it so our viewers can look for it and read page 15 of the NPP manifesto. Now, the NDC, what are they saying they will do? They say they will review. This word, review. And it's an interesting word. Anytime it comes up, it becomes a whole topical issue in the country. The MDC says they will review the free SHS program to address inefficiencies and improve quality alongside expanding access to tertiary education. Now, this has become a topical issue. Some say this review means the NDC will cancel the free SHS program. His Excellency John Dramani Maham has said that anyone who tells you, I will cancel the free SHS program, tell the person he or she is a liar. So, is it going to be a continuation for expansion? And I mean, just thinking of this, the NPP says they will expand the free SHS program. The NDC is saying that they will address inefficiencies, improve quality, alongside expanding access to tertiary education. I mean, the issue of access comes in both manifestos, and the NDC has added the tertiary to it. And the NDCs can be found in pages 24 and 25. Pages 24 and 25 of their manifesto. And so these are the four major policies that both political parties have put in place to address what the Afrobarometer identified as the top challenges facing Ghanaians ahead of the 2024 polls. So these are some of the things Ghanaians are supposed to consider to make informed decisions when they go to the polls. My name is Ezra Kwabena Joshua. I have been doing the analysis. I'm throwing it to JB Dankwa. and so that I don't say JJ and Albie, because I've always been doing this with him. JB, you can take over.
All right, so many thanks to you, Joshua. I mean, I think the point is that it's so clear. This, I mean, data is just providing you an information. The choice is yours. You have the business to do. I mean, all we are encouraging you to do is to make sure that you go to your polling station. Once you are eligible and you have the details, get to the place. One advantage that EC even added is that even if you cannot find your voter ID card, walk to the place you remember is your center and just go in there. Once your name is found on the register, you'll be allowed to vote. And so we are encouraging everybody. This perspective is trying to let you have a fair idea about what these two political parties represent and what they intend to do. I mean, if they are through with this 2024 elections, what they intend to do. And I'm thinking that by and large, it's for the benefit of Ghanaians. So it's up to you to look at the dynamics, go through the details as were presented by Joshua, and then make your own informed decision. What we are encouraging is that go peacefully, go and vote. I mean, at the period, you just rest. 5 p.m., close of poll. If you still want to go around and watch the event unfold, that's your own business. What we want you to avoid is to become a troublesome person in and around that area. Don't be a hindrance to a successful process that has been set in motion. We want to arrive at a destination that all of us will be proud of. So far, we've not heard anything so disastrous about this year's election. We are praying that as we are getting closer to 12, it will continue till 5 p.m. And then close of poll, we do same and have the information. Now, quick in your shorts is the chairman of the Church of Pentecost. We've told you earlier, we brought you the visuals from the General Secretary and the family. Now is the turn of our chairman of the Church of Pentecost and the family as well. They are going to vote. And I'm saying that this feed that we are picking, the relevance of it is to help you to understand that it is proper to always conduct yourself as a citizen. Make sure that your civic duties, you perform those together. So you can be clergy, you can be laity. The responsibility of yours is make sure that you satisfy the civic responsibility. And as we are ready, we'll quickly get it. But earlier in the shot, you saw the man getting ready to also go and cast his ballot. What does this speak to you, Joe?
I think I did mention the presentation we saw some few hours ago, a minute ago. Yeah. It's been very fantastic. JB, if you ask me, 2024 has been one of the elections that the two major political parties committed resources into researching.
Correct.
2024.
Contested on ideas.
Yes. You know, back in the days that we find them coming out with some 4 people, go and sit down at a place and come out with a document and try to impose that document.
And they will not even avail themselves for further scrutiny.
Yes,
if you are pushing them, they tell you, Master, you anti that, you anti this.
But
this time, they were willing.
Yes, they actually sponsored neutral people on the grounds. They did extensive research. So that is why in 2024, a manifesto of the two major parties, he said it looks similar, but their path in achieving them is what differs. Yeah. But they identify programs or problems are the same. Like he did mention, the NDC campaign on the unemployment, they campaign on the infrastructure, they campaign on rules, or those things, and even added the corruption. The MPP on the other hand,
and
campaign,
the economy as well.
Yeah, the economy, very critical. Then the MPP on the other side, campaign on education, that's the free education aspect of it, job creation, the digitalization. And so that has been the dimension for this few
All right, so quickly let's get, so right in your shot is the chairman of the Church of Pentecost, Apostle Eric Kwabena-Nyamiche, and Mama Mary walking majestically towards their polling center. Process, as you saw earlier, with the GES, they will have to go, if they are going with their voter's ID card, they will have to quickly go to the first EC point of call. That will be to authenticate your information in the voter register. When that is done, the various polling agents as well, whilst authentication are ongoing, they will also be filling in and getting their data as well as they've been sent and been told by their political parties. Then they will pass through that place, get it to receive the ballot paper, they will have their finger, last one, will have to be dipped in the indelible ink, signifying that you are voting once and that you cannot come back to come and vote again. Then you'll be shown the polling booth where you enter you alone and your paper. Okay, so that's the process. Now, that's our mom, Mary, in a short, the wife of the chairman. Yes. So we are trying to gauge it. They will pick in it. And then, one, you have to follow by voting for the presidential candidate. And then you go back again, pick the ballot paper, go to the polling booth, and then also decide on who becomes your member of parliament for the area. And I think this procedure is so beautiful and very smooth. Thankfully, a lot of people have agreed, and we are going. The burden of being a long queue has been reduced because hitherto it was somewhere around under 30,000 polling centers. Now it has been expanded over 40,000. So you can see most of these long queues have been cut short, and the arrangements are in force in that you can quickly just go in there and cast your ballot. So we are encouraging those of you who are still watching us that if you still think that by the time you get there, the line will still be long, I'm saying that there has been a lot of polling centers created within this space. So please go quickly and do the needful. So still in the shots, that's Mama Mary. I have to go through listening to the EC officials. When your time now, chairman is approaching the first EC point of call, yes. So the voter ID card is given, then it's checked in the register. Your name is ticked, indicating that what you are holding is valid because we have your counter information in our EC's register. Beautiful. Once it's validated, the card is also sent to the other end for validation. The party agents will have to do the same because apparently they're also holding the same voter register. So it's a matter of cross-checking. Transparency for me is key. It's key. Right?
It's key.
Man, this one, so that by the end of the day, I mean, when we are done and we are counting, and you got 0, I mean, you graciously. You will not tell that, oh, I didn't allow anybody to pay. If you look at the system again, so transparent. So when we finish and we start counting, and let's say party S got 3 and party B got killed, because their agents were there and the numbers were there and the counting was open, you can't dispute it.
Definitely.
That's why they say that elections are won at the polling stations. Yes, and so make sure that the counting is done because it is the information that will be computed to the national one. If it is 4 at polling station 1, you cannot go and make it 29 at constituency collation center. This can never be done. So I think that Ghanaians, we have come of age and we are demonstrating that under this 4th Republic, we have really proven to the world, especially on the African continent, that what people thought that we could not achieve, we can still work at it and entrench our democracy. So we are still following our chairman, taking his time in the queue. I can see the EC lady, helping to fold up, how, the presidential, because the presidential one is long because you have about 13 of them. It's long.
Very long.
Very long as compared to the parliamentary. Parliamentary, I think the major ones 4 or 5. You
So
will find very small. But once you see the long one, it tells you it's the presidential, and that's the ish. It's the mainstay, right? So even though the parliament is also part of the business, I mean, you have to follow it. Yeah, Jerry?
Like you say, come of age when it comes to this thing. From 92, and when we saw Jerry Rawlings, we were transitioning from the military government to the democratic dispensation, and there was some kind of fear, those things, but we saw there was a smooth transmission of power from
all right. So now let me quickly, whilst our chairman is voting, let me quickly cross over to the Adjoso constituency. I don't want to sound biased, but our correspondent is coming from a place, my own town though, but again, our correspondent is there. Atapoku is there on the ground. So Ata, good to get you back, but exactly where are you at Adjoso? What polling station, and what's the information you want to bring us?
Okay, give me that.
Yo.
Now, today, I just saw 218 polling stations.
28 electoral areas. Na nyame adom bibi ekọ boko wa hanom. Say dem di kaka yo 28 electoral areas na wa hanom. Na baby, wait there. Hello.
Yeah, atamete unka okasa.
Okay, it's baby, wait there bibi ekọ boko wa hana de meka ho asem ye eniama mienu pe. Ye din kan ye oba ejoso electoral oba ejoso police station ejoso court area. Omo yusu maka e dey support to ink no instead of say ink ni pen on be use no it's my nipa bebre e kasa e fa ho ye ni both NDC agent or MPP agent or but you know omo di nkomo no omo nyina ye okay with maka na omo use to support the ink no mo a omo dey manifest ink na isi de bre omo ene no omo use a entena paper eti nipa ne betimi asa kwa ba ro asa beto aba ne bio eno nti na omo ne isi tena ase no omo se ne sa de omo de permanent marker be ka ho nti ye de ink ne ye won sa na omo de marker ne so aka ho se de instrument paper okay e just so bibi e koso boko wa han we kwane observation ye guna ye de atu jama adeso
e da se papa atapoku wa ya de pa na Peninsula, no, I say indelible ink, indelible view. Because you didn't say Canada, indelible ink, I say, no, on such more. But I mean, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a control.
All right, me pacho, Mamin Crosson, so we told you earlier, our chairman has actually gone to cast his vote. You want to speak to us quickly, we want to pick him and listen to what he has for the general public, just as the general secretary also the same. Chairman is ready for us. Production, if you are ready, well, what else we wait for? Yes, your comment on what you've heard from
Yes, I want to say that it was an agreement within all political parties over there that once the indelible ink isn't functional well or it's not available, we use that. So that in the evening, when we finish counting, no one will come back and say this thing. So I just want to close all loopholes. That is my thing.
All right, so let's go back to Chairman and listen to Chairman.
Here, we would like to interview with the election so far this year. Papa, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
What is your general overview so far this year?
Yeah, the commentary I've heard so far, it looks like the places everywhere is calm. People are conducting themselves well, and we have also this, and I'm sure to have peace.
But the general commentary, we are praying for peace, which we are currently going through, and then after that, I would like to know your message to the citizenry as to how we should conduct ourselves even after the voting process.
Yeah, I think that let me start from GPCC and the churches. As far as in June, we met the Electoral Commission to listen to them, hear their preparedness towards this day, some few inputs to make, and then a week after meeting the electoral, we went to meet the IGP and his team. For we were pleasantly surprised of the level of preparedness. For them, they started preparing for this election right after the last election.
Wow.
And when we thought that this election would be peaceful, to be good, but all this notwithstanding, there are still individuals who want to go and cause trouble. And to advise Ghanaians that we are all responsible for the peace of the land.
Yeah, so I mean, we're still working around it. There's an interview ongoing with the chairman. He's going to exercise his civic responsibility. He has done that with the wife and the family as well. And the point we are making here is that you have a duty. We're still early days yet. I mean, just under 12 So you still have some time. Remember, it's 5 p.m. And even at 5 p.m., if you are still in queue, you'll be allowed to cast your ballot. So we are entreating all Ghanaians to do so. Let's work at it. Let's make our democracy very, very beautiful. I mean, bring your thoughts. Go. You have the right. Go and do it. Mind you, if you allow this opportunity to slip, you have it in the next 4 years. Yes. And you can't guarantee whether you'll be alive at that time or not, because our life is in the hands of God. Yes. Now that you have it today, go and exercise your franchise. Now to your end,
JB, you realize that our dear
on yes, not on the chairman's comment per se, but back to the Ejoso one.
Yes, the Ejoso one. Like I was saying, I said I want to believe that it was a collective decision that all the political parties, their agent agreed.
And I think the improvisation was excellent, right?
Yes. You
have to be innovative and learn to improvise.
Yeah, we expect the agent to communicate this to their party leaders. That this is the decision that we took at this particular polling station. I believe so that so like I was saying, I want us to close the EC and all stakeholders should be able to close all gaps and then so that when at the end of the day, we'll finish and we are counting this, and the process will be seen as free and fair.
And you know, somebody just sent me an information, very, very interesting. He said, when it comes to elections in Ghana, Ghanaians are democratic, Papa, and transparency. Why can't we carry this along with our daily activities? Because if you want the process so far, orderly, and everybody is keenly watching.
Yes.
But
like, is it didn't mention Ghanaians that when we come to issues about violence, you know, sometimes we talk and we make jokes. Yesterday, you saw on social media, some people were charging their Ghana voters' car. Some people were kind of washing their thumbs and other things, and it creates that kind of humor. It brings tension down. Seriously. And so
it lights up the system,
seriously.
Right?
And Ghanaians,
we don't have to make it too hard. This is democracy. One will win.
We are not going to talk about
13 candidates. There will be only one.
No, we are not going to give employment. We are going to employ 276 people plus. And so it's something that we should take it seriously and get someone that the next 4 years they are going to determine, you know, how we are going to live as a people and those things.
But somebody also just sent me that, well, Ghana, as always, during our voting, is quite cool.
Yeah.
It is when after voting and we are counting. This is where the dynamics comes in.
Yes.
So we are also again appealing to all of you.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Now let's get back to Chairman. Yeah. Yeah, so we can see our chairman engaging with I think that's the presiding officer, though. Yes. So, as the chairman of Church of Pentecost, not only that, also the president for Ghana, Pentecostal and Charismatic, one of the biggest ecumenical body in Ghana, with over 420 bodies coming together. He carries that weight to speak. So, once he has done his civic responsibility, he needs to ensure that he also listens to them and advise Ghanaians as always. So we are also entreating and hoping that all of us will stay in line and make sure that this process becomes as peaceful as possible. Yes.
In the first interview, Ben interview at the chair, you realize that he did mention that prior to this, the Ghana Charismatic, the GPCs, of course, engage the election.
Yes, they did that.
You see, Ghana, the statistics shows that we are about 72% of us are Christians. So when we had our leaders like this coming together and engage the EC, it means that they've carried the voice and thoughts of over 72% of Ghanaians to EC. And then so today he came out and then he assured us that having engaged with the EC, and there's a level of trust and integrity in the process. So we should come out and vote. And when you finish voting, like the way GS mentioned, you go home and then 5 p.m., you come back and witness the counting. But however, if you want to stay and then watch proceedings, you should stay, you know, at the designated places and watch the proceedings.
All right, let's go quickly to Ejoso. Yes, Atapaku. Now, Mami Nchiremunti, Kosuna to Ameso answer.
Okay, JP Medasi. Then I mean, can I about markers no. If you are not issue no carry, Yamiadum, they resolve ye. But at the back of my observe what Hannah say. I just so baby could be a hiding. I say Obia and I just saw Betwaba. There were 228 electoral areas. Now, my score almost 20 to 30. It was the Konenipa 10, 15, even a Betwaba. Now, baby, a surprising a Kakra just municipal. As at now, Nipa almost expected to come Betwaba 381 municipal assembly. As at now, Nipa 65 pen Betwaba. Emma Abetri at 28 and a member at 27. So far, police stations 20 to 25 are making away a higher score Betwaba as of now. Now, Mr. Metroboat need be the being for more. The entire almost if your moment Betwaba. But I don't want to concern you about Honorable John Kuma with free mono. So I think they move down at the Suomu. It will be moved, he said. Yeah,
but Atapoku, there's also one say crana fake crana do me no ever now between 12 and 5 in the crime room. And now him say ye krumu so ade yo no da bia de hu ye pe last minute ade yo so be kaya Ghana card igba si o mkoje manfo ankwa nkoje ye year say announce closing date and na wo be 3 days crana manfo jan queue and may e bia me hope ne say ewo municipality mo adjuso no bia kwan bia so no ento say 5 bebo no omo beye even though anapa de enti na we cannot just use this to generalize the outcome. Our hope is that ABS say okoshe na still I am say by close of poll no 4:35 thereabout na still here, then we can come to terms and then can bring in areas but for now the why are there when near already near much many ages na dwaben so but what akọ dwaben because say what me ahwe adwo so e dey my constituency my ahwe dwaben so na ahwe details ne dynamics a ekoso ho na ye besan so aba onchen bi nyame hira papa
okay JB yes yeah on the parliamentary candidate man or you say Betwaba
oh okay
area ye and also videos my best and the so
nyame hira papa so that's our correspondent from Ejoso. He is handling both the Ejoso and then Drabbing concern. I'm not free Drabbing. I'm free Ejoso. And how come where they are interested. But I mean, it's too early. It's too early for generalization because actually we are even under 12. And meaning from a fact, say previous election that we've gone through and has been that. I mean, you check it. 3, 4, 4, 30. Because afraid that the new and I being our hot. 5 frequent be in a queue. So let's observe it and see. That will be the trend. But for now, the only one who honor and our count say either to 2020, I think, so at that time. By this time, don't know about 2. But and yet enough grounds. Yeah. So probably when we wait till 5, then we can add more.
David, you realize that during the campaign of these 2 political parties, one of the messages they really echoed well was that when you finish voting, stay there. And yes. And so because of that, there are some who have actually said that me coming to the morning and vote and going back and coming the evening. Then, yes, and see, I'll rather delay my house. Then maybe when it's 3:30 p.m. thereabout, then I'll come and join the queue, cast my vote, and then remain there.
But you see, the danger is everybody will wait till all of you get crashed. I've seen that. Finally, all of you, last minute, that's
the problem.
And by law,
when you're in the queue,
at 5, you still have the opportunity to do it. And that will bring the extending the time to counting into late night. And that's the challenge. And if you have the opportunity, the good news for you to do is to walk over to the
in 2020, many of the polling centers actually finished voting before 5 p.m. That was why the EC was making a proposal that why not we bring in the time of closing from 5 to somewhere 4:30 and by some of the political parties do not actually accept. Her mind was that since some polling station will finish as per the data and then they will sit up to 5, they will start counting this to travel in the night. Then that particular 1 hour, 2 hours, we can actually do something. So let us actually bring the time backwards. But that actually was not bought by the political party. So today we are likely to see same thing. some political polling stations, we expect that maybe by their number in data, maybe by 4:30 those things.
And mind you, there are certain promises that the EC will make.
Yeah.
That will happen because they are making those promises because it falls within their jurisdiction.
Definitely.
For instance, after 5 p.m., when everybody polls are closed,
yes,
and we are about to count, issues of electricity and security are not in their hands.
Yes, yes.
So if, I mean, we experience what we call a light off, I mean, there's a blackout, it's not a big deal. That's why we are saying that if you have the opportunity now, just go quickly and vote.
Yes.
So that when your center is done in time, you spend few hours after that to count it.
Yeah.
But if you decide to stay and then all of you only aggregate to the place at 5 to stretch the voting period, mind you that the counting period will also be extended.
That is all want to play with the the EC.
Oh no, but there's an assurance.
Yes,
but I'm just trying thinking aloud.
Yes, they should do us. They should do us the honors and allow the light to stay on.
Yeah.
You see, when these things are out there, it adds to the integrity of the processes.
Excellent.
It adds to the integrity of processes. So it's something that we are actually.
But mechanical is mechanical. Don't forget. There are certain things that it could go beyond you could have your machine fixed today, thinking that it's all well, but the next moment, I mean, you find that problem. So we are saying that in as much as possible that you have time. Those of you who are still watching us, encourage them. But that's all we call. Now I to aba. Se okoto odi antem na mo polling center mu wie ntem a 5 ne bo a eboa man hyehyɛ a ye dey kenkan no very simple. But o che na also twɛn ofie also wonko ebo 4:35 na abɛkɔ kwa me so ebo 4:35 abɛkɔ mgbe wie che na munyama kɔ pee so afi mu gina mu so na mu nto wie a enya nkɔ ɛna ɛma rain fi sɛ wonto aba no so wie hɔ na o center nin close here ni akɔhya kenkan na se so it will drag the counting process into late hours nti wo around na wo hwɛ there yeah encourage say bibia nsi kwan kwan there but modern and I'm also we also me them ready to akoto aba we are encouraging you to go and do it. Church of Pentecost and penny for a no edaya no sorry me na chairman earlier who and the family o makoto aba general secretary or no na yere o mo akoto aba den na mabusu nya train bibi say kaman kabi amemu ya kan yaje atum den ne de beka aboa amakọ nanim ene abato enti amfie na bia no na akwanya na beda ho so betimi a kire wagene nipa opese onye mampanyini ene onipa opese oni uso embra ma hye bedwom se wantimi anyere ho amfa nkwankoye adwuma amfa koto na anya ngwan na wotena ho ese wo de nkyene be hye no aye na dodode a ebewi akire no na wo na ope enti se wo nkwankoto aba ye ne ye ba koto ye be kenkan so na no obewi ni se be ma no ye de ma de obi se oye mampanyini a ope no umpe no or your man penny sa na mra na makwan obenya ho asem aka biwo a na je mfie na yachi enti na akonya aba beda hoyi you are encouraged to go and do so na entimi mbo yeah
every 4 years Ghana as citizens, one of the days that citizens have the power is 7th December every 4 years. That's the day that we are even more powerful than the politicians. Out of every 4 years. So if you let today slip, and the decision you are going to make today will determine your life for the next 4 years, especially once you are in this country. Yes, and so
better.
And so we say that, if you don't care about voting or election cares about you. Yes, so I need to repeat that again, that if you don't care about voting, or if you don't care about elections, for you. Yes, so definitely you have a duty to actually go out today and then make an informed decision. And then you vote. We encourage that if you want to stay, then you stay at a designated place. But if you want to go home, please go home. And even if you want to come and work closely.
The National Security Task Force also brought out this news when they were briefing the media. And they are saying that anybody using motorbike, your distance to the polling station must be 100 meters away.
Yes.
So you've been told, if you want to stand there and observe, fine. But you'll be told where to stand and observe. during the counting, we expect you to follow the rules.
Yes.
Normally, when it comes to that level, everybody wants to rush over. But, procedures and levels are same. You'll be told where to stand. And so you must do same and make sure that it works as the same thing. So if you have motorbike, whatever, they have told you the distance at which you must be. When you go there, conduct yourself well. Everybody is doing the same thing. We want Ghana to get a better name. All right. We are known as one of the few countries that are matured when it comes to democratic practice. We are known for this. All Africa is watching us. People want to hear. Yesterday I was at home and I was watching to one international TV station. Is it TRT? It's a Turkish media organization. And they were just bulleting and also analyzing on what's going to happen today. CNN, hitherto. It tells you that we have come of age and we are also ready to protect this enviable, level of Ghanaians being democratic. Show our tendencies through voting. We use our ballots and our thumb to decide whoever we want. That's the process. So all Africa eyes are on us. They are watching us and seeing how we do same and make sure that we cross another hurdle. So we are encouraging every Ghanaian, wherever you are watching us for, be peaceful, be mindful of your actions. When you go, officers are in charge. Allow the mandated people to lead the process. As soon as you get to the police station, you surrender all your authority to the care of the Electoral Commission. The presiding officer dictates the pace there. The security men are all there to augment the security and then sanity of the environment. Let's also be sure that we do it same and work at it. That's where sometimes if some group of people decide not to vote on certain grounds, well, I don't hold proof for them and I don't begrudge them anyway, but I think that sometimes too. Now, if you refuse to take this basic responsibility and the results gives you otherwise, would you then sit somewhere and comment about what's happening in the country? Or such people are quiet after events? So one to me. Now we are. And be quiet with me, so I mean, okay, all right to say it, right? But he refused to exercise the right. No, I don't know your comment.
See, like you did mention, yesterday a friend of mine called me and said that no, his dad is in the hospital, but the dad called him and said that Kwesi ene. So, the hospital there. But son of my pomodent, no, never family.
Proxy. I'm a fan.
Yes.
Then you break.
Also, the son trouble me. And this one is almost 70-something years.
All right.
Yeah, so if someone like that is even willing to come and vote, and then I don't see why you will say that you wouldn't come. Like Jimmy, like I was saying previously, you see, when it comes to issues about elections, Ghana is one of the countries in West Africa region that people respect us when it comes to those issues. Sometimes our friends who have traveled outside and they've been saying that once, you just say that you are from Ghana, people begin to say, oh, wow, they've been to many certain things and even associate that with our politics in this country. We've saw, like we were saying, from 92 to when J. Rawlings finished, he handed power smoothly to opposition leader J. Kufuor. When he also finished, he handed it peacefully to later Prof. Atamas. Then he also gave it to John Dramani Mahama, and then who finally handed over to the ruling NPP. And so you realize that there have been that kind of moving from opposition to this NDC to NPP, and it's been very peaceful. Then if you disagree with the processes, it's not about gun. You go to court.
There are processes.
Processes have been made there
to get your case redressed.
Yes, you remember in 2012. The court case have to travel for about nine months or so. But the process was very smooth. Nothing happened in the system or in the country. So sometimes we've been watching, and there are some countries when there's election, people are running out of the country and a whole lot of things. But in our case, by the grace of God, and the process has been smooth. So far, so good. We're saying that it's almost 11:42 or so.
Now, Jerry, let's get back to these few things and try to share our thoughts on this process. So, under this Fourth Republic, actually, in 1992, we want to look at the parliamentary, this eighth one that we call hanged, whether they have lived up to their billing or, you still have certain reservations to make. But just to bring you a trajectory, from 1992, you remember, the voting system at that time wasn't concurrent as we are finding that you had the same presidential and then parliamentary the same day.
Yes.
It was consecutive, or if you like, a separate one. So you have the presidential and then the parliamentary is voted at a date. But this time around, we are having both the presidential and parliamentary the same day. 1992, it wasn't so. So in 1992, if you remember, after that, Professor Dubuain the late Dubuain represented and the NPP contested with Jerry John Rawlings. The story was very interesting. When it comes to the parliamentary, they boycotted. So at that time, the members of parliament in 1992 were 189. Okay. Well, let's quickly go back to our reporters. Amasaman. Okay, right. So Kelvin is in Amasaman. Elvis, right. So Elvis, good morning. Yes, we are still under 12. So good morning.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Exactly where are you in Amasaman and what's happening?
Okay, right now I'm meeting Doblo Gono.
Doblo Gono.
And Amasaman Doblo Gono.
Okay.
A Methodist primary school polling station. And now, at this polling station, you know, 4 polling stations, and there were A, B, C, and D. Now, when you know a couple of actually 2,324, 2,324, and actually this Omaji Penis or Ombeti Ato Aba. Now, if you hand the higher book for the campo, Pasukuma polling station, hospital, higher book for among for when your money say a point is a conversation, mano. Come up, what's so ya now? Oh, for Uber Drew Pepper and Chakra. Now, what's for Belay? I say, oh, now, oh, Branama for extra one avenue. Now, make an China, Nipa Ojina, say Anthony Soba, and from my NPP, Metre Yaya Atta Kasi, Ebertone, Abayi, or 2 years and share crowd. I mean, a queen in the Chiancomo, or Rossian say, or Bayano, as in the air come up and to say, and 10 out, no. By messy fan, Yame, ABC, in a way, I summer, Nipa Ope, MPD, I would not from Ata, Yaka, Singwin in summer, or the two Elha. Namina Pastor, I'm going to the any independent observant, every Chunkomo, most say, almost any agit, Ewan near Ecoso, Ewo, the Brogono, what Amasamai constituency in Epa.
Yeah, and Tina, Doblogono, Honanquano. How many polling stations now around now? Emudu send away Tinyako.
Okay, you see, I have 4. The program one, I 4. My polling in
all right.
My polling in Mazako Pasuma. That's the 2.
Okay.
My polling in the person report 3 times. My Masmana in the court. So what is focus so in us? My polling in a Ansana and Nimono.
Right. Elvis, Kunedu Yamisha, Papa, why are they? Now, next time, no, ya now afraid you are. Now o camera na ko landscape aka we portrait e ba na want ya no dane camera no na yetimi anya no full our television so nyame shop papa. So that's our man on the ground for the Amasaman constituency, Elvis Konedu, filling us in from that place. But before that, I was just telling you the trajectory. Okay, we see our chairman still moving around and speaking to EC officials as well, because I told you not only that he is chairman of he is also the leader of, if you like, the president of the biggest ecumenical body in the country, the GPCC. So everywhere he goes, more or less a voter and observer as well, is able to interrogate and have a discussion. Let's listen to the conversation. Right, so all right, so that's a chair in the picture. You can see him interacting with the EC officials, with other, I'm sure political party agents and the rest also looking on keenly. Chairman, the man is for peace, so always he speaks peace. So I was just trying to build you up from a trajectory you've seen from the parliamentary. With the 8th one, under this 4th Republic, we'll come to the place and give me your thought about that. But I was just building. When the stolen vehicle issue blah happened, it was all NDC in the parliament. So they were 189. Then in 1996, they said, no, you're democracy, so they'll come back again. They came back, and this time around, they were 62 So in 1996, MPP parliamentarians were 62 as against NDC 132.
Yes.
Then fast forwarding to 2000, and everybody knows about this one. That was where the change came.
Yeah.
When, for the first time, the opposition, His Excellency J. Kufuor, came to power, former president. And then the dynamics in parliament became that the MPP having 91 members of parliament. So look at the jump from 96-62 to 91. And then the NDC getting 99. But interestingly, in 2004, it was an opportunity for more engagement. As we can see from the background as well, our chair is still speaking to the EC officials. Not that he only went there to vote, but after voting, he's just trying to tour the area and find out from the various polling centers. Yes, so he has the status as well as an observer. So he is going around to do his duty as an observer as well. But he has done his duty by voting, and then the next job to do as a GPCC boss is to also go around and find out how things are also shaping. So in 2004, remember, the numbers in parliament was moved to 230 seats.
Yes,
if you remember.
yes.
In that period, opportunity was also given to fresh voters, if you remember.
Yes.
So in the end, in the parliament seat dynamics, MPP had 94,
yes,
and the NDC had the 128. Then 208,
yes,
the story also comes in with MPP 108, NDC 113.
Yeah.
Then in 2012, MPP had 125, NDC 97, and then in 2016, the cascading effect. That's how I've been calling it cascading, because if you look at what happened in the 2000, cascading where the MPP had 169 as against 106 NDC.
Yes.
Interesting. And after they were incumbent, right?
Definitely.
So if I say cascading, you will understand.
Definitely.
Then fast forward into 2020, the numbers are 137 with one independent person. And then the independent person also decided, forming an MP, saying that I want to work with MPP. So technically they became the majority, MPP became the majority. And we've described this 8th parliament as hanged because of the numbers. They are not quite substantial numbers, keeping them apart. Just so close. And so hanged because most of the decisions, if you are in such a parliament, must be done through consultation. To you, have they actually lived up to the bill?
Like you've given the statistics from 92 to 96 that the MPP had 62. You remember it was in 96 that the likes of the current president, His Excellency Dankwa Akufo-Addo, became an MP in this country. He came the same year with the Honorable Chairman Sabunsu. Yes, and then the same year that His Excellency, the NDC flag bearer, former president John Dramani Mahama, also came to Parliament the same year. And so 96 actually gave us a kind of a gurus.
All right, so let's go quickly to Ashanti region. Isaac Owusu, we understand Otumfuo Tekokoso is about to also cast his ballot. Isaac, Bomania attend camera near my Dane camera near my na intimi ehu near my air coso na one enkasa. For now,
mo check video ni say poverty number e wo Nigeria Palace police station number 1 and
all right, so in your shot you can see that and a lot of people following as usual with entourage, but the Ashanti King Otumfuo Osei-Tutu Ekotonaba na a train say when we have our leaders, I mean, going to cast actually their ballot, what does it send to?
Definitely. They are the people with the platform, and they actually encourages us to go and then vote. So it is important that we see them actually partaking in the processes like this. You see, for example, when our dear chairman and GS all finished voting, they made a call to all Ghanaians to come out and vote. And then they also added a peace message as well. And so processes like this, when we see them, of course, when Otunfo also finished voting, he's going to speak to the Asante and Ghana in general. He'll make a call for a peace and then also encourage people to come out. And all these voices goes to solidify the peace and processes that we are talking about. So it's good that we see our leaders coming out to vote like this. Know that no, it is our democratic right to come out and then vote in our numbers. Yes.
All right. So I mean, once we get, we are trying to work around the footage so that you could find it perfectly on the television. But it's good that our leaders and watch it, viewers. Look at the time they are voting.
Yes.
They are not waiting till last minute. And don't let me comment. One time here, since all time here, Fena, I can't crave enough Fena, friends, the Premato.
Yeah, Jerry, see, one thing I noticed about them is when the General Secretary was voting, you see, we didn't see him carrying even mobile phone. Even if you have it, probably it should be in his pocket or something like that. And we didn't see them carry any foreign material. And so we expect that, as it were, when you are going to vote.
Now we got to about here foreign material.
But we saw recently when people go to vote and then take picture of whoever they vote for and post on social media.
And that was the special voting. So yes. But where they say
so that's a worry. If the security people would do that, I particularly was worried about that syndrome.
Maybe they will use a scapegoat. Say, it's also helping us to build better conduct as we go along. Yeah, so that's a beautiful one. Now to the 8th Parliament that we said
yes.
Did they actually live up to the bill? They were not sure because, and I see, I always tell people, me and Kasana, I mentioned that, and that's how I do my thing. So when we had this one to say, challenge Parliament, the people super, wait a minute. So what's it?
No, there's been a saying in this country that since 92 or those things, minority always have their say. Then the majority always had their way.
With this hang one.
So Ghanaians are thinking that if that's the case, then let us bring a hang parliament where the minority minority will not only have their say, but also have something to do. But as it were, they started with some form of chaos, and we saw it ending with some form of chaos. Even as we speak now, it's just about who will sit at the left side of the speaker.
No, but they will go back after the election.
16th, and the speaker is calling them to come back on this thing. So, so the interplay and the fallout from these things, to me, has not been impressive. Yes, so I do not want to see another hang parliament because it costs us more. This particular hang parliament really costs. Parliament is where government businesses are carried out. And so when there was some form of a hang parliament, the opposition, let me say that way, the opposition had the opportunity to frustrate government businesses. With their numbers, they had it. But a situation where we were having
but I wouldn't want that term to be used as frustrating.
Okay, in quotes.
Frustrating.
Let me use it in quotes.
I think that it was they were also doing what they got to do.
Okay.
Because basically, you may have your point.
All right.
And they also may have their preferences.
Okay.
But one angle, a lot of people lost sight of the fact that anytime they are doing parliamentary recall, it's not free.
Definitely.
People don't peruse it. They don't check it. But actually, anytime you are doing a recall, out from the normal one,
yes,
there are certain things cost that the state bear.
Definitely.
Because it will take so much to bring a member of parliament back to the place.
Yes.
I have thought that on certain bills, things will have been faster. But because still we are voting, I think that we don't have to be going into it.
Definitely.
But by and large, at least, and also having the Speaker of Parliament.
Yes.
What makes this 8th Parliament so unique?
Yes, you know,
there
like
are a lot of
say,
features.
Yes, I like
Speaker, being an opposition speaker.
Speaker, definitely. And we have seen some instances where the Speaker will make some pronouncement or some judgment, and then while he's away, either the first or second deputy will come and sit in, and then also come
reverse
it. So there was that kind of back and forth in this particular forum.
And there has been instances where certain decisions that the Speaker took also went in there against his own party.
Consequently, these
the
two major political parties have to change their majority leaders, their leaders. We saw it. I mean, probably whether they think that their caucus leaders were not living up to their expectation, or reasons best known to them. What changed them? We saw the MPP bringing in
so
Honorable Alexander.
What's your expectation going forward? You don't want to see this hang again?
No, I don't want to see this hang.
I mean, I do. I want to see.
I know. I don't want to see it. I don't want to. I want to see a clear majority.
And you don't think sometimes when there's a clear majority, the abuse is uncontrolled?
Oh, but
because this one, anytime any of the side is taking decision, Charlie, that alone is enough.
But this time around, we've seen, look, for want of a better words, I've seen what I can describe as international embarrassment. We've seen these honorable men fighting. We saw it. Someone would sit, another one come and sit on the same.
Anyway, I'm not validating this by my comment I'm going to say. But I mean, as for this play, look, go around the world. Don't even let me bring this one. The recently elected American president, for the first time in Oval House, go and check what happened. To the extent that even the places that were classified as no-go area, ordinary Americans were able to get certain classified information thrown out. Oh, can you feel one? What? I mean, even with the people that we say, the trusted and leading Democrats.
They have, of course, democracy have democracy has their own challenges. But to me, from a personal point of view, this harm parliament has caused us more harm than good.
Oh, so?
Yes.
I think it has really taught us some lessons. But then come a second one. I'm praying for another one so that at least. Because, see, once you have a clear majority, it becomes a challenge. Now, in America, as we speak, so the Senate seat is gone for the Republican.
Yes.
The House is gone for the Republican.
Okay, yes.
Trump has come in.
Yes.
Now, it grants him unfettered access to break certain laws that nobody can question him.
Okay.
I don't want a state like that.
Yeah.
Because, you see, the essence of check and balances is to keep the system running. If we allow power to totally get to somebody's hand, the tendency of abusing it is high. And don't forget that absolute power corrupts absolutely. So the angle is that when there's few angles where, you'll be mindful, it will take your time, that alone. But if they grant you that unfettered access, majority with a wide margin, and when we know we can form quorum and still form quorum for government businesses.
Yes.
So I don't want this hang parent.
But you know that as we speak right now, the budget for the first quarter of 2025 should have been read. But this has not been done.
All right, let's move straight to Western Region and pick Peter Dogbe. Dogbe. Yes. Oh, okay. So Peter. Hello, Peter.
Yeah.
Hey, me too. Catch it. Charlie, now I'm here. Bombing, come. Then ACA about to.
Yeah, that's it. That day, Yalabe team, team West 2020. Yes, so now you have to go and stand at my accommodation. So, and the Quebec, my NDC, I'm on the co-woman, West, Honorable Dr. Eric Afo, Sabre, I said now when you're Kenya, our better Naba, anything or you're not about to come more, if you are not, you know, such 101 and come more. If you're honorable, Yamakaba. So far, so good, you know.
Utuba from Osha, Amanti West, Bamboo Edson.
Yo, my man was a na say so far so good. Election there, we a lot of rumor in the community. Say we koswa, but so far we starting with Asankrafan electoral area, Sankrafavin electoral area, Akomosaso electoral area, Mako Berman electoral area, Mako a lot of places. Area, but so far, you are not could be there's a policeman there. So far, they maintain somebody. I'm yet to go to other places. Say, call Summer Boy, say Torumpan, and other places. But so far, they say good. So far, so good.
You, and then now, we be a Naba. I suppose them now, Edema, one about the club.
They might come all the time, and they say, I'm in 2 weeks, the thousand pay over. And them say, the VDMP 2015-16, I've run a lot of elections. As an incumbent member of parliament, I pay the peace so that they are not convey about I'm in 2 weeks. And it's true, because I'm in 2 weeks for so many years, the VDMP, Makamaya Tuaba, maybe I think not so not so be what Pasonge Sabra. Maybe I'm not going to go. So I hope so that no could be answered. No, as we be Econia. Let's say over the Tuaba, 2 years. W. Kushi, the Rebabana, no other, nobody see. So I hope so. Okay. Duma Maye as member of parliament for about 8 years now. I must serve in the NPP's government, NPP Abemu, and I must serve as member of parliament. I'm here NGC in NPP. I'm one of the constituency. This is the time we are making work. I don't find Mahama ever be president. And I'm first at the major camp. John Zaman Mahama.
Yeah, okay, so Peter Tebri, our Western regional correspondent, not the information they are bring or Maya Akos. So up to the minute, we'll give you this information. This is Election Watch on Pent TV, Pent Media Center. We are giving it to you live. All the information that you need, we are bringing it to you. Jerry? So I am praying that there will be another. No. No, that's my. If you say the rest of you, I'm not Ghana.
No, you are, but the decision you have taken, I don't think that Ghanaians have seen.
Yeah, I mean, I can still see Dr. Frank Entry on the line. Doc, I'm sure you are following our discussions. I'm saying that I'm still praying for another hung parliament. I don't know your view though, but because, I mean, it will help you and it will shape your life as long as anytime you want to bring any policy, you will have to think through because absolute majority, you have the power to do whatever you want to do. Yes, once we wait for Doc.
Yes. I think I like
a counter argument. Yeah,
yes,
let me hear them well.
Standing by that. For example, I'm still trying to recollect. Some of the things that, for example, important or benefit that we have seen from this.
Yeah, let's get ready as well. We understand President, His Excellency Nana Addankwe Akufo-Addo is about to also cast his ballot as well, and we are ready. So, production, if you can help us quickly, let's try and catch the footages. And it tells us something.
Yeah.
Watch the time they are voting.
Yes.
So, our chairman has done that. GS has done that. Otumfo has done that. Vice President earlier also did it. It had it. We are yet to pick information from the His Excellency John Dramani and then the and Prof. Jane as well.
Yes,
we'll get to them. But I mean, the signal is that they early.
Yes.
The 12th thereabout. Now it's just about a few minutes from 12. Yes. You still have space. For them,
oh, so one benefit is that when it goes to vote and you come back, if it is some food you want to eat, you eat whilst you await the outcome.
Yeah, but that's
every
food you want to eat, you have to do
it. Yeah, take it there and then you wait for the outcome.
Especially the parliamentary candidates. You have to eat and eat well. Yes. Look, honorable. Mama, omo ni machi bebre say do ba bi am se masa mo ntwan me wato aba na wie no
kono didi
ka janso mo ntwan me na ye wo na aduane a wo pe no translate didi na to be after 5 no one way na woni di bio because ye hu bi da I mean this country you ha and na as bi enya ambulance rush am ko ento wo to ntem a it helps you na watimi akoso akakoya. So these are some of the polling centers. I mean, I love Ghanaians.
Oh, yes.
We are such a cool people. Very cool. Look, Obia to the baby no to no.
Yes.
A quiet country, a Gabananka. I mean, Ghana, no matter what. Number one, because we are a peace-loving country. And that's the nature of Ghanaians. We can't take it from us. Wherever you find us, we are always.
And I think over the years, the investment that has been on the peace issues has been very instrumental. It has helped us. Yes, over the years, we've seen peace messages, peace meetings, the need for peace, even individuals coming out with their own peace songs, promoting them. You know, it means that generally we are a people that love peace, and it's very good. It's very good for us. Yes,
so on the early voting, I can
yeah.
I mean, I grow. I have seen an honorable and a board because trust. If you are a major stakeholder, like you've invested, a member of parliament or whatever, as soon as you get to 5, when the end leave you,
yeah,
because 5, you know, counting is not time. Your agent must be around. Everybody.
Yes.
2, if you also call, depending on the outcome of the results, and you need energy. And this is a free advice, pro bono to everybody, please, including relatives of
followers and sympathizers.
Look, Pedianidi. Now, internet some people don't understand. Because I this time out to 5 hours. Into Tonentem, Neko Pedianidi. Net per home.
Yes.
Because my camera guys are already on my bread. Yeah, but already. The never will be trust. Now make a cry.
Everyone could dinner or honya there by evening time. No, now common they want a home and one share.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't eat.
Yes, if one share can't cry because you're weak. So you need that kind of energy. political party. Yes, so today we are discouraging it as per the laws governing the
elections. But elections are over, right? 24 hours.
Yes. And you say once you are going, whatever you wear, and then your utterances over the place, just go and vote.
Be mindful.
Be mindful of all those things.
We just want to have a clean process and move on. So this is Election Watch. All right, so Dr. Frank, I'm sure you are back. Oh, okay. All right, so yes, but no, I've seen. The GJ as well, quickly. As soon as the lines are in, we'll connect and establish contact. Yes, but Jerry, you were making a point before we drop off.
For us to be mindful of our utterances and, of course, our outfit, whilst all these things goes to build the processes that we are building. Yes, that's what I was trying to do. And I also encourage that we go and vote early and then go home. So for all you know, you get there and then there may be some kind of technical hitches. There will be some kind of a technical hitches. There will be some form of a technical hitches. You never. So when you go there early, your name is in the register. And maybe during the exhibition of the voters register, you weren't able to go there and check whether your name is indeed over there. For example, you know, when our dear General Secretary got to the polling station, he was told that he should go to polling station B.
Not the A.
Not the A.
And politely,
he went there.
He went to the place.
One should know delay. A be okudune so there with D. Sometimes that time so you there. And please, especially those of us that are polling station, we have the A, we have the B, we have the C, and we have the D, and those things. It's better you go there early so that if your name is not in A and you've been directed that it's in B, you can go there politely vote. And when you also go there, you get there, and it happens that your name is not in A but B, please do not challenge them.
All right, so I mean, we are trying to establish contact with the GJA, Ghana Journalists Association, also are ready now to address the media. If the feed is cool, can we quickly switch? Okay, so while we wait for them, today all the big men are around. Everybody is working. It tells you that system are hot until you have to do the do. Okay. So, but before we get to them, I mean, you were making a point.
I was saying that one of the reasons you need to go there early has to do with the fact that maybe you get to the place and then your name is not in the voters register for that polling station. It may be another place and to help you go. And when you also get there, it happens that your name is not in that particular polling station and you are being told that it is in the other place, you politely accept and go over there and go and cast your vote. You need not to challenge the electoral officers over there to raise some kind of confusion and then disturbances over there. Yes.
But I mean, if you ask me, I have a wish, and I told you that I'm also expecting that there will be another hang one.
Oh no! For that,
so that the situation will balance. One is hanged.
Look, I've been on the grounds, probably like you also did. I've spoken with a lot of Ghanaians. I've listened to this thing, especially pertaining to the fallout from the hang parliament.
All right, I think we are good to go for the GJ address. Yes. So all right. So now let's move quickly and listen to the Ghana Journalists Association addressing the media.
In the line of duty may contact the following emergency numbers, hotlines. Immediately you come under threat or you face any danger. 025 662 2583. And I repeat, 025 662 2583. The second one is 050 357 7215. I repeat, 050 357 7215. These are the DJ hotlines. For support, whenever you find yourself in any distress situation, feel free to call the number. The GJ welcomes foreign journalists who have arrived in Ghana to cover the elections and those who are watching from afar, assuring them of our instant and constant support. We invite the foreign journalists to visit the press center located on the Gamal Abdul Nasser Avenue in Accra for information and informalities, and to join us as we roll out or as we project the result after close of elections or polls today. The GJ, on behalf of the GJ, on behalf of Media Coalition, I want to express our profound gratitude to the KGL Group for sponsoring this project. This support will go a long way to deepen Ghana's democracy. We are thankful to the visionary executive chairman of KGL Group, Mr. Alex Dade. Let's give it to him. For his immense support to the GJ over the years, and especially this very one we are witnessing. It's the first of its kind. And so we are making history with KGL, and I think that all of you, as we've all witnessed, to see that there's a change at the press center. When you go around, when you go up, I know some of you have already been taken around. This is the doing of the Lord and by the support of Mr. Alex Dade, the visionary executive chairman. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you all for your audience. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make great and strong. Thank you.
All right, so, I mean, that's a quick one, straight to the point. I mean, the man in the shot you saw earlier is the president for the Ghana Journalists Association, Albert Kwabena Jomfo. He's the president. First of all, welcoming all foreign journalists into the country. And once you are here, you belong to the family as well. And he's also directing them where they can come, especially to the International Press Center for any information. And just as the earlier presser with the EC gave us some toll-free numbers, GJ has also provided 2 clear hotlines for all of us who are covering the event. In case you are under attack, you need to call them. And I will kindly want to repeat the numbers. So the GJ hotline 2 numbers that you need to call as far as these elections are concerned, and you are a media person covering this election, you need to keep them in mind so that in case you are under attack, under any difficulty, you can reach out to them. The numbers are 0256 622583. 025 6622 That's the first number. The second number has to do 050 3577 215. 050 3577 215. These are 2 hotlines that you can reach out to the GJ. And then I'm also reminding you of what the EC toll-free number also brought out. 0800 32 4324. 0800 32 4324. So these are 2 lines for the media and the journalists who are covering the event. Your hotlines have been provided. Your president, the entire family are also assuring you, wherever you are welcome to operate, especially with our sisters and brothers who have come to the country to cover the event for the first time. You're most welcome. That's the kind of reassuring message from the leadership of the Ghana Journalists Association. I don't know your point.
JB, I think this presser is in the right direction. You know, if you take out the political parties, another organ or group of people who are very cardinal in the electoral processes has to do with the media, because they give us up-to-date about issues happening across the length and breadth of this country, and then it helps us. And then just like the EC did, you realize that the GDA also acknowledge international media personnel. That goes to affirm the point we were discussing earlier on about the international group of people in the country. Yes, very important, because all these things, whatever happens today, well, you might say that if somebody is in the US or that wherever, it doesn't concern, but one way or the other, the outcome of this place.
Become a global village.
Yeah, so we have become a global village.
That's a
So
rippling
it's very
effect, yes.
important. But over the years, like you said, from '92, we've been seeing cases of media personnel abuse and attack. So this number, I think, will help any
It's
journalist.
reassuring,
Yes,
right?
very reassuring.
That your leadership are keenly following almost everything that we are doing in the system.
We want to kind of, as it were, plead with the political actors that they should exercise on our media personnel across the country. Of course, those cases of attacking people here and there when people are taking coverage, I think our democracy, where we have reached, we have reached that kind of a level that we need to stop attacking our media guys when they are exercising democratic duties. Yes, yeah.
All right. So, we want to take a break here. Next is the latest news from our end here. This is Election Watch 2024. We are giving you a live coverage of 2024 general election, presidential and parliamentary. We want to go quickly and listen to the news updates. When we are done, we'll come back to the studio again and continue the conversation. Don't flip the dial, because we have a lot more to discuss, a lot of process to follow, and certain information that we need to unfold will be coming pretty soon, right after us. My name is JB Danko. I've been here with Jerry, my co-partner as well. Let's move on quickly to the news update and listen to our ladies ready here to fill us in. Production, if you are set.
Right, time now for the news update right here on Pent TV and your election watch. Now, We're focusing on some prominent bigwigs that have already walked the talk and voted today and expressed their political and civic rights. We'll start with the Vice President and presidential candidate for the New Patriotic Party, the NPP, in the 2024 elections, Dr. Bawumia, who has cast his ballot in the Wale constituency in the Northeast region. Dr. Bawumia is vying to become Ghana's next president, exercised his right to vote at his home stake at the polling station there.
The Wale constituency holds deep emotional value for the vice president, as it is not only his place of origin but also a key political stronghold for his party. As the NPP's candidate, Dr. Bawumia has campaigned on a platform of economic recovery, digital transformation and job creation, positioning himself as the leader to drive Ghana through its current challenges. Speaking after voting, Dr. Bawumia was confident of a smooth, peaceful exercise which he said will affirm the wishes and choice of the citizenry.
To all of you, members of the press, I've come in and I have voted both in the presidential and the parliamentary election. The process has been smooth. The lines I can see are very orderly, and we are expecting a very peaceful election. Encouraging all Ghanaians, get up and get to the polling stations, queue peacefully and vote and exercise their right to vote, and let this be a very peaceful election.
His voting, however, marks a key moment in his journey towards potentially becoming Ghana's first Muslim president, should he be elected at the end of the 2020.
With the Minister of Education and parliamentary candidate for Bosomtwe Central, and Dr. Yao Osei Edutrim has exercised his right to vote and urged Ghanaians, especially his constituents, to show patriotism by participating in the election process.
It's exciting to be here. The place is calm, quiet. People are lining up, casting their votes the way it should be. It tells you Ghanaian democracy has matured. People are quietly lined up. Nobody's interrupting anybody, and everybody's voting. And I had a wonderful opportunity of voting for myself as a member of parliament. And then, of course, I've done the presidential vote as well. So it's a great day for me, for my constituents, and also for Ghana.
Now we turn our lenses on the Ashanti Regional Minister, Simon Osei Mensah, who has ensured the people of the region of stable security at the various polling stations, urging the constituents to come out and vote. He was speaking after casting his vote at Jache in the Bosomtwe constituency.
Polling station, Hano, machine and content. Almost all 30, 7:10. There's 10 almost it's getting to 9. Afina, Nipa at 45, which means that very soon. If you are district electoral officer, now be home here for I hope say we have a possible come to so far negative reports via info any part of the region, and we are hoping that everything will be in order. People can come out and vote massively, and at the end of the day, whoever the people of Ghana decide to make the president of this country be the president.
And this is where we come to the end of the update for this time. We would quickly give you the update as the day goes on, but now we'll pass the cameras all over to Kwabena Mante in the studios.
Good afternoon. We are back. This is Pent TV, Pent Media Center special coverage of the presidential and parliamentary elections here happening in Ghana 2024. And thank you for joining us. We started in the morning. JB Dankwa took over with his guests, Jerry, helping us dissect the issues to give you an analysis to appreciate the trends. Joshua along the line also came in with some figures for us to really get the issues going. Just gone by, Grace Bachman also giving us some updates in terms of news. Now it's time for us to connect again with all our correspondents, our volunteers, our team of reporters who are on the field trying to give us every information that you need. We promised you, and already I've seen a couple of comments on Facebook congratulating us, thanking us, saying, yes, we are delivering what we promised. Thank you so much, but you need to stay with us. It's just about 12:36 by my time. That means we have quite a number of hours to still travel till 5 when voting ends. And then we start counting. We will bring all that to you. If you haven't voted yet, please, it's about time you go out there to vote. Fortunately, this time around, because of the number of polling stations available, there is one thing that is clear. We don't have so many voters at one center. So you can go, just be in the queue and vote and be free. So please start going now. Start going now if you haven't voted. Well, this is just by way of information. We've had His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo casting his vote. We picked his footage earlier on. He spoke to the media as well. Very impressed. We've also seen footages of His Excellency former President John Dramani Mahama casting his vote after visiting his father's graveyard. We brought a bit of updates on that as well to you. We've heard from the Vice President who is leading the MPP in this particular election as well, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, also casting and speaking to the media. I remember one question he was asked, and he said, hey, please, I will not go there. Don't put me in a tight corner. He has also gone and then just go to vote. And we also saw Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh. We were able to pick that live, voting at Menchia as well. Otumfuo Asantehene, Otumfuo said to the second also has gone to vote. So key personalities, we're covering them. And I won't forget, when you come to the Church of Pentecost, we've also been able to bring you that of our chairman, Apostle Eric Kwabena Nyameche, and also the General Apostle Samuel Jewu Obobi. So everyone is voting. We are all Ghanaians. After the preaching, after the finance issues, after all the other issues, you need to vote to decide who leads us next. And so now we will be trying to connect with our field agents, our correspondents, who will all be giving us reports. I'm seeing reports from Kintampo. I'm seeing reports from Asawase. I'm seeing reports from Krowo. Quite a number of the reports we have all along. And this one is footage we brought to you earlier in the day from Hohoi, among many others. So you must be ready to go out there to vote if you haven't yet moved out. And we are asking again that just as the process has been from the morning, it's been peaceful, it's been calm, we need you to keep that same energy throughout till 5 p.m. when voting ends. After voting, we are also going to be counting, and we'll be bringing you the figures as they troop in. And then obviously we'll go to the coalition centers, the constituency centers, and be able to get the final figures when the MPs elect are named. Hopefully by tomorrow or so, we are believing God that by tomorrow or so, we should also be able to know who the president-elect is. But until then, let's keep enjoying the peace we have in Ghana. Let's keep bringing you all the updates. And just hold on, very, very soon, we'll connect with our correspondents, our volunteers, for them to bring us all those updates. But I've been joined by Sylvia. Sylvia is just coming from one constituency. We'll find out from her what is happening there. But this afternoon, I'll be doing this with Sylvia till we also go for another badge to come in. Sylvia, good morning. Afternoon, so good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
We started from the morning.
Yes.
Where were you in the morning?
I was a Crow constituency.
Okay.
Yes, I visited.
What is interesting there?
Oh, I visited a few of the centers. Generally, there's a lot of calm. There's a lot of peace there. You don't really see any chaotic, atmosphere there.
Okay.
But I think that when we got to the Belfort Center, the issue there was that the materials came in a little late, and so voting had to be delayed for about 30 minutes or so.
Right.
Apart from that, one of the issues that they were facing there was that most people could not find their centers. They could not locate their centers, and so there were a lot of them there who were stranded trying to find their centers and all that, and they were directed by the EC officials there. So yes, and I think that for the first center that we went to, that is the SK Ajivo Center. I think one of the political parties, the agents of one of the political parties realized that the number that was on his sheet was different from what the EC had given to the center.
Oh, I
so
see.
they had to, yes, it wasn't.
How was it resolved?
I think finally they had to call their office, the party office. The mistake was from the party office, so they had to rectify the problem. And
good.
then everything went on successfully.
Great. There's one issue. I remember the Ghana Armed Forces issued a statement saying that there will be no military presence at these centers. It was the responsibility of the police. It is when the military is needed. I'm sure the right channel will be used and all that. Since you've been moving around some of the polling stations, what can you tell us when it comes to that? You saw anything like that, military presence?
No, there was no military presence. I think that it was either the police service or the fire service.
Okay, immigration and the others.
For all the places I went to, there were most of the centers. It was like 3 centers put together in one, and you see just a police officer there or a fire service person there. So there was nothing like military presence in any of the centers that I visited.
Na your special coverage. I shall see if it's 6 a.m. no, and one I twice we edubria baby I do even Sylvia or any and on the waha ye din common ya reporters are almost filled no a man for be brain and pay or more to about a biso kwe ye showing crying can say mesrewa call. Na was so corner to aba but ye ko ye nim no asama da ho ne se ye be frefre ye nua no mu bi ba bia omo wo asawase boko bole ba bibia wo omo wo ye be connected with wo ne ye din komo sisi ana Sylvia a free crow constituency oni be bia crow wa oni mtashi nungwa na se ho nungwa ekono e ho na crow constituency ne no wo kire se generally ne se na ya report a ye di hu komo no saa na tie ba bia ekudin kama Ose Belfort honomo baby polling station baako ena ase niama ne delay kakra enti ha drink kakra but apart from no kra umtimi resolve here ama bibia akonenim saa so na reports are ye nuanom de eba eni nyina no that's how it looked 1 or 2 places are issues by and it was resolved afi ye hwe nim say ye nuanom bia Wama ye ready no ye ni omo ebedin enkomo but before ye benye no ma min two way enkoma Sylvia ye hyase ana panti ya kase bia fine but also work field no general conduct ne de akoyi amaye hu se bibia ekokama ade ba ko a click me me pesi me hu ehun eyi MPWDs for an as yenuanuma sebe or more touch makakra or one place or the other no Mukofield I don't know say polling station or who be as a special provision be I yet to take care of them sebe obi bana neni hu ade no beto aba how they take care of them. Do you see anything like that?
Okay, yeah, no. I think say the aged and I more especially omone dia ultimo say ya provide seats among I think that baby me choir me bisa provisions for the blind people no what omokacha yen say obi bana se neni fra the job of the presiding officer say odinipa no ebeko na waboa na ama netumi ato na aba so questions are bisa any bina how omokacha say presiding officer no na issues like that is any pani hu ade ohun baby odi no e was so ono no de ne ko na oboa na otumi evote but yen de aged no mostly omo ne hu omo ye hu say ya provide nkonwa omo a omotenase. Yes.
Okay. Well, since Sylvia is coming from the Crowell constituency, my understanding is that we have some footages and some interviews she did along the line. We want to bring those footages through, and then maybe she can speak to a few of them as we move along. Like I said, this time we'll be connecting with a lot of our regional reps, area reps, constituency reps, and to bring you updates. What is happening? Where have we got into? I know there are some names you are still expecting to see and hear. We will bring all of them to you. Remember, this is Pent Media Center, our own special coverage of election 2024, deciding who goes to the Jubilee House. So let's bring you these footages from the Crowell constituency.
So we are still in the Crowell constituency, and now we are at the Grace Academy Center. Well, this place is made up of two centers, the Center A and Center B. According to them, they are expecting 482 people at Center A, whilst 481 at Center B. I have the presiding officer for Center B here, and we'd like to talk to him to find out how the process has gone so far. Hello, welcome to Pent TV. Well, can you give us a brief, scenario of what has been happening since you came here in the morning?
Okay, so when we got here in the morning, early as 5 a.m., the place was relatively calm, and a setup began, and by 7:30, voting has started.
All right, so it means the first person casted his or her vote at 7:30. Also, there were no, altercations as to why you had not started on time, or it's because they got here at that time?
Not at all. There was no
All right. And so far, how many people have voted?
A little over 100.
A little over 100. All right. I see that the place is peaceful. Is that how it has been since you started? Are you expecting the place to be peaceful too? All right. Thank you very much. Okay.
All right. So we have some questions. But we were saying it offset that the process this time looks very, very calm. In fact, listening to former President John Dramani Mahama, he said he realized that within 3 minutes, he was able to go through both the parliamentary and the presidential, casting his vote. Distinguished guests. But generally, Usha, people don't get to delay or start a process now and check around we
the queue, no shut down queue there. And I think that it's because this time around, like I said, where I went to, the first place, they had about 3 centers. So imagine 3 centers within a year, and then you are gone. So very smooth. Yeah.
Moving around, economic activities will come to say, I'm me and Napana may bad. And done. There were a lot of people going to Accra to do business. But later in the day,
elections beyond course. Let me say it. It's like Obi about normal duties. In the time so or feel say time when okay, mama na me koto aba, no akwa koto aba. It's no baby the business e koso amount for nam kromo ye mo business normal. Yeah.
Well, your business betimi akwa koto aba we are no akwa your business. Very, very important. Say business in there was a cost. So so you business there, but we are serving you and serving other Ghana as well. But here pa se obeko na wakakoto aba here pa aba no wankoto a uma obi decide ma enti here se obeko akoto aba na wo koto aba no so no se ne ya start count Ghana for ya ade we ya sa na ye do counting so a was set Niama Ekosa Emaye. Was set Niama Ekosa Maya. Like I said, ye him say your reps no ye be free or money are connected with Tomo na ye nyomu edi and komo. Ye be call Madina, ye be call Ayawa so West Wargon, Ododo Dio for Ewoho, Able Kuma Central for ho, Able Kuma West for Ewoho, Okankwe Amasaman in Sawam Adwejiri, Cape Coast North. Womunyina yebeko ukọ Asante Mante muso a akasefo no womunyina mo ho kwada so ewo ho forikrom ewo ho as I say my body can body that offense so a whole nyina ye ko up north so ye nuanom e wo ho nyina ba bia ye obia wo ye ne wo mo edin community send my kind of bia no and you we fidie ne emfi ha just keep it here. And all the updates, we will bring them to you. We're just trying to connect with the reps and bring you updates on it. But it's important for you to take note that everything is moving smoothly and the reports we are picking on ground is satisfying. As I was, for instance, I was listening to the Honorable Muntaka, who has also commended the process so far. He has commended EC officials and how he has, how they have so far gone through the process generally. But about me, say places Bino, Menshia, for instance, they were just by the roadside. It be a fortunate, more patabi and all that. I don't know if EC did not make that kind of provision, but well, ebiso are numbers in Inti. Amanfo jini we are so.
Truth of the matter is that EC doesn't make arrangements for those things. Okay, I think that before I back on Peter Sebri, line, so we'll pick Peter Sebri. Hello, Peter. Peter, good afternoon. Now, Peter, how far was this here?
Every day, young couple, you have the team woman to West Store. Could be I bang as a gazette. Yeah, the friend, I'm 1 month. I'm 1 month. Oh, and I said, you have the piano education and common.
Okay, Peter, try honeymoon for Nika Cratcher, and then also.
Yeah, that's it. And so when I do say, yeah, born, what you say, I can't, yeah, they two are banned the linear, but it was from Pai. Now, you need to hear. Yeah, she never been an Amantu West. Nipadoma, you see, I show when you were so much about 822,823. It should be 82,823. The whole constituency, you know, kind of Padoma, you see, I show when you say, it has so much about. Now, police stations are, Amantu West, 167. So, yeah, the special vote in the phone and America 160. And it can say, police station, Amantu West. It is every kind of you have to tell me 1 month. You need people now, or Hanum, no, now, you have to come up. Now, now, so far so good. No, how about when the question?
Oh, so far so good. The beer editing. Papiano Pani, no problem. I encounter any issue. Be our put in a cost of Boko.
You know, okay, I had more bamboo to say.
Oh, bamboo, while you try by almost a security training and no more, or more paying. And I'm saying the answer then you are, you know, or my relax. BBC were hard. Yeah, from Monoma, and apparently, money in to say, the demarcation near there. And I say, or my transfer or more, and so I monitor says the BBC and after the BNC.
Yeah, there was many about Miniano Ekano. That be the over Jim Hanman, just police station and I work, yeah, you can educate and Komono. Now, and again, somebody say, as Paranta, the parliamentary candidate, about 2 West, MPP parliamentary candidate, you and Edna, about 2 West municipality. MPP, you know, if you are the friend, Ignatius, question a prefer. Ignatius, question a prefer. No, and Ignoma, MPP, Amalikuno, and the Odioma, NDC, Amalikuno, or not an improvement, or American West, simply, I mean, if you are the friend, Honorable Dr. Ellis Apple, or no, Anthony, Odioma, NDC, Amalikuno, if you will be more American West, and not the Ecoso, or Hanon.
Hono won shada who said nipa don bi egu ho asa nipa kakra bi na go through the process no se na ehu no sa na tie
sa papa bi ni aba ye don so the brain na wo sha an keka na omodi to aba no wutimu se e wo form pa yi e wo form pa.
Anyway, Peter, my young persons with disabilities, a year or more asem na me person me di hu nkomo kakra. Sabi ye nuanu ma o mo hu na ma touch ma wo baabi, wo mo abi o ntimi hu ade na o mo nantie mu problem kakra wo ho no. Voting process no ya ye arrangement we hu bibi sa ama wo mo ayetimi hwe mo yi ana. At least mpanyifo de ye hu se bebre na na ye bo mo. Na sabi wo mo hu na ma touch ma wo baabi na te say.
No, but that's it. No, starting with the 7, no, few no animal. The person is 7. Person with disability, no, is special to the amount.
So far, people with disability, no, it being said that my back on or by I don't know what you mean and the bicycle crack, necrotic. Indeed, Omoba, after you know, any pulling agent for a million, I have to say, they are one of the buy a one of my what support. The end there, or more money problem there.
Ya bi na kwabena sene minia no eka no saa wo hwa mpagbo anya boye nyina no omo hyeda enye special arrangement bi ma saa enkofo no na mom essence pun agent for ne fuels mo ha no no omo obi a ne ho atne ho na bia bia to tumasa na omo bo no e ma onu akasa tim kokoto naba
ewie de ye do be see her definitely me sure say e be san ba hope you ye ko edwumre mu kakra no e san say e so as we move along the line to now so parliamentary candidates especially no menim say wetimi atwea ben omo bia na omo impressions so to say about voting process na omo hu ni say bibia akokama say na ye nyina ye hu no na
That's the no yene honorable Dr. Eric Afo. You don't know if you come on ebra onya na kwenya akoto na ba ewo GPRTU state police station ho na akoto na ba enti yene honorable dike enkobo na ne kasa tie wanya ne se ne dano na ye bo asundie no hu dawo no o chese ye to aba ni wie na se obi reni a eye amanfi west na reni enti nyina no to aba wi akofie na edu bra e ba be bona na mu nyina mu nkamu na mu samra na mu mehwa de enti no na chese afaro mienu ni nyina ne de ere honorable Dr. Ignacio Kwesi free fan so ye no hwehwe komos ono so the same thing and no ka obi e pretty asundie ewo amanfi west se ne dano nyina e metintin na ye tato aba no utimu se pesa so ade basabate pa de ebi enshega ensi wo mpesa so arutino utimu se esan se nyema no ya dana kwaso ya ni tina podi se wa akwa no chese obi aye na dia obukra obu chede nya dwuma bi anye ai tina chese ayese ko papa.
We are grateful to you. That's our correspondent in the northwestern regions, Peter Tebri. He will be bringing us. Yes, very interesting place. Peter Tebri, so that's Peter Tebri for you. Peter Tebri, he spoke from Amenfi West. In fact, he says he's moving to Amenfi Central, which is a very interesting constituency. Later on, I'll tell you why it is interesting. But talking about police, I may cut through Facebook, and I don't know who did that, but a picture back of police near Yechana. What the polling station back when our brand was da because Obiama into Peter Tebri cars everyone man call say oh you had that hot camera it was that original home kakra but yeah kind so I will have to be sharp my man for so interested and then when we say police for now relaxing and obey massa oh yes obey yeah one more relaxing almost a horse show yeah than you are talking is that you face the law into who sir. Now, let's take note of it. So, everything appears to be going on well in Amenfi West, according to our rep, Peter Tebri. He says that he was worried a bit about the patronage so far in terms of turnout. But, well, we still have quite a number of hours to travel till 5. So, let's see what happens. Small scale mining, I mean, kind of and then the person kind of small scale mine. If you are going to Kakra, or we are no maba, so we can understand. I don't know, but
we were asking about baby or more to about say ECA making.
Yeah, because the UFI.
And I make I say, no, Cranny say EC at the Woko baby. As an easy official, who na what's our call?
Okay.
Echo make arrangements. Akonya obey you so tables some be you soon in a mumwejuma. Into who could drew one, no I say arrangements. It is a witty ye na community na shut down Boa or betrol. But we do not say community na Casano or Boa, a bit with the table, bro, bidding Konyan and Manema, and no debate Juman. But going around, also one thing I realized is that the Church of Pentecost, yeah, sorry, Dino, easy you super.
At least mean PIWC test and or procure
yes. We are centers I think 2. Church of Pentecost, SY Ajivo, and James Makion Worship Center. It's going around, which we will say, yeah, sorry, Dynamo dear. Omo yusupa and one mono so do omo kwa omo nya because yeah you only money dada nti no ane say asesa na dia omo aha nti no baby abekwa ya amanfo nya yi na che say ho no no omo ye na omo ache de nya emu aka enfri community ni ho no so na we de anya dia obetimi afi febi baby a ofi ba na obeje wo so sa na tie.
Right, so this afternoon who is carrying the day when we go to Adenta? Who is carrying the day? You know why? Adenta they don't give an MP the chance to go for 2 terms. So what quiet back up in the empty or TCC are hot. It's sense or trends now the way at the end, but also say our confidence, papa. Said this time it will say what's now so back that, but Adenta for everyone a chance. In the Adenta say we really want to go there. Okay, my information is say. Yeah, a report about our northern region or my report into quickly yanko northern part of the country. And she's a region ben porting or and at the end so my brother, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, it's rather afternoon, so good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I sense some excitement in your voice. I want to believe that everything is going on very well in the northern part of the country.
Yes. Everything is going on smoothly.
Okay.
Voting actually started here at exactly 7 a.m.
Okay, so hold on.
That I sent to you.
Yeah, we are going to show that
everything is going on smoothly. Everything is going on smoothly. Very peaceful.
Right, but I wanted to understand the constituency you are reporting from. So let's appreciate which part of northern Ghana are you in, and then maybe.
Currently, I've just gotten to Yendi. I see the member of parliament for the area.
Okay.
He has come with people. He himself has cast his vote, and then he has gone back to the house. Very peaceful.
In terms of turnout, what can you say between 7 a.m. and now? How has the turnout been?
Yeah, the turnout is very massive. After 7 a.m. now, most of the centers that I've visited, the turnout is very great and very massive.
Military assured us that they don't expect to see military officers around during this time of voting. Can you confirm?
So far, the centers that I have visited, I have not seen any military man, I have not seen any officer, with the exception of the police officers or fire officers who have been deployed to monitor the election process. But in a matter of chaos of anything, I have not seen anything of that nature.
I don't know if you have also had time to study the voting process per person, because we are reporting that it's going very smoothly and fast. Between 3 to 5 minutes, you should be able to go through. Is it the same at your end?
Yes. The person does not even last even up to 3 minutes.
Okay.
The maximum lasts just 1 minute, then he's going.
Wow. Then everything is really going on well.
Even in Yendi, I visited one police station, somewhere known as Umbrania electoral area, where I went, the officer told me that the police elected by 1 to 2 o'clock, they should finish with the voting.
Oh, I see. Then we bless God for that. Maybe the final one, persons with disabilities. I don't know, have you seen any?
After the time I visited, I have not seen any person with disability, any person living with disability. I have not seen any death and some person there after the time of visiting.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you so much for these updates. We'll still connect and get more from you as you move around Yendi and its environs.
If there's any update, I will let you know.
Thank you so much. Hey, brother, there's a question. You ask a question about
the fact that persons with disability, I'm a little worried. Is it that they are thinking, say, structures have not been put in place for them, so
yeah, it's a big question. Then producer, bit me a boy. Yeah, we can connect with the National Coordinator of Persons with Disabilities, the Church of Pentecost. I am picking the thoughts. So no, so enemy just about around reports. How are they receiving it, and what do they have to say about it? Probably we can look at that. But like you're saying, it's because yani kakrakasa obian shedan record say who obisa. But I know say political parties no. In at least the two leading parties, our manifestos, they really factored PWDs. I'm almost share that sending message to just them, preaching to them because they have quite a following. Our numbers are huge, and it's a bit of a but. There you have it in your short 247 to the second Asante. What to abandon that year, but we are bringing that footage to you again. Titrufu one will be a call. To abide to utifie now untubia no one say you are not helping Ghana and you are not helping yourself. You need to go and help us decide who leads and then who goes to Parliament. JB, he started a certain conversation. Let me also pick it up from there because it was interesting. Was it for him? He's pushing and hoping, say, we'll still have a hung Parliament. I don't know what you make of it. Because Parliament, as we speak now, 137, and one side, that man and saying Parliament. So why wouldn't you across for Parliament? Are you hoping it will happen so?
No.
Why?
I'm not hoping it will happen so. Because we all saw what happened last 4 years. 7th January, like it was...
In deciding the speaker.
Yes, look at when it came to deciding on the speaker. I didn't send by and me want to say Emma Niema Ekechi when it comes to government's business to Ebini Niema I was saying Kaye government's business I was here discussing and then I'm caught
but
back and forth.
Obiso is arguing out to say a boama at the checks and balances bar because when you say you easily have your way through.
There were, I've forgotten that particular when they were voting. Almost voting, I think NDC was expecting to win because almost all my numbers now. By the end of the day, NPP won. I'm trying to remember what it was.
Okay.
NPP won. And the question was, if you were a hanging, parliaments like this, how can things go in the favor of the ruling party when we have the numbers also? It's weird there are people who always betray you and go to the other side. I know, dear.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, we mentioned, say, as along the line, you have a electoral commission or press briefings or you're ready with another one. I mean, they've already started addressing from the EC headquarters. In Tienko, quickly, let's bring you, this is another press briefing from the Electoral Commission. We'll be back. The address.
So that others also can raise their questions. Thank you.
Okay. All right. My name is Israelai. I'm with Joy News. My question has to do with the incident that happened at Kintampo. I want to know if you could give us a bit more details, because what we have is coming from the ground, but if the Electoral Commission could give us a bit more detail as to what exactly happened and what the Electoral Commission intends to do about it. Does it intend to rerun the election in that constituency, in that polling station?
Next question.
Are you?
Good afternoon. My name is Fauzu Masaudu. I work with CTFM and One TV. So prior to today's election, Electoral Commission was very emphatic about the group of people you had recruited to man affairs for you at the various polling stations. You were very emphatic. You said the process was very rigorous, and you were very cocksure about the nature of people you had, entrusted such roles into them. I just want to find out at what point or how the Electoral Commission, lose its guards, and what is the assurance that we do not have such more persons still manning affairs at the various polling stations? Thank you.
My name is Vanessa Edoton Boateng from Metro TV. Well, in the end, 1,210 presidential ballots were missing. What updates can you give us on that? In the police summary, yes, 1,210 ballots were missing in the ND. What can you give us on that?
Any question? Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Na Anyema Collison, journalist from Adwa Television. I want to find out what happens to places where voting are being delayed, specifically Faith Academy in Lejokuku constituency. They delayed for 4 hours, and what is the intent of the Electoral Commission to extend the polls or to end exactly at 5 p.m.? Thank you.
Yes, my name is Bernard Atuata from United Television. I need a clarification. We want to find out. I'm told somewhere Takwa. I don't know. I need a clarification on that. Presidential stamp is being used for the parliamentary. It's an allegation. I want to find out if it's come to your notice, and in such cases, what can be done. Okay, in order not to, yes.
You have the questions ready?
Correct.
So, whatever you feel comfortable, you answer.
You want to answer those ones?
We are back, and that is election. Unfortunately, we missed the beginning part, but he is answering a few questions from the journalist. He's trying to understand. There was one question I really wish I also got the answer to it, but as they prepare for that, he was asked whether 5 p.m., you know, and I said there will be a time I extended the kakra. I'm waiting to see as the deputy commissioners try to answer that question. Okay, he's answering them. If we can pick that, let's get the answers to these questions.
So we have 15 of such ballots per the records that we are having. The police has issued a statement, and the case is under what? Investigation. The commission is yet to take a decision on that. With the Yendi issue, the 1,210, we have found out that the ballots are fake. And for that matter, they cannot be used. The story is a fake one. Thank you for the correction. Then, with the delayed voting at Faith Academy, we all know that there is an inbuilt system which indicates that if you are at the polling station before 5 o'clock, you will have the opportunity to do what? Cast your vote. So if there are about 1,000 in the queue, all of them will be given the opportunity to do that. So we encourage all voters at Faith Academy, once voting is ongoing, to be there by 5, and they will have the opportunity to cast their vote. The rest will be taken by the Director of Electoral Services. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I want to put on record that the Electoral Commission did not lose guard, and we have never lost guard. We engage temporary officials for such exercises. And as you are aware, we have engaged over 40,000. There was whole police stations, 40,000. I'm talking about police. We have 40,648 polling stations. Multiply that by 5, it gives over 200,000 officials. These are all temporary officials. We recruit them and train them. But as you are aware, as human beings as we are, some people may always want to come out on their own purpose. But the system is such that if you do that, the system will expose you, as it has done. And so when such a thing happens, we deal with the person according to the law, the requirements of the law. So it is not the Electoral Commission that lost guard, but rather it was one of officials who decided to go against the directives and the training that we have given to that person. I think that was the only question that was left for me. So, thank you so much. But we have sent a warning to the remaining officials. Anyone who does anything untoward will be taken care by the law.
Yes, with the validating stamp, we have 2 validating stamps with 2 different numbers. We haven't, you don't have parliamentary or presidential on any of the 2 validating stamps. I hope you get me. So they are just the numbers. So you can use any of the numbers for either the presidential or the parliamentary. We haven't written presidential or parliamentary on any of the distinct validating stamps. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is for consistency. That's why we said use this and use that. But the purpose of the validation stamp is to enable us to identify any foreign material that will be found in the ballot box during counting. So even if it is swap, it can still play that role. What I mean is that even if it is swap, it can still play that role. You look at the spirit of the law, the purpose for which it was brought. That is the most important thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, members of the press. Our next update will be at 3 p.m. We'll continue at 6 p.m. and then 9 p.m.
Electoral Commission, very, very good. Very good from the Electoral Commission. We'll be hearing from them again at 3 p.m. and we'll be hearing from them again at 6 p.m. and in that order. And it's meant to update all of us so that we don't worry too much. And I think this push by the Electoral Commission really, really is comforting for a lot of people who felt that the Electoral Commission probably had something to hide here and there.
Mostly people say that the Electoral Commission is not always forthcoming when issues concerning the elections are raised. And this is a good one, knowing that in a space of, I think, 3 hours, every 3 hours they will be updating us. Right. It's a good one. It's a very good
one. In the past 2 hours, the Ghana Police Service has been issuing a couple of statements, and I'm going to read a few of them. A lot of them were addressed by the Electoral Commission because we missed some of them. I want to bring them up. But let's go to the famous Odododio constituency, where Emanuela Addo is live now. Emanuela, do your thing. Oh, ni ote Odododio no onyo wie Ghana. Anyway, Emanuela, let's talk. I know you are in Odododio. Exactly in Odododio, and what is happening?
Okay, so all the time now, I'm at the town, and in front of the teacher, everything is very calm here. As of now, everything has been calm here.
It appears the turnout is quite huge at this time. Have you interacted with the presiding officer, and what have he or she been telling you?
According to you, I'm supposed to have over 200 voters. But as it stands now, 105 have been able to cast their vote. So they are still waiting for other voters to come and cast their vote.
Now, have you visited a number of the polling stations, or is just one? I was asking if you have visited a number of the polling stations.
Yes.
And is that the case at all these polling stations?
Am I?
Is that the same case at all these polling stations?
No. In other polling stations like the same town and Gardena, there is things that come there, and at that place they're supposed to have 115 voters at that place at the Gardena. That fact now over 91 voters are able to cast their vote at the Gardena in this town. So there's no way to keep see how many people cast their vote.
Tell us about comportment. Odododio is known for, it's seen as one of the flashpoints anytime we talk about constituencies. How is the general comportment by voters?
So as it stands now, Odododio, this year's is so calm and comportment. Because when I was asking one of the people on the line, he couldn't be surprised with how they are behaving this year. Let's hoping that they'll be able to take it through. I mean, they'll be able to put themselves in the edge. So, but in the morning, I was trying to have an argument that was with the queue. They were trying to have an argument with the queue, complaining that some came before others, they were trying to bump the queue. So, the police were able to change that.
Let's talk about the aged and persons with disabilities. Are they being taken care of?
As it stands now, when I came here, I haven't seen any disabled person around. I haven't seen the disabled person around. So that one, I can't do the comment about.
Okay. Anything more before we leave you?
Yeah, when I think some people were trying to forge that they were saying. No, some people, I think some people were trying to forge something and the police came that. All these people, they were able to stop them. I think they were three guys, they were caught. So they are now behind that.
All right. Ella, we're struggling to hear the latter part of your conversation, but if I got you... Yes, I can hear you.
But I mean, some two guys were trying to raise at the police station, trying to attack one of the police agents there. But what this was, they've been taken behind that.
Right. Ella, we are most grateful.
They're just hoping for people to they're hoping to see what happens.
All right, thank you, Ella. We are grateful. Ella Emanuela Ado reporting from Odododio constituency. She said that the security officer she interacted with is a bit surprised about the comportment in Odododio.
I'm surprised.
Yes, this is one flashpoint. Every election we would hear this or that, but we are praying since from 7 to 12 it's been cool. Let's wait and see what they are. But we are hoping and believing. People, I know you in Lenye. And you have to be fair, smooth. But again, here too, Ella tells us she hasn't spotted any person with disability. So like I said, we're going to try and bring in someone in the field and find out what they think about it, because I was expecting at least Rebecca see who back one and be. Is it because they are also waiting maybe a sakakra no mabana and I say it's something we should be thinking about. If you are watching us, this is Pent Media Center, our live coverage of the 2024 Presidential and Parliamentary Elections happening. We are bringing you up to speed with what is happening around all the constituencies. And we spoke to Ella, Ella Nadine, Ella said, what the whole confusion kakra say amount for trade line. I know the queue and the AC baby oh me baja that kind of thing. But about one and casa dia odododio ankasa kra ho ye din military security officers ne say hey aha pay ni yada nyame ase ye bompa say emre na aka we nim no so no that is how it will be that is how it will be that is how it will be. So let's come back to, we had other footages from the Crow constituency. I know it's early days yet, but since you went to Crow, even though we were checking the conduct of the voting, in terms of when they were upper hand, not saying.
You see, I spoke to both NDC and MPP for polling agents, and definitely wouldn't so be a NDC for almost about 1 day said and the Omafa, Ubisa MPP almost say is the same thing. But one thing I mean, who say, Obi Pemwa or Honoma, especially Oma no move almost sentence, I was almost. It wasn't about the fact that we are NDC and I said we are MPP. The polling agents of the various political parties were very helpful. Omukran and Ebuan Crofam almost station. It was an almost
so in case
exactly. It's no Omun and Ebua. It's in the Omo busy. Omo attended to Omo, but Kofun Enya baby Omkoto Abana. Party agents did very well, and the collaboration, the joy, they were on everyone wants some free, like opposing a political parties. It's a good atmosphere, and I really liked it.
Yes, me see for me, so far, mark your tempo, also, me trim after when I say, say, EC officer and back who be party agents. Oh, record that unya or see 90. So I was always in 92. Now unya 92. So it's like there's that unity. Will be a shading say. Well, I was saying that the Ghana Police Service has also been holding some press briefings, trying to update us and all that. And if you visit their Facebook page, within the past hours, they have responded to a few issues. I want to just update you on some of them. I'm sure you may also have heard. Well, number one is that calm has been restored at Ansuruddin Islamic School at Okainkwe Central Constituency in Accra following a misunderstanding. Earlier reported by Okainkwe central no na confusion be police forces here ajobrewa about to be out. This was like 2 hours ago. So police at the Ababium 2 hours ago said one electoral commission official arrested at Kintampo South constituency in the Bono East region for electoral offenses. In Tiabesha said Frederick Entry Yebenyana na one also the update about. But according to reports, and the police is saying they have arrested an official of the Electoral Commission in Kintampo South constituency in the Bono East region for electoral offenses during the general election. Also, the suspect Derry Joseph is under investigation for issuing about 15 ballot papers to voters that omitted the first presidential candidate at the Impesikan Bayere polling station. So police say almost shame asem na almost shame enti ajobrel into what Kintampo South and the police say almost shame. 2 hours ago police force so press conference ye intimi am fire no dey about almost some press briefing. Another one about also one person arrested for possession of weapon at St. Teresa School polling station in Okainkwe South constituency. Into Okainkwe South Oko St. Teresa School ni mwa police for achi nipa ba kwa ya say okita ammunition okita tuo around this time to aba. You don't have to carry, even if you have the license for it, I beg you around this time there for to all the koye voting center. And the police force say or also airboa with investigation to also ya channel. This was 1 hour ago. Then there's another one. Reports be about Beka ho baby MPP officer a police force will issue statement or say the police have taken note of media reports alleging that a group of National Democratic Congress supporters stormed the New Patriotic Party office at Abeka in the Okainkwe Central. And I say Okainkwe and news near Matrin Kwan is Okainkwe at Okainkwe Central constituency over suspicions of voting taking place at the said location. forgive me, police investigations have revealed that the place is not a polling station and no voting is taking place at the said office. We urge the public to disregard this claim and partner the police as we work towards avoiding misinformation and disinformation during this critical time beyond the way so information we want now the better to drive was cross checking. We are sure say unko kebibi na man for swania man call kokuntoka hubia very important. Another one from the Ghana Police Service where 49 minutes ago, polling station agent arrested for double voting at Wasa Ekropong Apiakro polling station in the Western region. Into this time, we are rough police for bechow. Or the chew on bad beto ha make kind of mobile will say a chow. And I was so we are careful. Easy so about responding. Yeah, but easy for press. Ina na ama makofa we aba ko mo keka police na me ko check say anye bia police for ampa ma ye bibi sa aka ene da hasi. Or say the Ghana Police Service has arrested a polling station agent. Who a polling station agent? And wakoye double voting. For double voting at Wasa Ekropong Apiakrom polling station A in the Western region. The suspect, Kofi Stephen, is currently in custody assisting the polling team. She say Yakwakotuaba, police station agent. Ebe komi wo yesi ko observe ma o party. Actually, one be observe wa mano. Enti yebesrem mo say monye careful pa. Police force so ewo situation room a omo checking yama 24/7. Bi bia be koso bia. Ghana Police Service so update kakra. As far as promoting peace is concerned, na yede bremu. Sylvia, how?
Oh, yeah, then was me voted 2 times.
Yeah, well, that's one thing. Say, obey me, I will vote to a polling station. Oh yeah, no a paper. Say, I just saw the say now the way using marker. And in investigations, nature as a marker, no the alcohol goons and I'll wait me up a pabia.
Because
baby, I'm
a common use to marker, but we are signed on that you dip it into the ink.
In the ink
so
again.
they are doing the 2. It's not like they are doing just one. They are doing 2. They apply the marker and then you dip it inside the ink too.
I see.
It's, I'm really surprised. So is it because he or your polling agent he was able to maneuver his way
I want
through
to believe so.
And
And actually. Any actually. All right. I promise you, sir, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, ono so akovoto ama ye de beba. Ye ntimi am pekene de ene line. We brought the Vice President Dr. Baumia, who is leading the MPP. So that is former President John Dramani Mahama. Ono ne ba ne di ne chinim so any bodyguard and also any special aider and a handbag. Enti ono so I don't know. He had time to interact a bit. I've listened to what he said to the media. Enti ebe ye this is John Dramani Mahama of the NDC. Into all vote to or Boli, a honor while register or vote. Yentie no kakra.
Yeah, your mamre, maybe I mean, call it, say, I said, BBA, I was football player, I'm that's it's a idea, it's a maybe I'm a better and yet, and maybe I'm a better. Go, please go, please go.
But that is former President John Dramani Mahama. Well, I think we have Sandra back on the line. I cannot tell exactly where she is, but we minimum so much to abandon you. A common yogurt to be at to cause me say yogurt already dry yogurt seller. Move on to Sunny yogurt for year as a mingwana may. But well, and Chenny because Sandra Sandra earlier no or the report free year Ablekuma Central Ebraying. Meaning Ablekuma Hona no what they are, but Sandra and Kuma our line. So Sandra, what mean can hello na me say ampa what mean can na bibia kama na yentimi mfa Sandra. Meanwhile, Sandra Makano please onto abane ya kona koto ebre ewo ho. Ye hwe nim se asawasefo ye benya omo na eni omo edi nkomo. Ye hwe nim so se Alex Oboye bo earlier yenya no ba network no me saw the reports kakraba freaking Tampo South honomo afe atwima ngabwe just south wo mu nyina wo mu de aba intino yabehwe ni ayebeye but at this point no ni ayehwa ne say benya more reports na yetimi aka and yeah
say ye bebo obi aba so ne say ye koi ne ye hye de hu nkrofo mo hye party colors bia e wo honomo every year bia ne ye ka say memo obi an hye party colors enko centers ho and people have really complied to that ukọ honomo a wo hu party bi color bi say wa hye da crowd aba be fa honomo say or the baby who will be an ass or the bahono aba beso aba and it's a very good one e wo say ye boss so ne ka e ho asem so pa Okay, into Yegusu a train say yen reporters are ever field ne so no ede omo reports everywhere like we said all over the country, all the constituencies and we have agents there who be providing us with every information bia ebeba bia entino. Yes, sisi no yes Kodeyo for addressed media nti yebekwa kofa Kodeyo de ne yeba beto adwumedie no so e wo studio ha.
Incidents. Violation of voting procedures, 18 incidents. Vote buying, bribery, 3 incidents. And various other incidents, that's 26 reported and confirmed. Some of the incidents reported so far include the following. At the CMB polling station in Punasi, in Tano South, in the Afo region, the validating stamp for the parliamentary ballot paper was reported to be faulty, making it impossible to read when ballots were stamped. This halted the voting process for about 1 hour 40 minutes before voting resumed. At the DA Primary School, Tuani Kope, in South Tong constituency in the Volta region, parliamentary ballot papers were not available during the setup. EC officials brought the ballots subsequently at 10:45 a.m., after which the polling station opened at 10:50 a.m. At Nkuzezi Primary School at Nabdam in the Upper East, party leaders from both the NPP and the NDC were telling voters in line who to vote for. This caused anger among the voters and led to some fighting. A police officer later arrived and calmed the situation. At the Brekuso Daycare Center, 1 in the Kwapim South in the eastern region, a voter was seen videotaping his ballot paper after marking it. At the Nungwa polling station, 1 in the Greater Accra region, 2 verification machines did not function properly for 2 hours. Voters were asked to go and return. At 10:15 a.m., the manual verification process was used to commence voting. The ballot paper booklets at the Papsi School, Santa Maria 2, Anya Sewutrum, Greater Accra, contained an inconsistent number of ballots ranging from 98 to 101. In Lejokuku, in Greater Accra, electoral material, including result forms, was damaged due to rain as it was kept outside of the EC district office. Conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, Kodeo knows some of the initial challenges that characterized the opening of polls at some polling stations, including the late opening of some polling stations due to the late delivery of certain sensitive materials. Kodeo, however, acknowledges the EC's swift resolution of most of these challenges, which have enabled voting to take place in a normal fashion. Kodeo urges the general public to remain calm and exercise their right to vote if they have not already done so. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make this a great and memorable day. Thank you.
Deo addressing the media. I'm sure since some baby or home momokaya easy about out ababeka and a police service and so call on pages and also ever home dada. But one thing they said was they are happy with the swift response. Easy, to all these accusations, all these irregularities which is a good one. We have to commend the EC for. At this moment, we have Sandra on the line. I don't know if Sandra, if you're ready and you can hear us. Where are you currently and what is going on?
Get a sense of the quality of...
Hello, Sandra. Okay, I think that we'll stand by and wait for Sandra.
Right, so I'm going to pick a few from the Kodeo observations. It appears that, they have reported delays, which we all recorded. We saw a number of these delays happening, and that party agents breaking the law. Now, that's the part that when I heard it, I was like, hey, these people didn't learn from what happened at Ayawaso West Wuogon. We spoke about that because the agents here, we are told, were in the queues trying to tell the voters who to vote for. And this is something we discouraged because of what happened in the special voting, but it's happening again. Well, we are praying that these will be isolated cases because it looks like they are isolated cases. However, we need to still deal with them because it's against the law. Then video taping of ballot paper. Surprising, but it's happening. And then Nungwa case, and I'm surprised you didn't see, probably you left before that happened.
Fred and I were in Nungwa.
Okay, you did.
I'm sure that Fred
he
was
probably
able
will
to
pick it up.
capture
Yes.
that,
Nungwa, we are told that the voters were. Maybe I know they were asked that because for 2 hours na machine finally machine but they had to use the manual verification to go through the process. I'm just hoping that way any reason for any form of confusion and then inconsistency in the number of the serial numbers with a certain number of ballot papers. Because these are areas I'm really interested in.
Is it because of the voting pattern, Nana?
Yes, exactly. It's one of the constituencies we wanted to focus on. But it looks like Kodeo has observed a lot of I don't want to call it, a lot of issues we didn't want to be hearing. Apart from the delays, which the reasons, some of them are understandable and all that, but for instance, party agents breaking the law, we don't want to be hearing that at this time. Videotaping of ballot papers, we don't want to be hearing that at this time. Well, as for the machine, we have a machine, and it's not widespread. So far, at least we can say it is Nungwa that has that, yes, Remo. Some of these things, press briefings here, banamo picky ideas from it. That was to be one year and ballot paper, photo, video, and cocha, and yes, sir. Could they have a kind report? You both deal.
Yeah. No matter what you say, and Enkofobi Oma promises some political parties say we could vote ama ajimu skadada. And we cannot deny the fact. Like where I went to make on like I was eavesdropping on coffee conversations. But it's so because come 1,000 Ghana, come more, and it was so funny. Why at this point people are still expecting so we be more muska and son of Maka vote. Until for all you know, Omo yes and we'll try to say oh. So that is what people do. That. But I feel say yeah, we have gone beyond that. At the end of the day, it is our future that we are looking at. It's why manifestos. Wait till be there. Why wouldn't you be wow? And no that and you know why do you want to take something and then take a picture and go and show it to the person and say oh they're kind and one am I? It's really unfortunate, but.
Anyway, well, Kodeo Diaba, and let's pick a cue from it. Let's revise our methods if they are not good and ensure say we don't know if Sandra can hear us and she's ready. Sandra, if you are picking our signals, we would want to hear from you and then quickly Yaje will report. Meanwhile, we will want to probably start looking at some of the constituencies of interest. Places be okay, Sandra, good afternoon. All right, me pacho koso yetio. Kasa yetio koso.
There was the base cluster of schools. Now currently, the visa the base DHS 2A. Almost say total of 268 people voters and about voting out of 580. And I bisa the cluster of school the DHS 2B almost say total number of voters 581 and 275 voters and have voted so far. Ya woye niaba Abigail ya pese interview ne kakra. Abigail. Yes. Tell me now be vote here.
Pacho 130.
I didn't know who vote.
Me vote say me benya good leader.
Okay.
Na bibi anye successful so.
To expectation cry ne say
bibi anye successful.
Okay, yeah, that was it. Aha, you're very busy, Pada. Aha, Ablekuma West constituency. Almost current MP. Honorable Esla Ogusu. Yo, another gentleman who hire person in the Ekasa. In fact, I hire busy, papa. So, Ube drew the big cluster of schools. Almost quite no cry. I said traffic a cry. Yo, Pacha say.
Odododio Sandra somuma yen kakra ye beba ho de somuma yen na yenko odododio at this point some of these stories they be breaking through enti yenuaba ela ye ne kasa nche bia odododio yenko tie nia ekoso ewo odododio ela otemi nkan hello yes otemi nkan yo, ye kasa ye enche ye die na ekoso ewo odododio.
Tiano, me mo kasa wi na me sanata me ka credit vote no ten na me awusie mu a ya ekofa akasaka kana ba ni se papa bi e ba e se owo play he ye ma no final to abam and other vote and say that's not how it's done because you can't say owo play he ya ma final to abam na ko so I know what they got because I know me can e ba according to man now all of this must plan or say or no so it's not one day you won't allow the man to cast the vote on water line no on and that's what
okay at this point what has happened, has the issue been resolved?
Yes, that's been resolved but according to papa now and not getting the
hey, now also our gray hair now is a nifia na nifia now.
Also gray hair,
easy Ella.
Oh, me not say it's a but that's no one back to the phone. They won't allow it.
So how has it been resolved?
So the police for that say Obia and Namomi, the time to unlock it. So I want you to say going man so they are thinking is left. I think they need to be on.
I didn't get that part.
Papa no Graham.
Yes.
Then they got police from Saturday and say on snap not to study this, then you see that left.
Okay, and he left. Okay. Oh. Wow. Okay. All right. And Ella, yeah, that was say. That's the about a before issue in Tisania candidate Biano. Yeah, say maybe Omuti Massam Momi, so there's heated argument. I leave.
Go home.
And Debian Nama Pape Equi.
But it boils down to what you asked in the beginning. Say, has the EC made arrangements for people to sit down in Sanemana? Because if you have made arrangements, mostly I know say there's an agreement that's there's a different queue for them. Send a bear on or buy a biobetinase, many may do ne so anyway. But any baby and a besa, or be on monoson tea, I say, Fitiano pa, or no ababijina queue, mana oba, Siciana, oba be, ye, instead Sanya man, I was say, was I say, maybe I'm a coin and obia when ye biano, your man special place and manitsna. Instead be a homo dicu, nipa bed 2-3 qua, penny by quack room. Na I come. Nti ni nyina ni arrangement am am ho na nkasa mu decide say oh ni pay nyinti yemboa no e wo kwan bi so.
Anyway, it's one of those things. Well, the good thing is that just as it's being resolved, Papa ni yese obeko, yeah man into abana obeko. But ye best also oh baby okwe obi bana wa hu se pabre ohia mo e man into no nkwa. Yeah, when ni papa but I can understand. I'm out for queue so now buy a word. But at the end of the day, say presiding officer ne Juma say wobe kole everything to order now security forces now around so it me abua. Well, at least there's calm because ebra na ye cross so akọ na BM shime kakra say na bomb abaso say na as a BB AAC na ntino we ye dase. This is our own live coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. Here we are discussing, and for us it's been bilingual. Into your country, ni kakra na your camera phone so kakra dia afrafra. Mini Sylvia, Ohiniando, Ena Ewa. Sylvia, let's look at some of these constituencies of interest. Now, I mean, which one are about Utrimu Street, but let's look at Accra first.
Okay.
Ebia near Hina, Ebeto Media. Lejokuku na Lejokuku.
Yenka Lejokuku was Meso place interest me, maybe because I've been there for a long time. Crow.
Okay.
Which is
okay. How unique is the constituency, especially what should we watch out for?
So, Crow is Lejokuku Kakra. Hono won't na so man in Chesa. Every time they are changing. Into last 4 years and Momo eyi afole efi so. This time around there's an engineer in the way on also our NPP and he is fighting fiercely say on also benya this time around. Into Momo so is doing her best say on also beko 8 years. Onim say it doesn't normally happen. I think when I went to some of the centers, I saw her. She's been monitoring the whole process. Momo has been working every station. She just wants to know how the whole process is going on. And it tells you how eager she is, or best sign, retaining the seat. And I'm sure there are other areas, engineers, so number one, also around to make sure, on also about on court in on also in favor. And generally, Nankasa, mostly, I are NDC anyway when it comes to the presidential.
Okay.
Maybe some 1 or 2 times been at MPP, but most of the time, about NDC never. But about parliamentary media, they don't stick to one person. You hear say Juma na we and more, you na another person abaso. There's a lot of skirt and top when it comes to Crow. Skirt and top
The famous Lejokuku asset is always on my lips. It's another constituency that we need to be looking at. I'm sure that by 8 p.m., 9 p.m. thereabout, we'll find out whether it will be Benjamin Ayiku or Honorable Okoboy. Okoboy is the current Minister of Health, and he is a former MP. In fact, he lost in the 2020 election. He lost the 2020 elections to Benjamin Ayiku. And the people of Lejokuku, which involves predominantly the Teshi people, I have a few at this side, Lahie part, some going to, yes, and a few Nungwa, Greda estates and the rest, but predominantly it is Teshi. And the Teshi people, I don't know how they developed this kind of voting trend. I don't know why, but if you study right from even 1992, say Lejokuku Park as a MPA, Wababe dia 4 years, yes, some another 4 years, ANC, crack. ANC, a honor, interesting. Last 4 years, that's the 2020 elections, they say, no, Honorable Okoboy, Elusui. Now, Olusu just with about 1,000 votes, and also, sir, into slim margin, and Benjamin Ayikuini. Now, near Sronko and Neno, and say, number one, Honorable Okoboy, no, or no, Wababy DMP nida. Lejokuku force when Tam Pessi MP back twice, into a Wababy didn't just get him. Afe Benjamin Ayikuno so tesosia. Or no sono, anka. Trend in the party, nya di anka Lejokuku for be man akubi. But also na stand ma NDC. Honorable Okoboy Elkwama NPP. Inti question the pass ne say. One and Lejokuku for beto amano. Okoboy so osha ejuma ono so ye wo Lejokuku ho na anye easy. And Benjamin Ayiku so jenye na I remember very well one of the reasons and one of the issues are some of the constituents actually said they voted against Okoboy for is that he was not attending their funerals and programs and ceremonies. So I asked myself, hey, so people look at all that
and I
to
think that,
vote on.
During the COVID time, he didn't allow them to celebrate
but you see, for health reasons.
For health reasons.
We go show you.
We go show you. That's the thing.
You.
It's just because of that. Some decided say, so because at that time, that was when the Lekma Road was constructed.
Yes.
Everybody knew that Okoboy had really worked.
Yes.
But like you said, and one of them, and they said, "Why in the festival? Send an APC dino. KPC a corny of Koshi Germany and Maya and also covered in Tiabay, in Tianuka and Tinia voting out. And then the other one, you don't come for our programs and all that. And also another reason. But this time around, so what is interesting, they say more roads are being constructed in Teshi.
Yeah.
And the other day I was saying, say, Okoboy billboard, you see.
Yes. Hey, as for there, they are campaigning boot for boot, match by match, and no rest.
Okoboy say, like he has given them the roads, he has worked hard, whatever, and then the other person has his billboard side by side saying that we lobbied together, and now the roads have been constructed, and so on matching boots for boots, they are matching each other boots for boots, and so. We'll see what happens. Okoboy, will it be the return of Okoboy?
Yes.
It's going to be the second term for Benjamin Ayiku.
Actually, I'm on smart Lejokuku reports. I don't know why that constituency is on my
Lejokuku, the M say Daniel Newman.
Yes, and a couple of others. As and when you know, I'm sure they would also file reports. I can just imagine the place now. I remember very well last 4 years during the counting. At a point, they see Okoboy, we knew. They say, hey, Benjamin, you cannot really tell who is winning and who is going through. But at least we are hoping that there will be peace. Me, peace, asumje, enwa na me eshe, enwa na me eshe. Any other interesting constituency that comes to mind when it comes to these voting patterns and trend? Maybe
I was
just going to mention the same constituency, last 4 years, I know it was very tight. It was very tight. John Dumelo did what he could do. I think he was also riding on his celebrity status and all that. But Lydia also did well.
She did.
And I'm sure she also, on the back of losing the and all that, the sympathy votes were all there. But she's really worked this year. It's just unfortunate that during the special voting, a few issues came up around her and all that. But, okay. All right. Right. So I'm being told to quickly cross over to Boko and find out what is the Boko is of interest, because of the issues earlier. But this morning we heard of how calm things were, and we're hoping that we'll still have that kind of report this afternoon. Hello, my brother. We are back.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. And how is Boko this afternoon?
Oh, thank you very much. Boko has been very calm. And some days we used to hear a lot of troubles or previous years. Today, nothing like that has happened.
Bless God.
And even though the Ghana have said they don't want to see military on the police station, but I've seen some, and when I try to inquire, that is a request from both the parliamentary candidates, both the NDC and the MPP, because they don't want any gunman to appear by the time maybe military will come. That gunman has already caused a lot of harm.
Yes.
So they have placed a military men just like 100 meters away from the voting center, but there are policemen at the voting center. In case of anything, the policeman cannot handle. The military man will just walk in.
Okay. I don't know if yeah. I don't know if I asked you this earlier about the aged and persons with disabilities, whether they have been taken care of adequately in this whole voting process. Anything you can report on?
Yes, not yet, but in Boku here, as earlier as 5:30, when I went, I've seen 3-4 people who are disabled. They were on the wheelchair. They were already on the queue. So I went back to that station and they have already voted. So wherever I went, and maybe whether the person is a name or maybe anything like that, they don't queue. They take them straight to the ballot issuer, and they'll check their name and issue the ballot for them to go.
Okay. I see. That is refreshing to hear. At least you've told us that you've seen a few of them, because we were very worried none of them at all was going out there to vote. Now, what are your projections in the next 2 hours? Would voting end possibly in Boko in terms of those who have come? We know the official time is 5 p.m., but if you look at the numbers so far, the turnout so far, is Boko likely to finish voting before the official 5 p.m. time?
The polling stations have gone so far. This year, the turnout is likely to hit 85 to 90%.
Oh, wow.
Because, yes, the turnout in Boku. Because of the problems in Boku, one faction is allegedly belong to the MPP, one faction to the MPP. So both factions are covered out with their numbers in order to vote and support their political parties to win.
I see.
So because of that, there are heavy turnout. And this, we have 63,000 votes that we are expecting in the Boku Central constituency.
Okay. Now, let's
even though 10,000 have reduced from the 2020 register.
Let's talk about the BV machine. Just isolated cases, we hear of it not working. At a point, they had to rely on the manual verification. Anything recorded like that at your end?
Out of the 149 polling stations in Boku, I've made visit to 53.
Okay.
And all the biometric machines are working effectively. The only two places they have some challenges are some of our hard-working men, they put their fingers down verified. So if they try, sometimes it's not taken, then they go with the manual one. That is the only challenge I'm seeing.
All right. My brother, is there any other thing? Otherwise, we'll let you go for now and probably come back as voting ends.
For now, we are only waiting for Dr. Sam Ayareda, who has taken an aircraft to come and vote. So we are just standby waiting for him to land, and then we'll follow him to the police station.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you so much. So we are waiting to have Dr. Ayarega coming to vote. I think that should be his constituency. As and when we get footages of that, we'll bring them to you. Simon, thank you once again. Simon Asi Miga is our rep. He brought us news from Boko. He says voter turnout likely to hit about 90% by the close of voting. He has also told us at least persons with disabilities. He spotted about 3 or 4 out of the 50 polling stations he had visited. He also makes us appreciate the fact that for Boko, there was a special request by the political parties for military presence. Of course, we will all understand the case of Boko because of the peculiar nature of it, so we can understand. But this is just with Boko and not general. But it looks peaceful and it's
peaceful.
good that even at these places where we foresaw a few issues happening, it's going quite well. Praise be to God.
And the fact that the military is at a distance,
yes,
it's a good thing.
Until they are called, they relax. Well, we bless God for that. Let's come back to the studios and still bring you a bit of update. So we're trying to pick up 1 or 2 of the constituencies that are of interest. We were talking about Ayawaso West Wogon. Now, why is it so interesting to you? Why is that constituency? Why are you putting it under special constituencies to look out for?
They always want to be special, so we want to make them special. And then the fact that most of the voters there are from the University of Ghana. You know, they are mostly students. And so we see both political parties working very hard there, especially when it comes to the students there. We've seen videos of them going on campus.
I saw some videos, some of them are on their beds and campaigning. Styles of campaigning.
Yes, they are entering their dorms, they are entering their... It's interesting. And they go with gifts. And then you see John Dumelo taking selfies with the ladies. Some of them are so excited. They are meeting their staff for a first time and they are so happy and all that. So, and like you said, last 4 years, we all saw what happened. At the end of the day, John Dumelo had some complaints to make against her. She also had her own complaints, even in the special voting, to the extent that John Dumelo had to appeal to OSP, send a formal, file a formal complaint against her and all that. So we want to see how it turns out. Is it this time, is it going in the way of John Dumelo, or Lydia will take it again? Let's see how it goes.
So Sylvia has put forward the question. Where do you think it is going, John Dumelo or Lydia? This is for Ayawaso West Wogon. Now, okay, so we will look at Adenta very soon because I've lived in Adenta before. And Adenta constituents, we behave like Lejo Kuku the same. As far as Friday, we are strict on it. Whether you like it or not, you don't go. And this time, unfortunately, some of the candidates, they've been there before. In fact, for Adenta to even go through the primaries is a miracle for you. Into primaries, is another thing. But that's the Speaker of Parliament, my man. I've been dreaming of him lately.
Really?
After the election, I'll tell you the dream.
Oh, wow.
Right now, if I tell you the dream, it is something. It will be something. So after the election, I'll tell you the dream about Alban Bagman.
Between you and I.
Yes,
between you and
yes.
You should let me know.
I'll tell you. Because I've been seeing him in my dreams lately.
Wow.
But he's been doing some wonderful things. But that's the Speaker of Parliament. You know, he has called Parliament, recalled Parliament. So Parliament will be meeting after vote. He said, so let's watch him, the Speaker of Parliament, interacting as always. Very, very cool man, smiling. A very experienced politician. Parliament, or the so that's him. He started the process. So I think first you go, they check your name. Now they verify you with the machine. Let me see if he will be. He went through the verification. And also, our colleague Simon was telling us they be no juma no omu yenintino. Omonsana awo. To the two machines. Yeah, but if the speaker, you are verifying it easy. Easy, sure. Until after verification, I feel the finger no. ye de share indelible ink nim se na be ya ye obi ehu ahun se akwe wakoto abanaba aha eno no na ye hwe nim se ukoto abana eno na wo se wo ho ebi ya no ma ye se o mo kopepa because we ye try say ye be clean but ade no e wo ho enti speaker de no no ene wo nsa no fine zia oko first stage kono is the presidential, I'm told. And to be corner ya ballot paper na amao kama ya bobo now papa no me do answer what here or the man in term do the assembly anyway but speaker ni ballot paper na no baby edu na ha no ngwa na kokoshe na adaka mu no wato na ba onye omo am sure say wa request say ye moa no na want to ni bi nti ono ngwa odimi kenkan nti ono a speaker bie mu baby obeto afa de or the chere crank ye mfa ye mbesi ye be hu baby a speaker beto afa but speaker no
yeah and what say you nim
o say nim
na ye nim
oh there be obi bi atimi see na so no ankasa ye elected na manfo bi na elected no e ka NDC fo nkwa pe anka speaker nko through but amanfo bi to man no nti speaker wono no em say yes a play bi we etama osifi ne ka mu a waba ono nkwa ono ni policeman odinachi or smiley but the place is calm polling station calm. I don't know the exact polling station though but I want to believe the former forgive me
Mr. no for baby
Nadoli that is the former constituency and to be a sure say why and vote to the why never into say okay ya edin mesa bobi na northern din no boy so to na boni into mesa bodi ni bi no enya ni but that is Speaker of Parliament process and one a simple process. Very so simple. I'm not surprised that we are told that sometimes within 3 minutes, Simo was telling us that even in Boko, it was less than that because so quite fast.
Very fast.
Fast.
Since I won't get out voters ID card now, wait to me. The minute your name is in there, why not?
Yes. Machine no. Yeah, fat. Now me who's the green light we are so. Now camera.
Because verify.
Verified. Sure. Come on. No. As and when other footages banner definitely will show all of them. Tiemra back and now say okay before I ever call Adentan my enya ba as ya train wa Accra do yenko other regions. In Ashanti region Asawase it's not a swing Asawase constituency is not a swing constituency per se but a flashpoint mommy. Because the NPP candidate this time is a strong candidate, very strong candidate. We are just waiting to see the results from Asawase. The Honorable Muntaka appears also to the incumbent. He appears very confident. But that's a Olidio Monti. Share how it will turn out. Honorable Muntaka.
I think for him, he sees it as a safe seat because they were
okay. All right. Inti Yenko Brekum constituency.
Okay.
Joshua. Our line. So our way Joshua Hazel. Joshua. Otemenka. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay. Talk to me. How is Brekum since morning 6 a.m. 7 start of voting till now? What has been happening?
Oh, Masa, a high cool.
Wonderful.
Brekum is a number way.
Oh.
In fact, medical to my bow, Buka ehona mi free bar Brekum nti me ba bedu later wa but me duru ano ba bibia mefa no no kwase ni hu se niema bia ekoso o nse uhu nipa bebre na se de e kan no o ha define no mo yedi kan se obi to na ba wi a obetima akofie akohome kosi se bra ye bebo baba no na sisi ano attendance bibia ekoso o Brekum ya e Brekum is esi a mi je me wo e no Brekum, I'm a basic school. In fact, encourage. But what polling station be brave? Now, as you see, about the media, we will Brekum East, basic school. All
right. Yenin komo emfa security home a military for a soldier for my who said this time round normal ma round GBB a here be from some be ba wo do any echo round in Ibrekum hustle at the same and then at the back home near tosu mienu ye ma me ne ye papa no mpanyifo ene se bi wo mo a omo ho atoche makakra no preparations a ya ye agu akwemu a ye de bo omo ahwe omo no eno so at the same e wo ho.
Oh, we know that the okay, never be a good aquam, a decano, abatono, materials, to say the okay, never be fan of Quanso. In fact, if you are quiet, now, yeah, my minoma, and answer one hour, what did them, and answer one I want to me, Emma, who said, it's me for a mobile, but they talk about said the fata. So, passing the never be a quiet, come up.
Okay. Yeah, that's a pa. Now, we need to talk also in terms of numbers. What my who say amount for normal no so there, but when presiding officers ne didn't come on me who say ye ba kum ye no bi in komo bensa na di empa na wo mo ka kire na wo hwe so a by 5 p.m. no na abano yetimi ato ewie wo brekum na me bisa ne sa ebedu ho no na amanfo aba be gu queue ni mu bebria line wa ma say eje ye mom break kakra na by 5 there we are sure say brekum pa there ye betimi ewie by 5.
Oh, so the medical kind no no question me buy you no e bi no di kan ba na ena no say the kan is first ya to aba ya ni pan be gu ho be gu obi ato a okofie na o ha ibisa presiding officer said the work no question di the number of attendance no eye ntimi say every sabre kosi ayimra no odu a ss omoto aba no na omo ato.
Okay, mini abema Joshua, minim se bibi wo hobi ma no ye be chance no wakwa aba de ekoye nim no ye be san aba hobi um se ne be ya counting time eno so ba na updates ni nyina no wo de abre na ejuma no ye ya kusi 12 midnight mene wa
me de wa sibegwe so me wo hopa
yo yeah, that's it. So that's it from Brekum. Generally speaking to them, and I don't know, but last 4 years, 8 years, sometimes we hear the BBC wow, I think this year we've the reports have been so low. We are praying we'll get to a time where it will completely be zero. But now it's zero, you know, CC. Aka had they are completely zero. It's like it is I completely, but I am happy and it is satisfying to know that the efforts we put into the Agent of Peace campaign, the efforts our Peace Council, GPCC, or the communal bodies, all of them, the efforts we put into Yenko to Abani for me. When Professor Mills, I think that should be 2000, when Professor Mills won, the kind of tension that was there, I thought this year would be even worse. Yeah. But it appears that we have done our best. Yeah. Say you're mature in democracy.
We have matured, seriously. You get it? At the end of the day, we have saying that US elections. Yes, we are learning from them.
Yes.
Bibia koboko. Ya anti so bia fetu akwa ye gidigidi. Apart from maybe omo campaign ni mo ayete eyi kakra no. Apart from that, yes.
Donald Trump bacho bi chiawo.
Apart from that, about omo to simple as a normal day, and that is what we want in this country. Say about so say any normal day. Near here say a time so say was also about wakwakoto wade ukofie. And at this time and so me say enkrofo tie say futo no say entina honomo wo de kofie na time na ya so e bo 5 honomo baby a e bia wo pesa wo bete na at first hand until you want to be there and the obi ensi upan no aba betie kama we now de nija kofie when we nso and now do are kwakoda na eno ano no but sa ye begina ho no until this time enkrofo bebre na no omo ngina ho omo to aba ni wi a omo akwakoye omo ejuma omo ye eno ano no ye sure say who e video ya na circulate amame ni say ukoto aba mo no omo anu ti gbe.
Yeah, I've seen that.
You've seen that video. So now everybody is minding their business because at the end of the day me kokunto kwakra ma party we ya e de be na menya wo me kokun ema na se bibi koto me a at the end of the day me na me ba bebre nti no obi ayeto no ho fo yenye na asumdwe mu na o man ne yenko nenim no
but mami fefu to emre bi because me nua no mo dododio ye dododio fo mi chiamo yesre mo makamfo mo a mo make sure say ye be wie na boko ukọ baabi na obi hye webufu a mpacho fio enkososo no so o mo start so mo so na mo kasa mo hwe na afi boxing abemo pu because me no kase isolated case there na so enye enokra na emwa because na ya no mo start na ntokwa ba ko esi ntimi ho ase o be kokra so asempot ya mo ko ntokwa bibia akasempo you ti ye besre pa me mamo fans say a sebuti benim very very important nti besrew afi na wo ko o hwe me on Facebook o hwe me on YouTube na o hwe DSTV so na o tie on radio so please be mindful when you go and there is temptation for you to fall in. I beg, dodge your way. Don't give room for all those things to happen at all, not at all. So we went to Ashanti region and we also looked at, Asawase. But maybe let's jump from the interesting constituencies to look at and start talking about the regions in general. Other things will flow through. But let's look at the regions in general. We all know Ashanti region, where they will go. Sisi, and what we are looking at are the numbers. And I want to bring that into focus. If you study our elections from maybe 1996 or probably 2000 anytime NDC are able to clock 28-30% plus in the Ashanti region. Okay, the footage I may show you Ododio constituency, and see I come once them the day they minim see a pine tiu said them ye nim confusion and say see but o sha we individuals me no because obi a hye no obi a hye nti obi hye nkrofo mienu bi na obi mintime ho asie bi na nto. And we are saying that when these things happen, the best way we say, "Oh, son, we now they are power to crowd their baby." The question is the political parties you are fighting for. When they win power, the best they can do for you is to build your roads. They will not take you to the hospital. The best they can do for you is to provide hospital where you will go and pay for the services. The best they can do for you is to ensure that the economy is good so that you can put money in your pocket, which you use the same money to treat what kind of injury you have. So please take care of yourself. Don't get involved in these, forgive my language, unnecessary fights. Well, I don't think any fight will be necessary at this point. They are all unnecessary.
They are unnecessary.
Unnecessary fights that will injure you. At the end of the day, you lose your life, you hurt your body and all that. All right. Now, we are finally in Lejokuku. We are going to bring you a report from Lejokuku. Lejokuku constituency. Let's find out who is there this afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right, but these pictures you are seeing are from Lejokuku. Josephine, can you hear me?
Yes, please, I can hear you.
Beautiful. Josephine, tell me, where in Lejokuku are you and what is happening? This is a constituency the whole of Ghana is watching. What are you picking on ground?
Okay, when you come to Lejokuku, for instance, you are going about polling stations, and then, as you know, at times there is a lot of misunderstanding as well as polling stations. But with this year, I think everything is very cool there. I think attendance is very low this year.
Very low.
To last 4 years. Yes. But voting is going on. This morning there were not too many people, but this I think looking at the updated list now, a lot of people are going back and forth in 4 years. I think it's quite different from this year. And then there is no quarreling or misunderstanding between the political parties over there. The officers, from the officers, everything is going on through and successfully over there.
I don't know if you have had time to interact with some of the EC officials and what exactly they've been telling you.
Okay, earlier I indicated with for the polling officers, and then looking at from morning this would so far they've not had any incident with anyone saying he or not finding it or the name to vote, and then everything is going on from morning till this afternoon. They are all casting their votes peacefully over there. But they are expecting at the end of the day, at least 90% of the voters will come and then vote successfully.
Josephine, Yanko Yenim, let's.
So when they update by the close of the day, we will be updated on Pent TV for our viewers to also know what is going on.
Sure, but before you go, Teshi there, you need Jehopa. Apart from polling station areas, Nunam Kruman Kasa, at the same, because this is a constituency. Men can na man for Kanako influence you be there, but na man for Kasapa.
Ayana mention and one say a tie court to Hana to a feed. Ushema will be a cotona bana. Now what done and who corner. Many a Tennessee mine, Yafena will be no be baby get near but I have to any dear. Osha, as in your fancy, so be a cotona bana who say, and for 8 minutes and 9 and no new dear to your home. Dear, in your fancy pound.
Be our same one, it okay, young share a military, a soldier for you said this year, no, Omankasa the statement, Basa Obon around and cop police station, a Yashadebia, Yasheda from, where will be Bisa or Ho. A fee, ye papa near my minimum when ye fee, any woman I said, your Mohunam, a touch a macacrano, ye show me yana.
A police on a bamboo Jim a court for no woman has a woman herself today, it may be a him who had access to almost Shana. We say, Yaman near Papa may do her almost in Paya, a woman Nancy Mukrano, Abraham Wakakra, and there are woman so moon Kakanka cra, woman woman almost an old bar, and Tempana, your show say, Obey over to Abanawako, Impoma, or mouth for now, Mama Esusano. When you are mobile, modern, so I'm sure my mom must show my banners in this now. Almost you want to my woman in a honeymoon chapra.
Yo, Josephine, you better what say a way. Minim say, Bibi or hobby my person for the car.
So far, no, police stations now, Macron now, as you can the the airport one, and Mama, okay, Canada, I say, walk from here, shall say, a couple men in many dear. The other court will be and the other blessing to the Cabo Drive to about one or more 50 on the park of men in the double modern said, the Bema Pent TV, I have phone number when the airport won't put them on.
Yo, Abba Ejewa Kode Nyame Enshra Ewie 2:26 by me time e wahai enti na chese brain e ben no na ka be 2.5 hours na ye vote ye vote ewie mbacho onkoto aba konakotu and yes we will decide amount very very important. If you haven't voted, we have just about 2.5 hours to go and vote. You need to be in the queue before 5, otherwise you lose that opportunity. So please get into the queue before 5. But generally, where low turnout recorded at certain places, other places too, probably because of the increase in number of polling stations. Now we don't have to gather and the numbers are reduced at each polling station. And then you go back. You go back. That's for Ledger Kuku. So far, so good. We'll be waiting for the counting time and see how that also goes. It's good to know that Ledger Kuku is calm and everything is cool.
Exactly. Like she rightly said, in the past, I had a few incidents in Yemanema, but this time around, it's a good thing that we are here and say everything is peaceful. And when it comes to the low turnouts, it looks like it's everywhere, apart from a few places. To say Bokonoma, the turnouts near very high, a few places. Like most of the places now, the turnout is low, and I'm getting a little worried. Is it that people do not want votes this year? Omunya Daji and Kojina Kiumu, and I said they are indecisive. Exactly is going on.
I'm trying to convince myself saying the next 2.5 hours, who be brave to who be brave. Memento yet. Accept media I see her you.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay.
coming next break here. Maybe or SMT.
Oh, fine. Fine.
Maybe 2 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 20. Maybe. Ma 2 abane into odo hotobia. 2.5 hours. Yes, remo move faka. Ube nante tintin akono. Munyina was set mokoto. Sylvia, the okoto year no year report no mine. Obia to.
But this year, so the sheet is so interesting.
Wow. Presidential.
Because after who send your money because we only say in your head you are thinking say we can say hey or to
say. Time and now presidential candidates were balloting and that the issue of number 1 and number 8 came. Yeah. I sat down, I was like, you people are worrying yourself. Have you just realized that nobody is pushing number 8 or even number 1 again? I told them that if I look at the numbers now, it will get to a time all the presidential candidates would even want to avoid promoting where they are placed because paper nankasa say wasea. Now all the tohwa baby we need a boss street first yes. And sakura wa top any asye enti me catch go mama hamo numbers here fi na di prophecy room be them say numbers here beto achene anche and I will be Obiasi, look for this, look for that. Obiasi now look for the symbol. The numbers. The way they give us a lot of. In fact, when they were balloting, there was so much tension in the system. I mean, Timmy wants to buy a few things they wanted to correct. Exactly. There was too much tension.
Nobody's really seeing what you are doing.
Okay. Yanko Efija Kwabre South. Ehoya votes if you are bayane sopa. Yanko where you are Bema Collins Asante. Ewo. Collins, Michiao. Na Kwabre to say.
But we have to but the also happening now. And on fact, I also say it's your one was very good. And I think from any other security agencies now or more buano so no or man the kind of so na me bo apro no e sha say free estimating say ka fi da kwa south na nkura e ya kese kakra wo mu no e ba ko e ya estimating masse afrancho ne bo ho ene kodie na se wura interior no so a empobinum nyina so e ka ho a e ya fi da kwa south na after by 11 muhonom no na challenge kakra mehu se e honom e the turnout no and na I say e wo form na the videos na met me actually ascend no be sha wo go say na queue no kwa na obi a enche da and videos no after 11 no and na sa videos no ma record e dey abanti but complaints binu so na e binu mo e ma no ye entity phone binu na ya allege say NDC agent phone bi ekuta machines dia and only readable machines are now more at the account and to say security phone and share now 1 to 1 and more no counting between my the numbers no enter into the actually between about between the NDC officials and machine only or more EC officials. So basically no there they say the meaning BBI come I was without official.
Now 10 out to say Mrs. Sylvia say, oh, you're worried. So it looks like a month one shouldn't be bring Koto share numbers in terms of total number of voters expected. Now share time one near share a month for about 2 banana quest a 10 out no form kakra. Is that the same case in Kwabre?
And for now, about the turnout, many and Penufobinum redeem common and Bisa and not a Binum says, Kwabre Honor there. At the year of Hokaka, instead of you Honor and a number of the Chiacoso. Because a Binomo, another donor or how more a for our monogis or Muko from Manzana Maba. Now more about the Traban and you know, yes, I said they free bed 3D Queen and I ate their number of the between as you Chiacoso. About 10 out of the Asa to see a many Casadia. Oshet, baby, I sent as me total people I expect some better. Maybe 400, but as at very 11, 12 more no. None nipa monatuka maybe 200, and it's a normal. And so for now, I can say from Kakra, but
and you may yes, I say be added to I increase our queen.
All right, me that's a part. But question back when me be so be a person me be so. Number one, military presence. In fact, we intercepted. A press statement released by the Ghana Armed Forces a couple of hours ago to all media houses show say the Ghana Armed Forces I say one a release one microphone be a soldier for kakra to support the police into ye who be sa woman some of the earlier statement by the Bama Yema and Hayeng. Have you spotted anything like soldiers in your area? Now, so the aged and persons with disabilities, how are they being taken care of so far in this voting process?
Okay, but that's military men. The main shada who be say omono visible. Our area has say. Na one ame who omono fire for any immigration, any prisons, and ame who men are police services. So these are the security officer or personnel that ame who are visible. Around because we call police center be security officers and be very many and a war on Montino. Security wise, who military but other military officers are more around that. I think then now persons with disability, any aged, so Drew center back in fact, I need to take a car. Once a humana barricade. Then baby, I will call first one. Then we say, "Na mama penny movie air back car at the scene." Now it's almost sunny as humano. I'm an abafoma now be a one in chair or buano now or Nancy Edia Cobebia or which Aqua control abano. And they give premium to the persons are more aged, any person with disability. Though me share will be an hour disabled, but aged in a man who said, if you all can now, no, but not say the line, no, if you need a better 3 4 other 2 and no crana, or more a man of crime, Emma or now to me, any bully and not say their intimidation, they are against persons with disabilities and not say aged persons around them.
Okay. Collins Larry Masato or Efija Kwabre South. We better was minim say bibi wo hope you ma obema ye hu ansana ejawa. Ye be san ba hope you.
Okay. But also see and there near our person mekano at the same message allegations now one political party alleged because also something region has say na idea hu hia say ye be ma attention akoso. Now it's some machines now didn't allege say NDC is going to be another NDC agency be crown. Say addressing be or another some issue be or make my address here about now 1 year before say very too late. Because on my addresses that issue now could go and when I say they didn't more allege no they could do another the nipa okuta machine be. I can't say the nipa do say na so na issue officials also can say the nipa say na so one share be near the actually any no man about to message the appropriate quarters are on making addresses that issue, or more addresses that issue before say they be do and you fight now about
Where Collins, you better was a panyami in Shroud. And that's Collins Larry Masato reporting from Efija Kwabre South. Well, he tells us that it looks calm in that particular constituency. It's in the Ashanti region anyway. He has also reported low turnouts, but for him, he's hopeful that by we're now hitting 3 p.m. So he believes between 3 p.m. To 5 p.m. we could have quite a number of individuals coming to vote, because as at 11 or 12, a constituency, for instance, where we're expecting about 400 people to vote, just under 100 had, reported and voted. So we are still hopeful that we would have a high turnout in this particular elections. It's very, very important. The way you are saying,
seriously,
it's beginning to worry you.
It's beginning to worry me a lot. Because say you share a place like Efija, you were saying like when it comes to their attendance,
there are certain constituencies. So wow, the figures that come.
Exactly. I think was it last 4 years? Turnout was over 70. So I'm surprised. I don't know. But
well, I can't 3 hours. If you say mobile earlier, and almost say Ghana you pay last minute. In 3 hours, you have
last minute speed they are not there. Last minute is where they are not there. But wherever you are, with your moon just go in your numbers and then go and vote. Send your can so one could vote here, will be voting. afa say e kan me mo ho asema wuntumi nke bi esan say wan kasa no wan to be nti mama yenko house yenko vote bibia so ye peaceful wa utie se na yekọ na nti ukwa na dia obakonya asem bia wo ho no vote din na ko fie wa yesre mo a
Any quickly no Sylvia yenko bosomtwe na Daniel ni nkomo.
Hello Daniel.
Hello Madam Sylvia.
Daniel, good afternoon. Daniel na enewie bosomtwe what is saying?
But I say, young Fakuna, which is a Pent TV, I put in Aquaba, and there a Bosomtre constituency. Wouldn't say Bosomtre is one of the 47 constituencies that were at Pante, Manchester, and then we came more Bosomtre. I said, Ghana, Yamano, Estiano, about also Eskeso, Bosomtre. Now, Bosomtre constituency was 35 electoral areas, and the Bosomtre constituency. And after so there were 195 centers was from constituency. Now about poultry and a panel bed, no animal, the Thames Adria, and the Yama, I was a Equinano, and they focus about what Echo of Boko. Now, our pro bono Mina, Aquina, and a education minister for a Michael Ghana, honorable that doctor Yao or say a duty. And I say, Eddie, and I thought 198 could see no, echo number, a year in Chrome Jack, and I say so a year the Ashanti Regional Minister for a year, Ashanti Region, Honorable Simon, or say Mesa, on also, the Dinetia, on also number, I would just Lina, a year bottom trip, constituency, no, a year bottom channel. It is a bizarre bottom trip. About on because the Bian and Aquema, I did my comment when I make a say, Japa, say, but from the constituency, the mono, Nipana, to a banner, make a say, I was constituency.
No man, shall dance. What's in here? I had during this and Nipa to a banner, on a sign Brabium.
And I'm making a for a say, who will pay more. Constituency, Nippon at 12, but Lemon, and the good woman there, I was from the Domingo from Pa, okay, Nipa, what you would say of the 12 on various police stations, I call it, similar to not less than 15 police stations. I was from check constituency, the man, and like I say, Nipa, a piece of the 12, I was from Pa.
Now, Daniel will be somewhere, and same Ben, I would say. Your margin say last minute on beto ana say ba no mo your margin so me ba beto aba no wa wo de waso etutu for ma e den na what say
well me personal investigation my the bi mo extra say abato no no omo twen last minute show bo be na mu ba mo ba mo fa ba beto omo de na ye beto akonya just say amon pie na o beto aba na fi say abato no Breno Kwan say echo. Now, you are the initially move our constituency. Don't say, we see this one. As a constituency, as a old town, and I will see the member of parliament for the Asokwa constituency. Honorable Patricia, I play the Mama Park, and I will see necessary center or career around for no. And then at the train come also no about to air cost can't was the park who could be more the a year 12 electoral area and the war as a park constituency. Centers are over all the as a park constituency, you know, 185 and also your bar pro after a dinner, no idea. Centers mean now about to air cost Joe, mum, Nipano, and what centers I would also from the team was the park. The kind of city. The require a Nipano SM in Clear Pie, special 4 police centers. The Bian Department of them tomorrow. Then, apart from the whole, now say as a quack, very constantly a bush here. You mean, like I said, Nipa a piece of trouble from Pa.
No, that's a baby. Now, a monster now, economy person who say, oh, ha, send your battle on econo, I assume dream one answer, master and send back whom you nubia. I say, a hard drink a cry.
All right, let us say, Bram, the education minister, and the Ashanti Regional Minister is in common. When you know, this amount of the trees in that say, a battle on the Uber team of Boston constituency in India, the Dia Joe, Lemum, ade baako a ɛyɛ the assembly ɛde na no ebi ekyira ɔkan wɔn sɛ ɛkyerɛ sɛ wɔ gyaakye kuro no mu na hɔ police centers ɛwɔ yɛ mako nson ɛyɛ 17 rather sorry ɔno ɛna baako ɛwɔ hɔ ayɛ fɛ no sɛ gyaakye market ɛhɔ ɛna machine a ɛkasɛ verification machine no na problem kasa ɔho a utumi verify nipa baako agye sɛ the next 30 minutes ansa na afa apɛkye nipa foforɔ nsa ɛno nti mpanyinfoɔ etu hɔ na mo ɛreport to the electoral commissioner dabra no kasa de mo ayɛ saa problem nti bosomtwe deɛ ɛwɔ biribi ayɛ dwo bambɔ sɛm ɛda n'akwan mu a abatoɔ no ɛkɔ so bɔkɔɔ ɛna bɛpie mu wɔ asokwa constituency no nso mu a ɛyɛ the member of parliament a ɔno kura ayɛ the deputy majority leader in parliament maame patricia piagya ɛbɔ ne maame sompa hema ɔno nso ne nsɛm a ɔde tu gya no wɔkyerɛ mu ɛkyerɛ sɛ wɔnyɛ efie bi sɛ ɛyɛ the parliamentary candidate for the national democratic congress ɛne nnipakuo bi ɛtetetete ɛno yɛ allegations a wɔmɛki yɛ ɛno ne adeɛ ɔsɛ kɛse national na ɔsan so kyerɛ sɛ abatoɔ no nipa na ɛyɛ sɛ bɛto aba no owu ne sɛ nipa no na relax sɛ wɔbɛto anim adwa no so de adesɛdeɛ ɛto mɔmfoɔ nyɛ sɛ wɔ asɛkwa constituency no obiara mpie na yɛn ɔmo nto aba na afei nkonimdie yɛ ama Ghana deɛ nnuaba.
Daniel, one my very comprehensive report, but maybe Minfa Wayne Trim Bakope generally Asante Mantemo and Neno Mood Nankasa to say.
I group Asante Mantemo, and they remember that do, but various places are. When you say Asante Mantemo, you're maybe your own man, a drew women that Omudiga, and all the videos are doing that Omudiga. And so come every while, maybe the Mudijana, man for baby, almost of the Mudija Kama. And then I come was sent to the now. Who said, let's say that before he met trouble, not tension, walk, Kuban for 4 days, about to than maybe I hear another say, no. I can't tell you that Bokwa, the Jaya Kuba, the body be anywhere, and coffee was sent to Nantan.
Okay, Daniel, yeah, that's the brain. So they are Koswa, Neguswa, and Nemoa, say, Edwemre, I best have Babbe Fabio. Okay, that's and so that was Daniel, so reporter or the
yes, or the Abba. But the turnout is becoming an issue now. I'm having reasons, but yeah. I'm hopeful. 2 hours here, a day in the magic. I bet
last minute it's not given.
Yes, because your reps will be turnout. It started in the morning, but now we're hopeful that as the day progresses, we're going to have a change. Yeah. But it doesn't appear to be so. We'll keep calling and connecting with our reps, but we'll want to assure you and also inform you that very soon Joshua and Grace will also come up with analysis, another one, where we will, this time we'll take you to the board and look at the trends from sometimes 92, 96, 2000, try and compare the figures, both presidential and parliamentary, how things have really been going. But of course, I'm sure you know the 12 candidates, independent candidates. No, one thing I took notice of, in fact, Anapanona reporters now, I keep asking, do we have the political party agents around and all that? And they say for NPP, NDC, they are there. I think in Kwadaso, for instance, we're told that NDC had 9 observers or 9 agents in one polling station. Yeah. And NPP had 4. And I say, a reporter, I say, oh, Canada, we are minister no mobile. Is it that election? It doesn't matter to them? Or yes.
Because all the polling agents, it means you're going to take care of them.
And I pay you
and I weigh NDC the Nipa 9, you weigh the Nipa 4. Now, we have every constituency be our casa with the Nipa Jinema. One or seven bit. I'm sure, sir,
all right, yeah, home so kakra waha, yemfa 1 or 2 commercials na yemra ye ba enche meyi Joshua any Grace actually say we almost somebody e classroom kakra. We almost somebody chalk obetro no much figures the way it here, but within this 2 hours na ye hwe nim say wo bia why adwin say wo vote no yesre every chere say wo do man Ghana. And I say, we make a go to the end of this, we into have a Mr. Konakoto. Yanko break in the Embra.
November 2024. All eyes are set on Ghana's most anticipated event, the national elections.
As the race heats up, stay connected to the voice you can trust.
For in-depth analysis, live updates, and expert commentary, look no further.
We're bringing you every angle, every insight, and every breaking story.
On December 7th, as Ghana heads to the polls, we will be right there with you.
From the first vote cast to the final results.
And as we welcome Ghana's new leader, join us here on Election Watch for diplomacy in our inaugural celebrations.
Witnessing history live on Pent TV, your #1 Christian TV station.
So watch us live on Pent TV. Tune in on Pent Radio and join in the conversation as we stream live on all our social media platforms.
This election season, trust Pent TV for coverage that informs and inspires us on Election Watch. For all the news, the analysis, the results, and the swearing in, only on Pent TV. Pent TV, it's all about Jesus.
Share
It's still your election watch, and now we're turning our lenses all the way to the northern region. We're going to analyze what the statistics has been since the 1990s, starting exactly 1996. And with me, I have Yanabi. He has been a political analyst that's been helping us understand the facts. I am Grace Buckman, and this segment is when we dive deep into the northern region. You're welcome once again, Yanabi.
Thank you.
Right, let's look at the facts and figures that the northern region presents. Starting exactly, I have here the northern region. What do you have as an update on that for us?
Like we mentioned, 2024 election, as we are witnessing, is the first we are having the NPP and the NDC both having their presidential candidate coming from the north. So the northern region has become a sort of a battleground.
Exactly where we're paying attention this time to it.
Exactly. But we know that from the historical point of view, some 92, we've witnessed Jerry Rawlings coming in and then with his first vice in 92 election, Aka, we know his story. And then 96, he went with the late Professor Mills. And then we have Dubai also coming in the same period. But then in 2000, we saw J. Kufuor coming in, and then he went to the north and picked the late Aliyu Mahama. You remember? And the same thing repeated in 2004. And 2008, we have 2008, the MPP also coming with the current president and going in with Dr. Baumia, who also comes from the north. And so this is the first, like we mentioned, that we are seeing both political parties having their leaders coming from the northern region. So the dynamics will be very interesting as we wait the polls to see whether, this having the two major political parties with their leaders from the north, they to have an impact on the statistics we've witnessed over the years.
Right. Talk of statistics, we have Joshua on standby with regards to the update on the northern region. So we'll quickly run to him. But before we do that, we have statistics, and from the charts that I have here, you can realize that there was this 9791 statistics. Could you speak to that?
Yes. For example, as part of the MPP's manifesto for the 2016 election, you remember there was a decision that when they win, said they are going to create some regions in the northern region. So we had the Savannah, we have the northeast coming in. So the northern region has now become the 5 regions. And so basically, the data has been changing. If you look at the northern region, for example, northern region as in a region, not the whole north we are talking about, you realize that with the 18 constituencies, the dynamics has been a sort of a 9-9. Yes.
Right. Between the NPP and the NDC.
Yes. Probably with Joshua here, maybe as we move along, you see the statistics. And then you realize that the North currently has some influential figures. We know, for example, the former minority leader, Haruna Idrisu, within the North, the Tamale Metro. So typically, you realize that the NDC is holding the Tamale Metro. We talk of the Tamale Central, the Tamale North, and then the Tamale South. Very instrumental. But around that, to wait, you sound like Bimbila, for example. We know we have the defense minister who is also doing marvelous.
Nitiwu,
for the MPP from that enclave. And don't forget when you get to Yendi, the former vice president, Aliyu Mahama, may you so rest in peace. The son is also holding that seat for the NPP in that enclave. And when you even go all the way to Karaga, you see we have the finance minister also holding that seat, and then Mio Enanto for the MPP. So you realize that having Haruna Idrisu and his team consolidating the gains for the MPP in the Tamale Metro, then Nitiwu and that of the finance minister and the former vice president's son, Aliyu Mahama, also doing the work around Tamale. So that has been the dynamics if we look at the data. Yes.
Talk of data, we'll quickly cross over to Joshua, who has the data for us. Joshua, can you hear us?
Yes, Grace, I can hear you. Now, we are in the northern region, like Gigi said. two presidential candidates from the north. I want to look at the statistics. The number of seats the NDC and the MPP has been winning in 2016 and 2020 in the presidential elections at the northern region. Now, in 2020, you realize that they splitted the seats 9-9. And so the NPP got 9 seats, whilst the NDC got 9 seats. But before that, in 2016, you realize that the NPP got only 7 seats, whilst the NDC got 1 seat. So the NDC, I shouldn't say only, the NPP got 7 seats, whilst the NDC got 1 seat. All right. So if Jerry would like to analyze that before I go to the other regions,
yes. Even before we move, but we can even quickly look at the parliamentary aspect.
Yes,
for the
yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes. So this is for parliamentary, and I believe in just a few seconds it would be here. Yes. So in parliamentary, interestingly, the NPP got 9, whilst the NDC also got 9. In 2020, they splitted it.
Split.
In 2016, NPP got 9, while the NDC also got 9, splitted in the northern region.
Right.
Yes.
Yes. So if you look at this on the northern region, you realize that the votes, they've splitted the votes from 2016 and then 2020. We mentioned that Tamale, the northern region, has 18 constituencies, and so they've splitted on the parliamentary front. But when you look at the that's the presidential. When you look at the parliamentary, then there seems to be some sort of skirt and blouse. So it means that whilst they are voting for the presidential, but the parliamentary, they are being careful.
Very careful.
Of who becomes their parliamentary candidate. So that suppose that sometimes the policies that you bring out as it were a parliamentary candidate for them, northern region predominantly is a farming community. Yes, and so the local economy has to do with policies that will favor the local farmers over there. So your ability to bring policies like this resonate, as it were, bringing policies, understanding the works that they do over there. And so that has been the trend from 92 that we find Jerry Rawlings when he was doing the rural electrification. It really impacted the northern region over there for the NDC. But moving along, you realize that when the MPP brought in things, you remember the one village, one dam?
One village, one dam.
Exactly, yes. It became a topical thing because when it comes to rainy season over there, is a challenge. And so the farmers, as I said, policies that will favor the farmers over there. So they believe that with the one district, one village, one dam, maybe their issues about irrigation will be solved. So you find them trying to split the vote for each of the presidential candidates.
But Yanabi, you mentioned something that since 1996 has been predominantly for the NDC. This election, we find that both political actors are from the northern region. And so with regards to this split that has happened before in the northern region, could we project something of the sort happening in the north this year?
That is why if you look at the 2024 manifesto for the two parties, they brought something called the Farmer Services Center. Each of them has that thing, that situation where they want to provide farming equipment to the local farmers at the district level. Maybe which is plowing, you go for these items at a subsidized rate. So all of them came out with policies that will sort of catch the attention. Exactly. So the dynamics are such one that since 92, though the NDC has been having some kind of gains over there, the MPP has actually made inroads leading to the split in this seat.
Right. Let's take a look at the other regions that we have. I see the Savannah region next to the chart, and we'll quickly go to Joshua, who is on standby with the statistics on that as well. Joshua.
Yes, so in Savannah region, I think we can start from the parliamentary and then head to the presidential. Now, in Savannah region, in 2016, let me start from 2016 and come to 2020. In 2016, the NPP had only 1 seat, whilst the NDC had 6 seats. Then the NPP in 2020 got 2 additional seats and so received 3 seats, whilst the NDC was left with only 6 seats in 2016, 4 seats in 2020. Yes, so those are the statistics for Savannah region.
All right, Yanabi, these are the statistics that's been presented for the Savannah region. Let's dive into it for this year.
You know, Savannah region is the home region of the flag bearer of the NDC, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Yes, don't forget, it's also the region we have the two Jinapo brothers.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, so one of them also been, fortunately, unfortunately, as it were, we saw these brothers serving as ministers in Jinapo John Jinapo served as a minister during the Esra Mohammed's government. And we are seeing the younger brother, Samuel Bujinapo, also serving as a minister in this current government.
The MPP
yes,
government.
And then so the NPP been able to make some gains in Daboya currently. Yes, even though during their primaries, the sitting MP, Mohammed, lost the seat. Yes, to the deputy, that's Honorable Samuel Tika, who is now sort of being their flag, their PC for that particular enclave. And so, but the Bole Bamboy, which is known for the seat or the hometown of the president, the former president. We know 96, he became MP for these people up to when he left and became a vice president. So typically the dynamics has really been that, as it were, the data issue in recent time, it became clear that the seat out of the 7 constituencies, NDC is holding a 4. Holding 4, that is from Bole Bamboy, and then Yape Kuso, and then the Solar Tuna. This is where they are actually holding. And then MPP has snatched that of Salaga North, Damango, and then Daboya. Yes, but the dynamics are that the NDC, if you look at during the campaign season, we're looking at for snatching the Salaga North back because it was a seat they were holding before the NPP actually came for that particular seat. Yes.
Well, it seems they're swinging now. They're not entirely dedicated
especially when it comes to the parliamentary. But probably the presidential may give us a couple of data or maybe clear data for us. Yeah.
Right, let's quickly go to the Upper East now, find out the statistics that we have
even on the Savannah. We can even look at the presidential.
The presidential for the Savannah. I am sure Joshua has the statistics on that now.
So that's the map that Yanabi was talking about, and the Savannah region. And in 2020, that's the presidential. You see Bole Bamboy, the NDC, winning that seat with, let me see the point, with 30,443. Then there's Daboya. Unfortunately, the NPP won that seat. So let me minimize this so we can go one after the other. This is 2020. Let's start from Salaga. And in Salaga, the NDC won with, I believe my data has been, have taken a merry-go-round. So Damango comes, Sola, Tuna, Kabla. I think JJ should help me mention that. Yes, then there's Salagat South. Yes. And so that is for the presidential. Yes, the presidential.
So like Grace, we're saying, we realize that from the data, though the Damango, for example, MPP lost NDC lost the parliamentary seat, but they won the presidential. Yes. And then you look at places like Salaga South, Salaga North again, they've made some gains over there. So it means that if you look at these particular constituencies, then John Dramani Mahama was popular than the parliamentary candidate the NDC presented. Yes. And so John Dramani Mahama was able to pull more votes.
And it reflected in the
vote over there as compared to the... It might also be the point that, looking at the place to Accra, coming to this, if you're an MP and you don't identify yourself with the people, you don't visit office, but you only visit when there's an election, that means that during that particular election, they may also punish you. Definitely. Yes.
I like the way you start with that. They may also punish you. Let's quickly go to the Upper East for the statistics that we have on there. The Upper East is also a very equally interesting region come this election. But Joshua, do you have the updates on the Upper East?
Yes, I have the Upper East, and I think Mr. Yanabi would love this. This has been the trend. And so in 1996, 2000, 2004, 2008, up to 2020. Exactly. I think you can speak to the graph just easily, yes.
Like we mentioned, the Upper East data point is predominantly NDC.
Right.
For presidential and parliamentary.
And I'm just looking at the charts here. It's just so wide. You can see the difference in the votes since 1996.
The NDC had as high as 68.99%.
With the NPP all the way at, like, I think, 17.35, which is a gap, a big gap here.
Definitely. Though 2000, the NDC dropped to 49.35. Whereas the NPP made some gains.
Exactly.
Yes. In 2004, you know, the former president brought in the NHIS. You remember?
Yes.
So it became something that pushed them from 21% or 24% to 31.6. Even though the NDC also made some gains from 49.35 to 53.90.
I see that.
But so you realize that the NPP never overtaken the NDC. The graph, the data has
and they continue to just widen the gap.
And if you realize that from the 15 constituencies, then these MPPs have only one seat.
Right.
Yes, all of them, the remaining 14. But they also have the NDC able to, their seats in such a way that the longer you stay on the seat, you become popular, you become experienced, and you are able to identify with the people. So no wonder somewhere like Clement Apak is currently the ranking member on the education from Busa South. James Agaga, also very instrumental. Don't forget the former attorney, Minister of Justice, Dominic Ayin from Bagatanga East. And my very good friend, Azeka Dongo. From Bagatanga Central. So with this guy also from that very enclave, they try to consolidate their gains and minimize the momentum of MPP in those particular constituencies or regions.
Right. Now let's move over to the presidential. Joshua, do you have the statistics on that?
So yes, in the Upper East, if I am right, yes I am.
Yeah.
So in the Upper East region, let's look at the presidential seat, how the presidential candidates have been faring. In the Upper East region, you notice that the NPP in 2016 had 0, whilst the NDC had 11 of the seats.
Upper East.
Yes, in Upper East.
And that is a total blackout to the NPP there. You realize that the NDC takes all the seats with nothing for the NPP. But you go on with the statistics.
So it's... Let me clarify this. So it's 15, 0.
Right.
Another 15 in 2020, 0. Yes, that is what is happening. So the presidential candidates in 2016, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for the NDC, won in all 15 constituencies in the Upper East region, whilst His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo won none of the seats in the Upper East region. In 2020, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama won 15, whilst the NPP, led by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, also won 0.
Yanabi, could you speak to this? Because it seems that this region has dedicated all their votes to the NDC.
Yes, so that's probably due to historical loyalty to the Jerry Rawlings era and then they're coming from the PNDC era. Yes, we did mention that the Jerry Rawlings era, from the PNDC era right down to the NDC era, he introduced that what we were calling the rural electrification project. So this thing is taking the minds of these people, and so they decide that probably due to these policies, which is favoring us, then we'll go with that particular dimension. And so it is one region the MPP is finding difficult to penetrate or make some gains, as it were. Yes. But then, like Joshua has mentioned, when it comes to even though the presidential candidate won all the 15 seats, when it comes to the parliamentary candidate, they lost 1 seat.
Right.
Yes. I think the data may be clear.
It reflects in the...
Okay. So in Upper East, like Yanabi is saying, the NPP in 2016 had, in parliament, that is for parliamentary, the NPP had 3, and they came to 1, whilst the NDC had 12, and they came to 14.
Right.
Yes.
So
Yes.
those are the gains that
So
you see
we
the
can
NDC
also
making there.
try and go to the map. Yes, the graphs, the seats. Let me. I think Mr. Yanabi can talk a bit so that
you remember they were holding 3 seats
Yes.
in 2016.
Yes, they were.
But in 2020, they lost 2 to NDC. Yes, I know we mentioned the one village, one dam, those things. You know, when I think the government was making that pronouncement, it fell in the ears, or the people fell in love with the policy.
Right.
But I think along the line, its implementation
became a challenge for them.
with them. Yes. And so probably the government also maybe could not communicate this achievement to the people very well. And so that led to them losing this particular 2 seats. Yeah.
Right. The tragic loss for them in that year.
Yes.
Let's move on to the Upper West. That is also making you smile. But I'll go to Joshua in this moment and then get the update on the Upper West. Joshua, do you have the statistics?
Yes, we will go to Upper West. So before that is the graph Yanabi was asking of for Upper East, the constituencies, Nandam, Boko, Bongo, Bogataga, and it follows in that order. So let's go to the Upper West region, so let's look at the presidential first for the data. Presidential for Upper West. Okay, let me close this one. Yes. And then in Upper West region, the NPP had nothing for the presidential, and in 2016 and in 2020 they also had nothing. The NDC had 11 out of all the 11 seats, whilst that's in 2016. Whilst in 2020 they also had 11 seats. So they retained their seats in 2016 and 2011. So you can go to Yanabi so that I present the graph, and he would also speak to it.
It's very interesting between the Upper East and the Upper West. The statistics are almost the same, if you ask me. They're all loyally obliged to vote for the NDC. Why is that the case?
Like you said, we still go back to the same J. Rawlings policies.
Right.
Yeah. You know, if you look at the political terrain or history, you realize that from J. Rawlings' era, he tried to bridge the gap between the North and the South. Things like unemployment. So when there's things about equality, he tried to bridge those things. And so historically, it's been established that these 2 particular regions, of course, always falls for the NDC.
Right.
Yes, especially when it comes to the elections.
The election itself. Let's take a look at the graph, and you can see that the NDC had about 74.61, whereas the NPP was getting as low as 11.19. And that was very abysmal at the time, if you ask me. But let's move on. You can see in 2000, the NPP was getting as low as 15.51, whereas the NDC was getting a staggering 62.29. They had a loss, but the loss wasn't even as low as the NPP, who had a gain of 32.23, whereas the NDC had 56.67. Right. So in 2008, Yanabi.
Yes, like I did mention, this particular region, Upper West, don't forget the current, we often call him the number 3.
Number 3.
The current Speaker of Parliament, S.K. Bagbe. Yeah, we know that is his home region.
Exactly.
From Nadole Kalio, where he has served since 1992. You know, it was part of the first group of people to enter Parliament from that particular enclave. And don't forget, the NPP currently also have a strong political figure from that enclave, the Honorable Ambusdere. From Nandom. And so the dynamics has only been that the out of the 11 seats, the NDC has only been winning both parliamentary and then presidential, historically. But like you said, since we are having 2 major political parties presenting 2 sons of the North, want to see whether the data will still stand as it were, or probably it's going to change. So that is something that we are keenly following.
I mean, if you want to fall on the statistics so far from the past 2 electoral years,
the 2016 and 2020, it's pointing in the direction of the NDC.
Yes.
But if you're very critical, anything can happen in this election.
Yes.
Well, let's look at the presidential. I think we took a look at the presidential, so let's look at the parliamentary for Upper West. Joshua?
Yes, Grace, we can look at the parliamentary for the Upper West region. And so in the Upper West region, the parliamentary, this is how it fared. In 2016, the NPP had 5 seats, whilst in 2020 they got 3 votes. Now the NDC in 2016 had 6 seats, and in 2020 they increased it to 8 seats. That is what happened in the parliamentary elections in the Upper West region.
Right, Yanabi.
Yes.
This is interesting figures that came up.
Very interesting. Okay, if you remember, there was a talk about the Pualugu Dam.
Yeah.
Pualugu Dam was very topical. We remember the current communications director of the NDC even went as far as that place to hold a press conference on that. Yes, it was one of the things that the government was saying that when we can, we're going to fix it. Yeah. And so they were actually looking out for the NDC to fix that particular thing for them, and they could. So in 2016, they punished the NDC by electing some of the seats to the MPP. But however, the MPP, I think, going to 2020 election, failed to fulfill that particular promise. So the NDC went back for their seats. Yeah, so that has been the dynamic. So like I mentioned, the local politics has to do with once they are farmers, the policies you churn out, is it in line with what they want? Yes. So once it falls in those places, then you are trying to make some kind of gain. And don't forget that there were also issues about party internal, conflict and leadership issues. So within those places, the NDC was not grounded enough in the 2016 election. Right. But going to 2020, there was change in leadership and those things. So we actually increased their vote. But with number 3 also in position now.
I like the way you call out Kingsford number 3. Well, with number 3 in position, let's see how things go on that front. I think we've wrapped up on the Upper West. So let's quickly go to the North East. That would be the last on our ballot for today. I like to say that. And we'll go to Joshua for the statistics. The Northeast is one of the regions in the north that we're also focusing for this segment. So Joshua, do you have that?
Yes, Grace. So the Northeast region in 2020 and 2016, where we are majorly focusing on, has 6 seats. And out of the 6, in 2016, the NDC won 3. Whilst the NDC won 3. They splitted the seat. Right. Now, in 2020, the NDC with force took 2 more seats and so had 5 in 2020, whilst the NPP only had 1 seat. So let me use a different color for this, the black, only 1 seat. So that is what happened in the parliamentary elections for the Upper Northeast region in 2016 and 2020.
Is the Northeast region in 2016 and 2020,
yes.
What are we looking at for this region?
Northeast region is also the home region of the vice president and then the running mate, the MPP.
I like the way the narrative is looking like. So we have all the big wigs have their background from the northern region as it is. But let's look at the Northeast.
As to where the flag bearer has never been an MP before, but with the flag bearer for the NDC, the former president, who has service people. So when it comes to the local dynamics and the local politics, he's been with this since '96. Yes, and so based on that, he's able to consolidate his gains from that particular place. But then the economist, Dr. Baumia, who has not served as an MP before, but you realize that he was able to change many narratives within that particular region. Right. And so in 2020, you realize that the sitting president, the current government actually made a lot of gains within that enclave. And that was particularly due to the presence of Dr. Baumia within that particular enclave. So the MDC were not able to stop him, as it were, gaining some vote for the NPP particularly. And of course, it's normal that when someone comes from your region, the data should point that you should vote for him. Definitely.
Yes. When someone comes from your region, the data points that you should vote for him. That's Yenabi on that front. But let's quickly go to Joshua for the presidential as we wrap up for the next segment to take over. Joshua, do you have the statistics?
Yes, I do, Grace. And so even though His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was not contesting in 2016, he had a role to play in the presidential elections because he was the running mate or the vice presidential candidate.
Right.
And so in 2016, the NDC in the Northeast region had won only 2 constituencies at the presidential level. So His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who was seeking a second term, was able to only win in 2 constituencies. Whilst His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who had His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as his running mate, won 4 seats. But something interesting happened. In 2020, the 2 presidential candidates splitted the constituencies. And so the NDC got 3 votes. Let me circle it. Whilst the NPP also got 3 constituencies. They splitted the constituencies into 2 and shared it equally.
They split it that year. Yenabi, there was a split there.
Definitely. Definitely. So, guys, this 2024 election, as the polls will soon come to an end, you know that the policies that each of these sons of the North actually churn out will determine how the data is going to be like. So whoever come out with a competitive message that resonates with the people, when you're going to get it, even though the data points to the fact that it has always been the stronghold for the NDC, but the NPP is making inroads over the years. So you realize that though the NDC has been winning, but the vote for the NPP keeps increasing, even though at a decreasing rate. And so going to 2024 election, as we are witnessing, the northern region, the 5 regions in the north, is now a battleground for these 2 political parties.
An intense battleground.
Very intense. So the figures like the Honorable Haruna Idrisu will want to make a name, want to consolidate their gains over there, whilst that of a finance minister and then the defense minister will also want to make their name to consolidate the gains for His Excellency the Vice President. So it's a tough battle, if you ask me, in the north over there. Yes.
Right. We hope that it becomes just an intellectual battle and nothing beyond that. Nothing beyond that we're looking for. But it's still your election watch. The show continues, so don't go anywhere. Please do stay with us. I'm Grace Bachman. I've been doing this with John, Jerry, Yenabi, and then Joshua Hazel. So don't go anywhere. Please stay with us, and then we'll come back right with the next segment.
Ghana people, Election Day is almost here. This December 7th from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. sharp. Each of us has the power to shape the future of our nation. Your vote in the presidential and parliamentary elections can make a real difference. Now, this is how to ensure that your vote counts. When you arrive at the polling station, verify your identity. Even if your voter ID card is missing, go to your polling station. You will be allowed to vote. Now, receive a ballot paper. Take a moment to check that it has a validating stamp at the back. This is very important, and make sure that it is clean and undamaged. Step up to the voting screen. Place your thumb on the ink pad and carefully place it in the box next to your chosen candidate's name, photo, and symbol. Be very careful to keep your thumbprint within the box. Remember to wipe your thumb with the tissue provided in the voting screen before you touch the ballot paper again. Then fold the ballot lengthwise and place it in the ballot box. Be very, very mindful. Your vote will be rejected if you thumbprint for more than one candidate, leave it blank, or if it's missing a validating stamp at the back. So take note, after voting, officials would conduct a transparent count. Ballots will be verified, sorted, and counted, with party agents carefully observing every step of the process. And yes, remember, this election is your opportunity to choose leaders who represent you. So step out on December 7th to vote and let your voice be heard. Your vote is your future. Remember, we vote with our thumbs, not guns. Weapons have no place at the polling station. Attention.
Starting this November 2024, all eyes are set on Ghana's most anticipated event, the national elections.
As the race heats up, stay connected to the voice you can trust.
For in-depth analysis, live updates, and expert commentary, look no further.
We're bringing you every angle, every insight, and every breaking story.
On December 7th, as Ghana heads to the polls, we will be right there with you.
From the first vote cast to the final results.
And as we welcome Ghana's new leader, join us here on Election Watch for diplomacy in our inaugural celebrations.
Witnessing history live on Pent TV, your #1 Christian TV station.
So watch us live on Pent TV. Tune in on Pent Radio and join in the conversation as we stream live on all our social media platforms.
This election season, trust Pent TV for coverage that informs and inspires on Election Watch. For all the news, the analysis, the results, and the swearing in, only on Pent TV. Pent TV. It's all about Jesus.
back. You are still watching Election Watch right here on Pent TV, where it's all about Jesus. And this is powered by Pent Media Center. And today, Ghana votes, and we are all deciding who becomes Ghana's next president. Now, the song we just played to you is to remind you that Ghana is all we've got. And so whatever you are doing, whatever decision you are taking, remember that Ghana is the homeland of all of us, and this precious nation should matter to you. So in every decision, make sure that you are going to have a Ghana that you will be proud of in the next future. I'm not here alone. I'm here with Sandra Echampo, and of course, it's Election Watch, and we are bringing you updates from all over Ghana, and we are also bringing you the news where it matters. Sandra, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you too.
I've seen you running here and there today.
It hasn't been easy at all.
I know. Tell me about
really exhausted.
it. I can imagine. But we are still here. Till 12 a.m. today, we are here to serve the people of Ghana, forgotten country.
Yes.
You're doing well, by the way.
You're also doing well.
Thank you.
You went to Tema?
Yes, I did. I did go to Tema Central, about 12 polling stations over there, and it was very peaceful. And we are all hoping, right from when we started, we had mentioned that we wanted a very peaceful day. It should be a normal day. All we are doing is to go cast our ballot, cast our vote, and then go back home. But unfortunately, we are hearing some news here and there, and of course, this is expensive. We will definitely update you on all that is going on. We'll have a guest joining us. He is a political scientist and also a researcher, and he's going to be talking to us, and we'll still be updating you on all that is happening. We still have all our correspondents across the globe, across Ghana especially, and telling us what is happening in their constituencies. So that will also be done, and I can assure you that every corner of this nation today, we have a correspondent over there, and we've got about some few hours for voting to end. Have you gone to vote already? And if you have, I'm hoping that you are home, because when you go out there to vote, just come back home. It will avoid all the crowded polling station where there might be issues, and once there are issues, you are not too sure what is happening. Before you know it, what we don't want to see is what we end up seeing. So please, if you haven't voted, you have barely about 1 hour, some 28 minutes for voting to end. So go out there and cast your vote if you haven't done that yet. And if you have, I'm hoping that you're home. Just go home, watch Pent TV. Yes, Pent TV is the best. Yeah, Pent TV is the best for you to watch right now.
Yes.
Because if you decide to watch that, well, you can, of course, to update yourself.
So just stay
but yes, and remember, it will be a peaceful day. Exactly. It would definitely be a peaceful day. So now tell me about your day, because I've been watching.
I started from Ayawaso Central, and of course, myself and Odate.
Yeah.
We went to Pig Farm ARS. Yes. When we went there, in fact, I loved the scene there.
Okay.
They had provided chairs for our voters.
Great.
And then they created a session too for the elderly and then the disabled. So when you come and you are overweighting, you just sit and then wait till it's your turn to vote, and then you go and then you vote. And another thing, I also went to Ablekuma.
Okay.
Ablekuma West constituency, where Honorable Esla Owusu Ekofo. It was like, so Ablekuma West constituency was created out of, like, as one of the 45 constituencies during the 2012 elections.
Okay.
And then the district it covers are Dansomans, Sahara, Begbeise, Agege, Glefe, and Opeteku, and then one other one.
Okay.
I just can't mention the name right.
All right, that's fine. But we have your videos ready, because due to 1 or 2 reasons we couldn't pick you. We have some of your videos ready. Okay. So as you're talking to us about it, we're going to pick some of those videos as well, so I can see you on screen. So let's just pick that video.
Okay. So as we were having our interviews being done, two women brought food.
Okay.
And they were sharing to the voters. So I don't understand what was actually going on. People were overcrowded, like there. That is it.
Interesting.
I don't know whether it is right for them to bring food and share for our voters.
Unless we get to know that it is from a political party, then we can tell, of course, it is not
because
right.
I overheard one voter saying that.
So they even know what they are doing is wrong.
Pick the voice, yes.
Yeah.
That was what one of the voters were saying over there. And in fact, a lot of misunderstandings here and there. We saw one misunderstanding outside just by the roadside, and they were actually quarreling over money.
Money.
Yeah,
so
I
many
don't
people
know
are so
which political
monetizing.
party is sharing money for the voters.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether this money is going to influence them to vote for that particular party.
Unfortunately, today nobody gets to wear party color or party T-shirts, so you cannot tell who exactly is sharing the money or sharing the food. But I believe Ghanaians have come to a point where they just want the money and the food, but they will decide who they want to vote for.
Okay, something I also realized at Ablekuma West constituency was that the voter turnout was a little bit low.
It was low.
So I don't know whether they are waiting for last minute before they go and cast their vote, or they are just not interested in coming to vote. For instance, when we look at, we went to one other place, that was, please give me some time.
Sure, feel free. Of course, you went to a lot of places.
We went to Church of Pentecost. We went to Church of Pentecost. That is, I think I have lost it.
Okay, we'll definitely find that. Yes. But you've been roaming a lot, so I can understand. You went to a lot of... But I went to Tema Central, and it was very quiet. The Republic School was where our voting happened, and yeah, I brought a bit of reports from there for you. So maybe let's watch that. When we come back, I'll tell you, because it was mostly just calm. I'm currently here at the Tema Central Police Station. To be precise, I'm at the Republic School here in Tema, and so far on this Republic School premises we have about 10 polling stations, and so far we are being told for the C 475 persons are expected, or 475 eligible voters are expected to turn out today to come vote, and they have recounted already 100 people coming here to cast their ballots already. So it's just about 11, some few minutes away from 11 a.m. and so I'm sure that a lot more people will be coming. Now from the entrance, it's a busy marketplace. It's so busy from the entrance, and I can tell that a lot of people are coming here because 10 police stations on this premises alone should tell you that there are a lot of numbers that people are expecting over here. But it's been calm, it's been peaceful. I've spoken to the presiding officer. She made me understand that they started around 7:43 a.m. and the reason being that they were just preparing themselves, arranging the ballot boxes and making sure that everything was set before they started voting, and that was why they had to start at about 7:43. And there's been no issue so far. It's been peaceful, it's been calm, and that's just what we've all been praying for. And so yeah, that's a short report from here, the Tema Central. All right, more footages for you from some of the polling stations across Ghana. And you can see, I'm happy that we made special cases and made availability for people who were old, the elderly.
Yes,
they were able to, not to join the queue, but once they come and then we see they are old, of course, they go vote. For Tema Central, where I went to, there was no queue at all. When I was voting, there was no queue. I just went through, I took the ballot papers and then went ahead to vote, and it's been same. And just that premises had about 12 polling stations. Okay. So that should tell you how much EC has broken down the system so that it will not be crowded, so that people will just feel free and then vote as well. And I'm wondering why all the places we have been, okay, for me, all the places I have been to, they were peaceful. But for other places, I don't know. It makes me feel like you're in a different part of Ghana. So we'll be bringing you reports from other regions. But please, if it depends on you, make sure that this year's election is very peaceful.
If it depends
someone
is on the line.
I have Dennis on the line. Dennis, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good afternoon and welcome back once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so where are you currently?
I'm currently in the Quadri East. Right now, I'm at Pawade. Yeah, I'm Pawade, but I've been through some police stations where I would like to give their figures on expected voters and the turnout.
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, at the Mamponte Nuru Huda Islamic School A, expected voters are 582. And those that have turned out are 336, representing 58%. At the Islamic School B, we have 581 expected voters. 216 have voted as at 2 o'clock p.m., representing 37.1. Pentecost Church, Korea A, 505 expected voters. 230 have voted, representing 45.5% as at 2 o'clock. And at the Pentecost Church, Korea B, 505 are expected. 235 have voted as at 2 o'clock, representing 46.5%. And at the Medoma, I'm moving into Medoma polling station, Methodist Old B, 448 expected voters. 268 have voted as at 2 o'clock. So these are the figures I have here, and I spoke to the electoral officers, the presiding officer at the various polling stations, and concerning the low turnout. They are a bit surprised as to why people are not coming. As I am speaking to you now, I am on ground at Fawadi, and the place is virtually empty. Yes, the place is empty. They are waiting for voters to turn up, but no one is coming. And so these are the reports on the various polling stations that I have been to since morning to this time.
Dennis, have you made time to speak to maybe one or two persons who have been there to vote? And
yes,
yeah.
Yes, we have spoken to voters that have come to vote. There are other voters also standing by that are not willing to vote, and the excuse is electoral monetization. Pay us or we won't vote. And it looks like the complaint that some give us, it's more like delegates took money during the time of primary. So if you don't give us anything, we are also not willing to vote. And so it is more like a tit for tat. Pay us like we pay the delegates, and we will vote. And so that is the concern people are raising. To those that have voted, they are cool, and they vote and they go their way. But to those that have not voted, we have people around that haven't voted. We see them, we speak to them, and it's like, oh, if they bring money, you vote. If they don't bring us anything, we are not voting.
So this time around, we have people who are willing to sell their votes then.
Exactly.
And have they mentioned any amount they are expecting to you?
Well, they will tell you, oh, we need tokens for lorry fare. We need tokens for lorry fare. And they are not shy. They just come out. We need this for this. And so it's something interesting here.
Yeah.
People are ready to sell the vote. Yes.
Wow. In fact, with all the figures you've given me, it looks as if only half of the numbers expected have turned out so far. And for some, just 45%, some, in fact, 50%. I've not heard any of the numbers that maybe it's more than 60% of voters that are expected to come. And it's quite surprising that voters are there, but they are waiting. They didn't decide not to show up. They showed up, but they are there waiting to be paid before they decide to vote. Which
They have showed up. They have showed up, but not willing to.
Dennis. Hello, Dennis.
You go ahead.
Hello, I'm here.
Yes, I wanted to ask that, have there been any issues with accessibility or security issues or voter verification issues?
Are very intact. Security is very intact, yes. Every polling station I've been to, you could see 2 or 3, 4, 5 officers who are monitoring proceedings. So security is very tight. The atmosphere is very calm, and the electoral officers are friendly. They welcome voters, and so it gives you that friendly environment to come and vote. So with security, everything is intact.
Okay. So the only issue we are having right now is the monetization of votes.
Exactly.
Interesting. All right, Dennis, thank you very much. Or is there any other thing you want to let us know?
Oh, everything is fine here. I think I've addressed everything. So hopefully we are waiting for the time to be up so we can bring you the rest of it.
Wait, Dennis, if you look at those voters who are willing to be paid before the vote, do you think when it's maybe about some 40 minutes to end voting, they are going to show up? They will decide to vote?
Well, I think, from my opinion, I think some might show up.
Okay.
But with what I am seeing, they are not ready. They are not ready, and they are not willing.
Interesting. Interesting. All right, thank you so much, Dennis. So Dennis is our correspondent from the Ashanti region. This afternoon, he's at the Krabri East, and that's where he is reporting from. Interesting. You know, I know people have been saying that, well, I don't think I'm going to vote this year and all of that. And people have decided that if I won't vote because I know that my party will not win, then I will not go at all. But to see people here who are ready to be paid before the vote, it's serious. It's quite interesting. Anyway, we want to bring you some news updates. So News in Brief is up next with Johnny Kumsen.
Thank you, Eton. I'm still on Election Watch, bringing you updates on sub-news happening in and around Ghana. Right now, the parliamentary independent candidate for Ejisu constituency, Joseph Fridua Ajiman, has expressed his satisfaction with the peaceful nature of the elections, speaking to the media while monitoring the ongoing elections.
Ejisu constituency has 218 polling stations across 28 electoral areas with 112,112 eligible voters expected to cast their ballot in the ongoing nationwide elections. Turnout as of 9:30 a.m. was very low, with only a few electorates observed at some polling station centers exercising their right to vote. Prince Atafusu is an electoral official.
Problem there, as you can see here, we haven't gotten any problem. It has to be a mobile and Yoma, that or tennis, a pepe, and a Yanni Hanomo. And say, mobile who's a marker, the marker is there to support the ink by the Kenyan son, because ink and Matt said the first, no one said we are Mana or something. In a sense, maybe any panabeko who say my no, I fast no side, Abba. No sentini de makano the year of one man indicate say wapa about the two abene until say ink no with some years
Joseph Fridua Ajiman, the independent parliamentary candidate for Ejisu, interacted with the media while observing the process.
What I'm saying is that we have done everything on our part as a candidate or aspirant. For the past maybe from August, September, October, November up to date, going rounds all the constituencies to tell them what we have there. We have for the constituency that we will change the old clubs and get up with a new club and see to that the image of Ejisu will come up.
The chairman of the Church of Pentecost and the president of the Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council, Apostle Eric Nyamiche, has reiterated a call for Ghanaians to be responsible and adhere to election rules and regulations to safeguard the nation's peace and stability during and after the ongoing polls. He made this call just after casting his ballot at the Accra High Polling Station Centre A.
Notable men of God are not left out in the nationwide presidential and parliamentary elections as they join in exercising their civic responsibility. Among them is the chairman of the Church of Pentecost, Apostle Eric Nyamiche, who also doubles as the president of the Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council, GPCC.
We met the Electoral Commission to listen to them, hear their preparedness towards this day, and we were satisfied. We had some few inputs to make, and then a week after meeting the Electoral Commission, we went to meet the IGP and his team. For we were pleasantly surprised of the level of preparedness. For them, they started preparing for this election right after the last election. Wow. And when we were living there, we thought that this election would be peaceful, to be good. But all this notwithstanding, there are still individuals who want to go and cause trouble. And so I want to advise Ghanaians that we are all responsible for the peace of the land. And so we should know that we are responsible. We should adhere to the rules and the values that govern election. And then at the end of the day, let's pray that Ghana will win, and so that Ghana will stay whole as we have it, and enjoy whoever is going to lead us in the coming years.
Adding to the call for peace is the General Secretary of the Church of Pentecost, Apostle Samuel Jowobobi, who together with his family exercised their franchise at the Kwabenya Atomic DA Primary Police Station Center.
Members have one vote each. So just come and exercise that one vote, and then that is all. When you are done, like I'm done, I'll go home and then wait for the outcome of the results. We also want to encourage each and every one of us, political figures and all that, to accept the results as it's been declared. We do not want any chaos and any troubles after the elections.
Right, making sure no one is left out, the MPW Days Afari Robertson, a visually impaired retired mathematics teacher in New Dwabin South, cast his votes at the Sempuamensa polling station in the ongoing election. Accompanied by his wife, he assured he exercised his civic rights, demonstrating a determination to participate in the democratic process.
Despite early morning activity, voter turnout remained low across several polling stations in the constituency. At Sempuami and San Junction polling station, only 76 out of 617 registered voters had cast their ballots by 9 a.m. At Koforidua Poly 2B polling station, 39 out of 429 voters had voted by 9:30 a.m. At Koforidua Poly 3A polling station, 34 out of 439 registered voters had cast their ballot as of 9:37 a.m. Engineer said Danso Etua, a senior staff member at Koforidua Technical University, explained the low turnout as a result of voters pacing their arrival to avoid long queues or waiting for better weather conditions.
Yes, a tertiary institution, and currently the university is on break. So I'm believing that students are not around. As a result, many of them not be able to come in to partake in the election, or some might have registered or transferred their own to their various homes and other places.